back. At this moment, take a deep breath. As you exhale, unwind your body and let go of all the air within and prepare. In today's journey, we'll delve into the paradoxes of ancient Buddhist philosophy. We'll transform how you understand rest, peace, and letting go. Welcome to this exploration of ancient wisdom, a journey into what the Buddha understood about suffering, and how this understanding holds the key to the deep, restorative rest you seek. Tonight, we shall travel together through teachings that have brought peace to countless minds across 25 centuries. These are not mere words to help you sleep. They are truths that transform how you relate to your own mind, your own experience, and ultimately, how you find rest. You see, the Buddha made a remarkable discovery. He found that our inability to rest, our racing thoughts at night, our anxious minds that refuse to settle, these are not random afflictions. They arise from a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of existence itself. Most sleep guiders tells you to quiet your mind, to push away thoughts, to force relaxation. But the Buddha taught something far more profound. He taught that true rest comes not from suppressing the mind, but from understanding it so deeply that it naturally settles, like mud gradually clearing. From disturbed water, the connection between suffering and sleeplessness is not metaphorical. It is direct, it is causal. And once you understand this connection, once you truly see it, the quality of your rest transforms forever in the hours ahead. We shall explore 3 profound insights from the Buddha's teachings. First, we will examine the first noble truth, the truth of suffering, or, as the Buddha called it in Pali, dukkha. But this is not merely about pain or sadness. It is about the fundamental unsatisfactoriness that pervades human existence when we do not see clearly. We will understand why the unexamined mind cannot rest, why it churns endlessly through the night, replaying the past and rehearsing the future. Second, we will explore the origin of this suffering, what the Buddha called tanha, craving or thirst. We will see how our constant reaching, our endless wanting, our desperate clinging to what we desire, and our fierce rejection of what we fear creates the very turbulence that prevents sleep. The mind that grasps cannot settle. The mind that pushes away cannot rest. And third, we will discover the cessation of suffering, the path of letting go. We will understand anicca, impermanence, and how truly seeing the flowing, changing nature of all things allows the mind to release its grip. This is not philosophical theory. This is the direct path to the peace you seek. Throughout this journey, we shall draw upon the Buddha's own words from the ancient Pali Canon, the earliest recorded teachings. We shall explore stories and parables that have guided seekers for millennia, and we shall see how these ancient insights speak directly to the modern mind, struggling to find rest in our turbulent world. So settle yourself comfortably now. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do. Simply listen and allow these teachings to work upon your understanding. The Buddha taught that right view, correct understanding, is the foundation of all transformation. Tonight, we cultivate that view together. Let us begin with the first great truth that the Buddha proclaimed upon his awakening, the truth that opens the door to all liberation, the recognition of suffering itself. The Buddha's first teaching after his enlightenment was delivered in the deer park at Sarnath to 5 ascetics who had been his former companions. This teaching, known as the Dhammacappapo Sutta, The discourse on the turning of the wheel of Dharma begins with a statement so simple yet so profound that it has echoed through the centuries. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering, union with what is displeasing is suffering, separation from what is pleasing is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. This is the first noble truth, the truth of dukkha now. The word dukkha is often translated as suffering, but this translation, while convenient, does not capture the full depth of what the Buddha meant. Dukkha is not merely pain or obvious distress. It is something far more subtle, far more pervasive. Dukkha means unsatisfactoriness. It means the inherent instability and unreliability of all conditioned phenomena. It means the deep, often unnoticed stress that comes from living in a state of fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of reality. The Pali word dukkha is actually composed of two parts. Du means bad or difficult, and ka originally referred to the axle hole of a wheel. A wheel with a poor axle hole, one that is off-center or misaligned, creates a rough, uncomfortable ride. This is dukkha, the journey of life when we do not understand its nature correctly, when we are out of alignment with reality, becomes unnecessarily difficult and uncomfortable. Consider your own experience as you lie here tonight. Perhaps your body is comfortable, perhaps you are safe, perhaps there is no immediate crisis, yet the mind churns, it worries, it replays conversations from the day, it rehearses scenarios for tomorrow, it judges itself for not sleeping, it fears the consequences of tiredness. This churning, this inability to rest even when all external conditions are favorable. This is dukkha. The Buddha made a radical observation. He saw that even in moments of pleasure, even in experiences we call happiness, there is an undercurrent of dukkha. Why? Because all pleasant experiences are impermanent. They arise and they pass away. And in their passing, there is disappointment, there is loss, there is the subtle ache of wanting them to continue. We cannot hold on to pleasure. We cannot make happiness permanent. And this very fact, this inability to secure lasting satisfaction, creates a background tension in the mind. This tension prevents sleep. The mind that believes it can secure permanent happiness, that believes it can arrange all conditions perfectly, that believes it can control outcomes, this mind can never truly rest. It is always vigilant, always planning, always defending, always reaching. The Buddha identified three forms of dukkha, three layers of this unsatisfactoriness that we must understand if we are to find peace. The first is dukkha, the suffering of suffering. This is the obvious pain, physical discomfort, emotional distress, grief, fear, anger. This is what we commonly recognize as suffering. When the body aches, when loss strikes, when fear grips the heart, we know we are suffering. This form is unmistakable. The second is viparinamadukkha, the suffering of change. This is more subtle. This is the suffering inherent in the fact that all pleasant experiences must end. The wonderful meal finishes, the holiday concludes, the moment of joy fades. Even as we experience pleasure, if we are attentive, we can feel the shadow of its ending. We tighten around the experience, trying to hold it, trying to make it last. This tightening is itself a form of suffering. Think of a beautiful sunset you once witnessed. In the moment of watching, there was perhaps a sense of awe, of peace, of connection to something larger. But even as you experienced this beauty, was there not also a subtle sadness, a knowing that this moment would pass, a wish that it could last? Perhaps you took a photograph, trying to capture the moment, to make it permanent. But the photograph is not the sunset. It is a memory, a representation, already one step removed from the living experience. This is viparinamadukkha, the suffering that comes from the changing nature of all pleasant experiences. And the third, the most profound, is sankhara dukkha, the suffering of conditioned existence itself. This is the deepest teaching. The Buddha saw that the very nature of conditioned phenomena, the nature of all things that arise dependent on causes and conditions, is inherently unsatisfactory. Why? Because everything conditioned is impermanent, unreliable, and beyond our ultimate control. We build our sense of self, our sense of security, our sense of meaning upon things that are by nature unstable. This is like building a house upon sand. The structure may stand for a time, but its foundation is unreliable. Your sleeplessness tonight is rooted in this third form of dukkha. The mind is trying to secure itself, trying to establish control, trying to create permanence in a world where everything is flowing and changing. The mind lies awake, reviewing, planning, worrying, because it believes that through mental activity, it can secure what cannot be secured. It believes that through thinking, it can make the impermanent permanent, the unreliable reliable, the uncontrollable controllable. This is the fundamental delusion that the Buddha awakened from. And it is this delusion that keeps you awake. Now, let us be clear about what the Buddha was not saying. He was not saying that life is only suffering, that there is no joy, no beauty, no love, no wonder. This would be a nihilistic misunderstanding of his teaching. The Buddha himself experienced deep peace, profound joy, genuine happiness. What he was pointing to is that if we do not understand the nature of experience correctly, if we cling to pleasure and push away pain, if we try to make permanent what is by nature impermanent, then we create suffering for ourselves. The recognition of dukkha is not meant to make us pessimistic or depressed. Quite the opposite. It is meant to awaken us to reality as it actually is, so that we stop fighting against the nature of things. When we stop fighting, when we stop resisting, when we stop demanding that reality be other than it is, a profound peace becomes possible. In the Majjhima Nikaya, the middle-length discourses, the Buddha uses a powerful simile to illustrate this point. He compares our usual relationship to experience to being shot by two arrows. The first arrow is the actual experience, the pain, the loss, the difficulty. This arrow is unavoidable. It is part of the nature of conditioned existence. But the second arrow, the Buddha says, we shoot at ourselves. This second arrow is our reaction to the first, our resistance, our anger, our fear, our story about what the pain means, our judgment of ourselves for experiencing it. The first arrow is dukkha in the sense of the inevitable challenges of existence. The second arrow is dukkha in the sense of the suffering we create through our misunderstanding and reactivity. The Buddha's teaching is aimed at helping us avoid shooting that second arrow. We cannot always prevent the first arrow. Life brings pain, loss, change, uncertainty. But we can learn not to compound that pain with our reactivity. As you lie here tonight, unable to sleep, consider this teaching. Perhaps there is a genuine difficulty in your life right now, a challenge at work, a strain in a relationship, a concern about health or finances. This is the first arrow. It is real. It requires your attention and skillful response. But notice how the mind multiplies this difficulty. It worries not just about the actual situation, but about all the terrible things that might happen. It judges you for having the problem. It compares you to others who seem to have it easier. It tells stories about inadequacy or unfairness. This proliferation, this multiplication of the original difficulty, this is the second arrow. And this is where most of our suffering actually lies. Let us examine more deeply how this dukkha manifests in the specific context of sleep and rest. The Buddha taught about the 5 aggregates of clinging, the 5 bundles of grasping that constitute what we call the self. These are form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. It is through clinging to these aggregates as me and mine that dukkha arises. Consider the aggregate of form, the physical body. As you lie here, perhaps you notice discomfort, a tension in the shoulders, an ache in the back, the body's temperature, feeling not quite right. The mind immediately identifies with this discomfort. This is my pain. My body is not comfortable. I need it to be different. This identification, this claiming of the body's sensations as mine, as something I must fix or control, creates agitation. The body simply has sensations arising and passing. It is the mind's relationship to these sensations, the claiming of them, the resistance to them, that creates suffering. The Buddha taught a practice of observing the body with what he called kyanupassana, contemplation of the body. Not thinking about the body, but directly observing it. Feeling the sensations as they actually are, without the overlay of judgment or story. When you observe the body in this way, you begin to notice something remarkable. The sensations are constantly changing. That ache in the back is not a solid, unchanging thing. It is a flow of sensations, appearing and disappearing, intensifying and softening, moving and shifting. When you stop trying to make it go away, when you simply observe it with clear awareness, often it changes on its own, not because you controlled it, but because change is its nature. Or consider the aggregate of feeling, the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone that accompanies every experience. A thought arises about tomorrow's responsibilities. An unpleasant feeling accompanies it. Immediately, the mind contracts around this unpleasantness. It tries to push the thought away. It judges itself for having the thought. It worries about the worry. Layer upon layer of reactivity builds upon a simple, unpleasant feeling tone. The original feeling may have lasted only a moment, but the mental proliferation around it continues for hours, preventing sleep. The Buddha taught Vedananupassana, contemplation of feelings. This means observing the feeling tone of experience directly, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. That is all. Not the story about the feeling, not the judgment of the feeling, not the reactivity to the feeling, simply the bare feeling tone itself. When you observe feelings in this way, you notice that they too are impermanent. A pleasant feeling arises and passes. An unpleasant feeling arises and passes. Even what seems like a continuous, unpleasant feeling, when observed closely, is actually a series of moments, each slightly different, appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. And here is the liberating insight. If you do not grasp at pleasant feelings, trying to make them last, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of clinging. If you do not push away unpleasant feelings, resisting their presence, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of aversion. The feelings themselves are not the problem. Your relationship to them, your grasping and pushing, this is where dukkha is created. The aggregate of perception labels and categorizes experience. This is good, this is bad. This thought means I am anxious. This sensation means something is wrong. These perceptions, these labels, are not reality itself. They are the mind's interpretation of reality, but we take them as absolute truth. We believe our perceptions completely, and this belief keeps us trapped in reactivity. The Buddha taught sana, the understanding that perceptions are constructed, not given. They arise based on past conditioning, past experience, learned patterns. A sound in the night is perceived as threatening or benign based on past association, not on the sound itself. A bodily sensation is perceived as dangerous or harmless, based on learned interpretation. These perceptions happen so quickly, so automatically, that we rarely recognize them as perceptions. We think we are perceiving reality directly, but we are always perceiving through the filter of past conditioning. When you recognize this, when you see that your perceptions are interpretations rather than direct reality, something loosens. You can question your perceptions. You can hold them more lightly. You can recognize that the story your mind is telling about a situation may not be accurate. This creates space between stimulus and response, space where wisdom can operate rather than automatic reactivity. Mental formations. The fourth aggregate include all our habits of mind, our conditioning, our patterns of response. Perhaps you have a habit of reviewing the day before sleep, analyzing what went wrong, planning how to do better. This habit feels productive, feels necessary, but it is simply a conditioned pattern, repeated so many times it has become automatic. The Buddha taught that we can observe these patterns without being controlled by them. We can see them as sankhara-conditioned formations, arising due to past causes, not as essential aspects of who we are. This aggregate is vast. It includes all our volitional activities, all our intentions, all our habitual responses. It includes our tendencies toward anger or fear, our patterns of self-judgment, our default ways of interpreting situations. All of this is conditioned. All of this has been learned. And crucially, all of this can be unlearned, or rather, seen through. When you recognize a mental formation as a mental formation, when you see a habitual pattern as just a pattern, not as truth, not as self, you are no longer completely controlled by it. And consciousness, the fifth aggregate, is awareness itself, the knowing of experience. Even this, the Buddha taught, is impermanent and conditioned. Consciousness arises dependent on contacts between sense organ and sense object. It is not a permanent self, not an unchanging witness. It too comes and goes, appears and disappears. Eye consciousness arises when the eye contacts a visible form. Ear consciousness arises when the ear contacts a sound. Mind consciousness arises when the mind contacts a mental object, a thought or memory. This teaching is subtle and can be difficult to grasp. We tend to think of consciousness as the stable background, the unchanging observer of changing experience. But the Buddha pointed to something more radical. Consciousness itself is part of the flow. It arises and ceases, moment by moment. There is no eternal witness standing apart from experience. There is simply the arising and passing of knowing. Different types of consciousness appearing and disappearing based on conditions. When we cling to any of these aggregates as me or mine, when we identify with them, when we try to control them, dukkha arises. The body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are flowing, changing, unreliable. To grasp at them for security is to grasp at water. To demand that they be other than they are is to fight against the fundamental nature of conditioned existence. This is why ordinary approaches to sleep so often fail. They treat the symptoms without addressing the root cause. They try to manipulate the aggregates, to force the body to relax, to suppress thoughts, to create pleasant feelings, to control consciousness. But these aggregates cannot ultimately be controlled. They operate according to their own nature, arising and passing based on conditions, not on our will. The Buddha's approach is radically different. Rather than trying to control experience, he taught us to understand it. Rather than fighting against the aggregates, he taught us to see them clearly, to recognize their impermanent, unsatisfactory, and selfless nature. And in that recognition, clinging naturally releases. When clinging releases, dukkha ceases. When dukkha ceases, the mind settles into its natural state of peace. In the Anattalakkhana Sutta, the discourse on the not self-characteristic, the Buddha questions his 5 companions systematically about each aggregate. Is form permanent or impermanent? He asks. Impermanent, venerable sir, they reply. Is what is impermanent satisfactory or unsatisfactory? Unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Is it fitting to regard what is impermanent, unsatisfactory, and subject to change as, this is mine, this I am, this is myself? No, venerable sir. He asks the same questions about feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Each time, the answer is the same. These aggregates are impermanent, unsatisfactory when clung to, and not fit to be regarded as self. This systematic questioning is not meant to be merely intellectual. It is meant to be investigated directly in one's own experience. The Buddha is inviting us to look closely at what we take to be ourselves and see if it holds up under examination. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the discourse on the foundations of mindfulness, the Buddha provides detailed instructions for observing these aggregates. He teaches us to observe the body in the body, feelings in feelings, mind in mind, mental phenomena in mental phenomena. Not observing from outside, but observing directly, intimately, within experience itself. When observing the body, he says, know the in-breath as the in-breath, know the out-breath as the out-breath. Know the body walking, standing, sitting, lying, down. Know all positions and movements of the body. And in this knowing, understand, this is simply body, not my body. Not I am the body, simply body, a collection of elements, temporarily configured, arising and passing according to conditions. He teaches contemplation of the body's elements. This body is composed of the earth element, the solidity and resistance in bones and flesh. It is composed of the water element, the fluidity in blood and lymph. It is composed of the fire element, the temperature and metabolism that maintain life. It is composed of the air element, the movement in breath and circulation. These four elements come together temporarily to form what we call a body. They will separate again at death, returning to the greater field of elements from which they came. This is not morbid contemplation. It is realistic understanding. It is seeing the body as it actually is, not as we wish it to be. When observing feelings, know a pleasant feeling as pleasant, an unpleasant feeling as unpleasant, a neutral feeling as neutral. And understand, these feelings are impermanent. They arise and pass. They are not to be grasped or rejected. They are simply the natural response of organism to conditions. In this understanding, the reactivity to feelings lessens. The mind does not chase after pleasant feelings or run from unpleasant ones. It simply observes the feeling tone, recognizes its impermanent nature, and remains equanimous. The Buddha further distinguishes between worldly and unworldly feelings. A worldly pleasant feeling is one based on sensual experience. An unworldly pleasant feeling is one based on renunciation or on meditative joy. A worldly unpleasant feeling is one based on attachment to sensual experience. An unworldly, unpleasant feeling is one based on the sincere wish for liberation, the healthy discontent with the unsatisfactory nature of conditioned existence. These distinctions help us understand our feelings more subtly, more accurately, when observing the mind. Know a mind with desire as a mind with desire, a mind with aversion as a mind with aversion, a mind with delusion as a mind with delusion. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, a scattered mind as scattered. Know a great mind as great, a small mind as small. Know a surpassable mind as surpassable, an unsurpassable mind as unsurpassable. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, an unconcentrated mind as unconcentrated. Know a liberated mind as liberated, an unliberated mind as unliberated. This is not judgment, it is recognition. The mind has many states, constantly changing. By knowing each state as it arises, by recognizing its characteristics, we stop identifying with the state. We see that these are visitors, temporary conditions of mind, not who we are. The mind that is scattered now may be concentrated later. The mind with desire now may be free of desire later. None of these states are permanent. None define us absolutely. And when observing mental phenomena, understand the hindrances when they arise. No sensory desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. Understand how they arise, how they are sustained, how they cease. These hindrances are what prevent meditation, what prevent concentration, what prevent clear seeing. And significantly for our purposes tonight, these hindrances are what prevent sleep. Restlessness and worry, uddhaka kukuka, is particularly relevant. The mind that cannot settle, that jumps from thought to thought, that worries about past and future, this is the restless mind. The Buddha taught specific antidotes to this hindrance. One is concentration practice, gathering the mind to a single object. Another is calming the bodily formation, relaxing the body to help calm the mind. Another is reflecting on the teachings, bringing wise attention to bear on the worried thoughts to see their impermanent, insubstantial nature. Observe also the factors of awakening when they arise. Know mindfulness, investigation, energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, equanimity. Understand their conditions, their development, their maturation. These 7 factors, when cultivated, lead to awakening, to the direct realization of the truth the Buddha taught. Mindfulness is the foundation. Investigation examines experience closely. Energy sustains the practice. Joy arises from skillful practice. Tranquility is the calming of body and mind. Concentration is the collected, unified mind. Equanimity is the balanced, non-reactive awareness that sees all phenomena with the same clear gaze. This is the Buddha's medicine for dukkha. Not positive thinking, not distraction, not suppression, but clear, direct, unflinching observation of experience as it actually is. And in this observation, wisdom arises, the wisdom that sees impermanence directly, the wisdom that recognizes the unsatisfactory nature of clinging, the wisdom that understands there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found in these flowing aggregates. This wisdom does not come from belief. It does not come from faith. It comes from direct observation. The Buddha famously said in the Kalama Sutta, "Do not believe something simply because it has been passed down through tradition, or because it has been said many times, or because it is written in scriptures, or because it accords with your beliefs, or because it seems logical, or because it accords with your philosophy, or because it appears true after consideration, or because the speaker appears trustworthy, or out of respect for a teacher. When you know for yourselves that these things are wholesome, blameless, praised by the wise, and when undertaken and observed led to benefit and happiness, then you should enter and dwell in them." This is an extraordinary statement for a religious teacher. The Buddha is telling us not to believe him on authority, but to test his teachings in our own direct experience. If you find them to be true, leading to benefit, to welfare, to happiness, then accept them and live by them. If not, abandon them. So even now, as you listen, you can test this teaching. Observe your own experience. Notice the thoughts that arise and pass. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice the sensations in the body constantly changing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice feelings appearing and disappearing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Is there anything in your experience right now that is truly permanent? Is there anything that is completely satisfactory when grasped? Is there anything that is truly under your absolute control? If you observe carefully, honestly, you will see that the Buddha's teaching is not philosophy or theory. It is description. It is pointing to what is already true, what has always been true, but what we have not clearly seen. We have been so busy trying to control experience, trying to make it conform to our desires, that we have not stopped to observe what it actually is. There is a story from the Pali Canon that illustrates this teaching beautifully. It is the story of Patakara, a woman who experienced devastating loss and, through that loss, came to profound awakening. Patakara was born into a wealthy merchant family in Savatthi, As a young woman, she fell in love with a servant in her household. Her parents, disapproving of this relationship, planned to marry her to a man of suitable status. In desperation, she fled with her lover to a distant village where they lived. As simple farmers, years passed, and Patakra became pregnant. As the time of birth approached, she wished to return to her parents' home for the delivery, as was the custom. Her husband refused, fearing her parents' anger. But when he was away, Patakara set out on the journey alone. Driven by her longing for her family, her husband, discovering she had left, rushed after her. But on the road, far from any village, her labor began. She gave birth beside the path. That night, as they huddled with their newborn, a terrible storm arose. Her husband went to gather materials to build a shelter. In the darkness, he disturbed a nest of vipers and was bitten. He died there, alone, trying to protect his family. Patakara, not knowing what had happened, waited through the night with her infant and her toddler son. At dawn, she found her husband's body, grief-stricken, but, needing to survive, she continued toward her family home, carrying her infant and leading her toddler by the hand. They came to a river, swollen by the storm. She could not carry both children across at once. She left her toddler on the bank and waded across with her infant. She placed the baby on the far shore and returned for her older son. But as she reached the middle of the river, a hawk, seeing the infant alone, swooped down and seized it. Patakara screamed and waved her arms, but the hawk flew away. The toddler, hearing his mother's cry and thinking she was calling to him, stepped into the river. The current swept him away before her eyes. Mad with grief, she continued to her parents' home. On the outskirts of the city, she met a man coming from town. She asked about her family. The man, not recognizing her, told her that in the storm, a wealthy merchant's house had collapsed, killing the merchant, his wife, and their son. He pointed to the smoke rising from their funeral pyre. In one day, Patakara had lost her husband, both her children and her entire family. Her mind shattered. She tore off her clothes and wandered the streets, insane with grief, crying out her losses to anyone who would listen. She wandered thus until she came to the Jetavana monastery where the Buddha was teaching. The monks tried to prevent her from entering, but the Buddha, seeing her, said, "Let her come. Bring her to mindfulness." As Patakara approached, the Buddha spoke to her with great compassion. "Sister, recover your mindfulness." At his words, something shifted in her. A small portion of clarity returned. Someone gave her a robe to cover herself. She bowed before the Buddha and told him her story, weeping. The Buddha listened, and then he spoke. "Patakara, do not think you are alone in your grief. Throughout countless lifetimes, the tears you have shed for lost loved ones are greater than the waters of the 4 great oceans. In the long journey of birth and death, you have experienced this loss not once, but thousands upon thousands of times. You have lost children, parents, husbands, friends, beyond counting. This is the nature of conditioned existence. All that arises passeth away. All that meets must part. This is not punishment. This is not personal. This is simply the nature of all conditioned things." He continued, "Searching for your loved ones in birth and death is like seeking someone in a dream. Where have they gone? They have gone where all conditioned things go. They have dissolved back into the elements, the earth, water, fire, and air from which they were temporarily composed. To cling to them, to demand that they remain, is to cling to the impossible. It is this clinging, this resistance to the truth of impermanence, that creates your suffering. Then the Buddha taught her about dukkha, about the unsatisfactory nature of all conditioned existence when we do not see it clearly. He taught her about the arising and passing of all phenomena. He taught her to observe her own mind, to see grief as a conditioned response arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood. But Akara listened deeply, and as she listened, understanding arose in her. She saw that her resistance to what had happened, her desperate wish that things could be different, her clinging to what was already gone, this was the source of her torment. The events themselves were already past. They could not be changed. But her relationship to those events, her understanding of them, this could transform. The Buddha taught her in stages. First, he established her in moral conduct, in sila. She took the precepts, the ethical guidelines that create a stable foundation for practice. Then he taught her about generosity, about dana, the practice of giving that loosens the grip of selfishness. Then he taught her about the heavenly realms, about the fruits of good action. And then, seeing that her mind was ready, pliant, without hindrances, elevated and clear, he taught her the Four Noble Truths. Bhattakara became a nun and devoted herself to practice. Later, after she had developed concentration and insight, she was washing her feet one evening. She poured water from a vessel and watched it flow down the slope. Some water traveled only a short distance before being absorbed into the earth. Some water flowed farther before disappearing. Some water flowed all the way to the bottom of the hill. As she watched this simple phenomenon, sudden, complete understanding arose. She saw that lives are like this water. Some beings live only briefly. Some live longer. Some live to old age. But all, without exception, flow toward death. None escape. This is not tragedy. This is simply the nature of conditioned existence. All formations are impermanent. All formations are unsatisfactory when clung to. All phenomena are not self. In that moment, Bhattakara awakened fully. She became an arahant, one who has realized complete liberation. Her grief did not disappear entirely. The memory remained, but her suffering ended. She could remember her loved ones with tenderness, but without the tearing pain of resistance. She had stopped fighting against reality. She had stopped demanding that impermanent things be permanent. And in that stopping, she found unshakable peace. The Buddha later spoke a verse about her realization. Though one should live 100 years without seeing the arising and passing of things, yet better is a single day lived seeing their arising and passing. Bhattakara became a great teacher herself. Many women came to her to be ordained, drawn by her wisdom and compassion. She understood suffering intimately, and she understood liberation intimately. She could guide others with the authority of direct experience. The verses attributed to her in the Theragatha, the verses of the elder nuns, speak of her complete freedom, her utter release from all bondage. This story teaches us the essence of the first noble truth. Dukkha is not the pain itself. Bhattakara experienced genuine, devastating loss. The dukkha, the unnecessary suffering, was her resistance to the impermanent nature of all things. When she saw clearly that all conditioned phenomena arise and pass. When she stopped demanding that reality be different from what it is, her suffering ceased even though the memory of loss remained. This is the understanding that allows the mind to rest, the mind that accepts impermanence, that does not cling to the past or grasp at the future, that sees clearly the flowing nature of all experience. This mind can settle. It has nothing to defend. It has nothing to secure. It can simply be, moment by moment, with what is now. Patakara's realization was complete and sudden, the fruit of intense practice and the perfect ripening of conditions. For most of us, understanding develops more gradually, but even a partial glimpse of this truth, even a momentary recognition of impermanence, can bring relief. When we see, even for a moment, that our thoughts are just thoughts, that our feelings are just feelings, that this moment of discomfort or anxiety is simply a passing condition, not a permanent state, something loosens in the mind. The Buddha compared the untrained mind to a monkey, swinging from branch to branch, never still, always grasping the next thing. This monkey mind lies awake at night, swinging from thought to thought, worry to worry, memory to planning to judgment, never resting. Why? Because it believes that through this constant movement it can secure itself. It believes that if it just thinks enough, plans enough, reviews enough, it can make things safe, make things permanent, make things controllable. But the trained mind, the mind that understands dukkha, sees the futility of this endless grasping. It sees that safety cannot be found through control, because the nature of conditioned existence is beyond our ultimate control. It sees that permanence cannot be achieved, because the nature of all things is impermanence. And in seeing this clearly, deeply, repeatedly, the grasping begins to release. This releasing is not resignation. It is not giving up or becoming passive. It is something far more profound. It is the recognition of what is actually possible and what is not. We cannot make impermanent things permanent. We cannot control all conditions. We cannot prevent loss and change. These are simply not possible. To exhaust ourselves trying to achieve the impossible is suffering. But what is possible? It is possible to understand our experience clearly. It is possible to observe our reactions without being controlled by them. It is possible to meet each moment with awareness rather than with automatic reactivity. It is possible to recognize impermanence directly and to live in harmony with it rather than in opposition to it. And it is possible to find peace, deep and unshakable peace, not through controlling conditions, but through understanding their nature. This understanding is what the Buddha called right view, samadhi, the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. It is the foundation of all transformation. Without right view, we are lost in the forest of confusion, mistaking the impermanent for permanent, the unsatisfactory for satisfactory, the not self for self. With right view, the path becomes clear. We see where we are, where we need to go, and how to get there. Right view has two aspects. There is mundane right view and supramundane right view. Mundane right view is the understanding of karma, of cause and effect in the moral realm. It is the understanding that wholesome actions lead to happiness and unwholesome actions lead to suffering. This view motivates ethical conduct and creates the conditions for deeper practice. Supramundane right view is the direct penetration of the Four Noble Truths, the seeing of things as they actually are. This is the view that liberates, the view that cuts through delusion at its root. This is the view that Patakara realized as she watched the water flowing down the hill. This is the view that ends suffering completely and finally. But even before full liberation, even in the development of practice, right view transforms our experience. When we understand, even intellectually at first, that clinging causes suffering, we begin to notice our clinging. We catch ourselves grasping at pleasant experience, pushing away unpleasant experience. And in that noticing, in that awareness, the grip loosens slightly. We are no longer completely identified with the craving or aversion. We see it happening, and what can be seen can eventually be released. As you lie here tonight, perhaps you can begin to sense this truth in your own experience. Notice the thoughts that prevent sleep. Are they not thoughts of resistance? Resistance to how the day went. Resistance to how you feel. Resistance to the uncertainty of tomorrow. The mind churns because it is fighting against what is, or what might be. What if, just for this moment, you stopped fighting? Not giving up, not becoming passive, but simply ceasing the internal war against reality. What if you allowed this moment to be exactly as it is, with all its uncertainty, all its incompleteness, all its imperfection? What if you recognized that your sleeplessness itself is an impermanent condition, arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood? This is the beginning of wisdom. This is the first noble truth. Not a pessimistic declaration that life is suffering, but a realistic recognition that when we misunderstand the nature of existence, when we cling to what cannot be held, when we resist what cannot be prevented, we create suffering for ourselves. The good news, the profoundly liberating news, is that this suffering is not necessary. It arises from ignorance, and therefore it can cease through understanding. This understanding is what we are cultivating together tonight. The Buddha did not merely diagnose the disease. He provided the complete cure. But to understand the cure, we must first understand more deeply the cause of the disease. The first noble truth shows us that dukkha exists. That unsatisfactoriness pervades conditioned existence when we relate to it incorrectly. But why? What is the root cause? What is the mechanism by which this suffering arises? This is what we must explore next. We must investigate what the Buddha called the second noble truth, the origin of suffering. We must examine tanha, the thirst, the craving, the endless wanting, that drives the mind's restless pursuit and prevents its peace. For it is not enough to recognize suffering. We must understand its source. A physician does not merely identify symptoms. He traces them to their cause, their origin. Only then can effective treatment be prescribed. The Buddha was often called the great physician, and his teaching follows this medical model precisely. First, the diagnosis. Dukkha exists. Second, the etiology. This is its cause. Third, the prognosis. It can be cured. Fourth, the treatment. This is the path to its ending. We have examined the diagnosis thoroughly. Now we turn to the cause. What is it that keeps the mind turning, churning, unable to rest? What is the engine that drives this endless becoming? This constant dissatisfaction, this perpetual seeking that finds no lasting fulfillment. The Buddha pointed to something both simple and profound. He pointed to craving, to tanar, to the mind's constant thirst for something other than what is. Let us turn now to this exploration, to the second noble truth, to understanding the very root of our restlessness. The second noble truth, Samudaya, speaks to the origin of suffering. In the Dhammacappavan Sutta, the Buddha states it clearly and directly. This is the noble truth of the origin of suffering. It is this craving tanha which leads to repeated existence, accompanied by delight and lust, seeking delight here and there. That is, craving for sensual pleasures, craving for existence, craving for extermination. Tanha. This single word in Pali encompasses the entire mechanism by which suffering arises. It is usually translated as craving or thirst, and both translations point to something essential. Thirst implies an urgent need, a driving compulsion, a state of lack that demands to be filled. Craving suggests a reaching toward, a grasping at, an inability to rest content with what is. Consider actual physical thirst. When the body needs water, everything else becomes secondary. The mind focuses on the need, on finding water, on satisfying the thirst. There is a tension, an incompleteness, a state of non-rest. And even after drinking, after the immediate thirst is quenched, thirst will arise again. It is never permanently satisfied. This is the nature of tanha. It is an endless cycle of wanting, temporary satisfaction, and wanting again. But the Buddha was not speaking merely of physical thirst, or even of obvious desires. He was pointing to something far more subtle and pervasive. He was pointing to the fundamental orientation of the unawakened mind, the mind that has not understood the nature of reality. This mind is always in a state of reaching, always seeking, always dissatisfied with what is, always believing that fulfillment lies just ahead, in the next experience, the next achievement, the next moment. This is why you cannot sleep. The mind is thirsty. It is reaching. It is wanting. It wants tomorrow to go well. It wants yesterday to have been different. It wants this moment of wakefulness to end. It wants sleep, and in wanting sleep, it creates the very agitation that prevents sleep. This is the paradox of tanha. The more we crave, the more we suffer. The more we grasp, the more we create the conditions for dissatisfaction. The Buddha identified 3 types of tanha, 3 forms of craving that keep us bound to suffering. The first is kama-tanha, craving for sensual pleasures. This is the most obvious form. The craving for pleasant sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touch, sensations. The desire for wealth, for status, for the pleasures of the senses. This craving drives much of human activity. We organize our lives around the pursuit of pleasant experiences and the avoidance of unpleasant ones. We work to earn money to buy things that will bring pleasure. We seek relationships that will provide emotional satisfaction. We consume entertainment to stimulate pleasant feelings. None of this is inherently wrong. The Buddha was not an ascetic who rejected all pleasure. He himself had experimented with extreme asceticism before his enlightenment and found it unhelpful. He taught the middle way, neither indulgence nor denial. But he saw clearly that when we are driven by craving for sensual pleasure, when we believe that happiness lies in acquiring and consuming pleasant experiences, we create suffering for ourselves. Why? Because sensual pleasures are impermanent. They arise and they cease. The delicious meal ends. The the pleasant sensation fades. The exciting experience becomes ordinary through repetition. And in their ending, in their fading, there is disappointment. There is loss. There is the immediate arising of craving for the next pleasant experience. We are on a treadmill, constantly running, never arriving. The second type is bhavatanha, craving for existence or becoming. This is more subtle. This is the craving to be someone, to become something, to establish ourselves as a particular identity. It is the craving for recognition, for achievement, for the building up of self. We want to be seen as successful, as intelligent, as attractive, as spiritual, as good. We create a self-image, and then we crave experiences that confirm and enhance this image. This craving for becoming is intimately tied to our sense of self. We have an idea of who we are and who we want to be, and we organize our lives around becoming that person. We pursue goals, we develop skills, we cultivate relationships, all in service of this project of becoming. But this too is ultimately unsatisfactory. The self we are trying to establish is itself impermanent, unreliable, constantly changing. The achievements we grasp fade. The recognition we receive is temporary. The identity we build is always under threat, always needing defense, always requiring maintenance. As you lie here tonight, notice this craving for becoming. Perhaps your mind is planning how you will be tomorrow, what you will achieve, how you will handle challenges, how you will present yourself. This is bhavatanha, the mind trying to construct a self, trying to become someone, trying to secure itself through future becoming. And this very activity prevents rest. The mind that is always becoming cannot simply be. It cannot rest in the present moment as it is. The third type is vibhavatanha, craving for non-existence or annihilation. This may seem contradictory. How? Can craving for non-existence be a form of craving? But the Buddha saw this clearly. This is the craving to escape, to avoid, to make unpleasant experiences disappear. It is the wish for difficult emotions to end, for challenging situations to vanish, for aspects of ourselves we dislike to be eliminated. In its extreme form, it is the desire for complete annihilation, for the self to cease to exist. But this too is craving. It is still the mind reaching, still the mind in a state of resistance and dissatisfaction. Instead of grasping toward pleasant experience, it is pushing away unpleasant experience. But the mechanism is the same. It is tanha. It is the inability to rest with what is. It is the constant movement of attraction and repulsion, reaching and rejecting. Notice in your own experience tonight. The mind that cannot sleep is engaged in all three forms of craving. It craves pleasant experiences, perhaps remembering pleasant moments from the past or imagining pleasant scenarios in the future. It craves to become someone who handles things well, who is productive tomorrow, who overcomes current difficulties. And it craves for unpleasant experiences to end, for worries to disappear, for this state of wakefulness itself to be annihilated and replaced with sleep. All three forms of craving create agitation. They prevent the mind from settling. They keep it in constant motion, constantly seeking, constantly dissatisfied. The Buddha saw this pattern with perfect clarity, and he saw that this pattern is not personal, not unique to any individual. It is the default operation of the unawakened mind. It is what the mind does when it does not understand the nature of reality. Now, why does craving arise? What is its source? The Buddha traced it back to feeling, to Vedana. When a pleasant feeling arises, craving to prolong it arises. When an unpleasant feeling arises, craving to end it arises. When a neutral feeling arises, often ignorance about its nature arises, and then craving for something more interesting, more stimulating. This is the sequence. Contact between sense organ and sense object gives rise to consciousness. Consciousness and contact give rise to feeling. Feeling gives rise to craving. Craving gives rise to clinging. And from clinging arises all suffering. This is called paticca samuppada, dependent origination. It is the Buddha's most profound teaching on causality, on how suffering arises through a chain of conditions. Each link in the chain depends on the previous link. Break any link, and the chain is broken. Suffering ceases. This is not fatalism. This is empowerment. Because if suffering arises through causes, then by removing the causes, suffering can be ended. The crucial link, the one where intervention is most effective, is the link between feeling and craving. Feeling arises automatically. It is part of the nature of consciousness. When the eye sees a pleasant form, a pleasant feeling arises. We cannot prevent this. It happens naturally. But what happens next is not automatic. Between feeling and craving, there is a space, a moment where wisdom can operate, a moment where we can observe the feeling without immediately reacting to it with craving. This is the practice. This is where freedom lies. Not in preventing feelings from arising, which is impossible, but in observing feelings clearly, understanding their impermanent nature, and not reacting to them with craving. When we can do this, when we can feel a pleasant feeling without grasping at it, feel an unpleasant feeling without pushing it away, then craving does not arise. And when craving does not arise, clinging does not arise. And when clinging does not arise, suffering does not arise. This is the promise of the Buddha's teaching. Complete freedom from suffering is possible, not by arranging external conditions perfectly, not by achieving all our goals, not by acquiring everything we desire, but by understanding the mechanism of suffering and ceasing to perpetuate it. Let us examine more closely how craving operates in the mind. The Pali texts describe it with the term perupa saturupa, that which is agreeable and pleasing. The mind surveys experience looking for what is agreeable, what is pleasing. When it finds it, it grasps. When it finds what is disagreeable, it rejects. This is happening constantly, mostly below the threshold of conscious awareness. The mind is evaluating, judging, categorizing, reaching, rejecting, all in a continuous stream. This evaluating mind, this judging mind, this craving mind, prevents rest. To rest, to truly rest, the mind must stop this constant activity. It must cease. The endless project of seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. It must come to a state of non-craving, of non-reaching, of acceptance of what is. But how? Simply telling the mind to stop craving does not work. Craving is deeply conditioned. It has operated for so long, through so many lifetimes according to the Buddhist view that it feels like our nature. It feels like who we are. We identify with our desires. We think we are what we want, what we fear, what we hope for. To stop craving feels like ceasing to exist. And here we encounter a profound teaching. The Buddha said that craving arises from ignorance, aveja. We crave because we do not see clearly. We do not understand the nature of what we are craving. We think that acquiring the object of craving will bring lasting satisfaction. We think that avoiding what we fear will bring lasting security. We think that becoming what we want to be will bring lasting happiness. These are all mistakes. They are misunderstandings about the nature of reality. Every object of craving is impermanent. It will change and pass away. Every state we hope to avoid will arise again under the right conditions. Every identity we try to establish is unreliable and constantly shifting. We are craving after things that cannot deliver what we hope they will deliver. This is the fundamental ignorance that drives craving. When we see this clearly, when we understand directly through our own experience that no conditioned thing can provide lasting satisfaction, then craving naturally weakens. Not through suppression, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in chasing after what it now knows to be unsatisfying. There is a famous simile in the texts. The Buddha compares craving to the taste of honey on the blade of a knife. A child, seeing the honey, licks the blade, attracted by the sweetness. But in licking the blade, the tongue is cut. There is both pleasure and pain mixed together. The pleasure is temporary, superficial. The pain is real and lasting. This is the nature of all experience driven by craving. There may be temporary satisfaction, but it is always mixed with suffering, always leading to more craving, always cutting even as it sweetens. The wise person sees this and no longer licks the blade. Not because they suppress desire, not because they grit their teeth and resist, but because they see clearly that this leads to harm. The seeing itself is the freedom. When you truly see that something leads to suffering, you naturally stop doing it. You do not need to force yourself. The clarity itself protects you. This is why the Buddha emphasized wisdom, panna, over willpower. Willpower can suppress craving temporarily, but it creates tension, creates struggle, creates a sense of deprivation. Wisdom sees through craving, understands its nature, and in that understanding, craving releases naturally. There is no struggle, no sense of giving something up. There is simply clarity and the natural response to clarity. Consider how this works in your own experience. When you were a child, perhaps you believed in certain myths or stories that you later outgrew. When did you stop believing? Not through forcing yourself, not through willpower, simply through growing in understanding, through seeing more clearly. The belief fell away naturally when it was no longer supported by your level of understanding. This is how craving falls away through wisdom, not through struggle, but through seeing. As you lie here tonight, you can begin to observe craving directly. Notice when a thought arises and there is a reaching toward it or a pushing away from it. That movement, that lean of the mind, that is tanha. Notice how the mind wants things to be different. It wants sleep when there is wakefulness. It wants tomorrow to come so today can be over. It wants certain thoughts to stop and other thoughts to continue. All of this is craving. All of this is the movement that prevents rest. And notice something else. Notice the suffering that accompanies craving, the tension, the dissatisfaction, the sense of incompleteness. Craving and suffering arise together. They are two sides of the same coin. Where there is craving, there is suffering. Where craving ceases, suffering ceases. This is not theory. This is something you can observe directly in your own mind right now. The Buddha taught about the proximate cause of craving, what conditions give rise to it. He said that craving arises dependent on feeling, but also dependent on ignorance. It is the combination. Feeling plus ignorance equals craving. Feeling plus wisdom equals equanimity. Same feeling, different response, depending on the presence or absence of understanding. So the practice becomes clear. We must develop wisdom. We must understand reality as it actually is. And specifically, we must understand three characteristics of all conditioned phenomena. These are called the tilakkhana, the three marks of existence. All conditioned things are impermanent anicca. All conditioned things are unsatisfactory when clung to dukkha. All conditioned things are not self-ownata. When these three characteristics are directly seen, deeply understood, thoroughly penetrated, craving loses its grip. The mind sees there is nothing to grasp, nothing that will provide the permanent satisfaction it seeks, nothing that can be claimed as me or mine. Let us explore a traditional story that illustrates the nature of craving and its consequences. This is the story of King Pasenadi and the lesson of the 4 horses. Found in the Samyutta Nikaya, King Pasenadi of Kosala was a devoted lay follower of the Buddha and often visited him for teachings. One day, the king came to the Buddha and asked about the different types of practitioners on the spiritual path. The Buddha responded with a simile about 4 types of excellent thoroughbred horses. The first horse, the Buddha explained, moves at the mere shadow of the whip before any physical contact. This horse is so sensitive, so responsive, that the slightest indication is enough. It understands immediately what is required and responds with perfect compliance. The second horse moves when the hairs of its body are touched by the whip. The third horse moves when its flesh is touched, and the fourth horse moves only when the whip strikes to the bone. The Buddha then explained the meaning. The first type of practitioner hears about the suffering in someone else's experience, perhaps in another village, perhaps even in another land. Someone has fallen ill, someone has died, someone has lost everything. And hearing this practitioner reflects deeply. They understand that this same suffering could come to them. Impermanence is universal. No one is exempt. This understanding penetrates so deeply that they are moved to practice with urgency, to develop wisdom, to prepare for the inevitable changes of life. This is like the horse that moves at the shadow of the whip. The second type of practitioner needs to see suffering more directly. Someone in their own village becomes ill. Someone they know experiences loss. Now the reality of impermanence becomes more vivid, more personal, and this moves them to practice. This is like the horse that moves when its hairs are touched. The third type needs suffering to come even closer. Someone in their own family falls ill. Someone they love dies. Now suffering is at their door, and they cannot ignore it. This, finally, moves them to earnest practice. This is like the horse that moves when its flesh is touched. And the fourth type, the Buddha said with compassion, does not practice until they themselves are experiencing acute suffering, until they themselves are sick, grieving, facing death. Only then do they turn to the teachings, seeking relief. This is like the horse that moves only when struck to the bone. The Buddha did not criticize any of these types. He simply observed that people awaken at different rates with different degrees of sensitivity to the truth of suffering. But he encouraged his listeners to be like the first horse, to learn from the universal truth of impermanence without needing to wait for her personal disaster to motivate practice. This story teaches us about craving in a subtle way. What keeps the second, third, and fourth horses from responding earlier? What keeps them from seeing the truth that is already evident? It is craving. Craving for existence to continue as it is. Craving for the pleasant illusion that we are somehow exempt from universal laws. Craving to avoid the uncomfortable truth of impermanence and suffering. We want to believe that things will stay the same, that the people we love will always be here, that our health will last, that our circumstances will not change dramatically. This wanting, this craving for stability in an unstable world blinds us to reality. It keeps us from responding to the truth that is already apparent if we would only look. King Pasenadi himself provides another teaching about craving. The texts record that he struggled with overeating. He loved food and ate to excess, which caused him discomfort and made him drowsy during the Buddha's teachings. The Buddha taught him a verse to recite while eating. When a person is constantly mindful, knowing moderation in the food they eat, their ailments decrease, they age slowly, and they preserve their life force. This simple teaching about food contains the entire teaching about craving. Craving leads to excess. Excess leads to suffering. Mindfulness and understanding of moderation lead to well-being. This applies not just to food, but to all experience. Craving leads us to excess in all things, to always wanting more, to never being satisfied with what is. And this constant wanting is exhausting. It is what keeps the mind churning, unable to rest. The king took this teaching to heart and practiced moderation. The texts say that he became healthier and more alert. He experienced directly how reducing craving reduced suffering. This is not asceticism. This is not denial. This is simply understanding what is enough, what is appropriate, what leads to well-being rather than to excess and suffering. As you lie here, consider your own relationship to craving. What are you craving right now? Perhaps sleep itself has become an object of craving. You want it so badly that the wanting creates tension, and the tension prevents the very sleep you crave. This is the paradox of craving. It creates the obstacle to its own fulfillment. Or perhaps you are craving for tomorrow to go a certain way, for a problem to resolve, for a relationship to improve, for circumstances to change. All of this craving creates tension in the mind. The mind that craves cannot rest because it is always reaching toward something that is not yet present, always dissatisfied with what is. The Buddha taught a practice specifically for working with craving. It is called the contemplation of the unattractive asubha bhava. This does not mean making things ugly or cultivating aversion. It means seeing clearly the nature of what we crave, seeing through the superficial attractiveness to the reality beneath. When we crave sensual pleasure, we see only the pleasure, not the impermanence, not the ultimate unsatisfactoriness, not the suffering of change. We are enchanted, captivated by the surface appearance. The contemplation of the unattractive breaks this enchantment, not by making things ugly, but by seeing them completely, by seeing all aspects, including the aspects we normally ignore. The beautiful flower is also dying from the moment it blooms. The delicious food will become waste matter in hours. The praised achievement will be forgotten. The comfortable circumstance will inevitably change. This is not pessimism, this is realism. This is seeing the whole truth rather than only the pleasing part. When we see the whole truth, craving naturally lessens. We are no longer chasing after illusions. We see things as they are, and this seeing brings a natural equanimity. We can enjoy beauty without clinging to it. We can experience pleasure without craving for it to last. We can accept comfort without demanding that it remain. This is the freedom that comes from understanding. Another teaching the Buddha gave about craving is found in the discourse on the simile of the snake. He taught that there are two ways of grasping things. One is like grasping a snake incorrectly, by the tail or the middle of the body. The snake, feeling threatened, will bite. The bite brings suffering. The other way is like grasping a snake correctly, with a forked stick behind its head. The snake cannot bite. It can be held safely. The same is true of the teachings and of experience itself. If we grasp the teachings or experiences incorrectly, through the lens of craving and clinging, we will suffer. If we hold them correctly, with wisdom and non-attachment, they will not cause suffering. The problem is not the teaching or the experience. The problem is how we hold it, how we relate to it. This is crucial for understanding craving. Craving is a way of relating to experience. It is not the experience itself. You can have the same experience with craving or without craving, and the result will be completely different. With craving, there is tension, dissatisfaction, suffering. Without craving, there can be peace, contentment, ease. The Buddha also taught about the gratification, danger, and escape regarding sense pleasures. The gratification is the pleasure we experience, the satisfaction, the temporary happiness. This is real. The Buddha did not deny it, but he said we must also see the danger. The danger is the impermanence, the bondage, the way pleasure binds us to the cycle of craving. And the escape is the renunciation, not of pleasure itself, but of craving for pleasure, of dependence on pleasure for our well-being. When we see all three clearly, gratification, danger, and escape, then we are no longer enslaved by sense pleasures. We can experience them without being controlled by them. We can enjoy them without needing them. This is mature renunciation, not the forced denial of the beginner, but the natural no-note attachment of one who sees clearly. Consider the relationship between craving and identity. Much of our craving is tied to our sense of self. We crave things that confirm our identity, that make us feel real, that establish us as someone. If we identify as successful, we crave recognition and achievement. If we identify as attractive, we crave admiration. If we identify as spiritual, we crave peaceful experiences and progress on the path. All of this is craving in service of self-construction. But the Buddha taught unnata, not self. He taught that there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found. In the five aggregates, this teaching directly undermines the basis of craving. If there is no self, who is doing the craving? What is being protected? What needs to be established? When this teaching is deeply understood, when it is directly seen, craving loses much of its power. There is no one to crave, no one to satisfy, no identity to establish or defend. This is not nihilism. It is not saying that nothing exists or that we don't exist. It is saying that what we take to be a solid, permanent self is actually a process, a flow, a series of conditions arising and passing. And when we see this clearly, we stop trying to solidify what is by nature fluid. We stop trying to make permanent what is by nature impermanent. And this stopping is the cessation of craving. The mind that does not crave has no need to remain awake, vigilantly seeking, constantly evaluating. It can rest. It has nowhere to go, nothing to protect, nothing to acquire, nothing to become. This is the peace the Buddha pointed to. This is the peace that makes deep rest possible. Now, the Buddha was very practical in his teachings. He did not just present lofty philosophy. He gave specific practices for working with craving in daily life. One of these is sense restraint, guarding the sense doors. This means being mindful at the moment of sense contact, when the eye sees a form, when the ear hears a sound, when the mind encounters a thought. We are present with awareness. We observe the feeling tone that arises. We observe the movement toward craving or aversion. And in that observation, we have a choice. We can follow the habitual reaction, or we can simply observe without reacting. This is not suppression. We are not trying to stop feeling from arising. We are not trying to prevent perception. We are simply bringing awareness to the process, observing how craving arises, how it operates, how it leads to further mental proliferation. And in this observation, gradually, craving loses its compulsive quality. We see it happening, and what can be seen has already lost some of its power over us. Another practice is contentment, santuthi. The Buddha praised contentment as great wealth. The contented person is rich, regardless of external circumstances. The discontented person is poor, even with abundance. Contentment is not complacency. It is not giving up on skillful effort or improvement. It is the absence of the constant craving for things to be other than they are. It is the ability to be at peace with what is, even while working skillfully to improve conditions. This contentment is especially relevant to sleep. The mind that is content can rest. The mind that constantly wants things to be different churns endlessly. Contentment does not mean you must like everything about your circumstances. It means you recognize and accept what is, even as you work to address what can be addressed. This acceptance, this lack of internal resistance, creates the conditions for rest. The Buddha also taught about the nutriment of craving, what feeds it, what sustains it. He said that inappropriate attention, ayoniso manasikara, is the nutriment of craving. Inappropriate attention means attending to things in a way that increases craving. For example, focusing on the attractive aspects of something while ignoring the unattractive aspects. Focusing on what you lack rather than what you have. Comparing yourself unfavorably to others. All of this is inappropriate attention. It feeds craving. It makes it stronger. Appropriate attention, yoniso manasikara, is attending to things in a way that decreases craving. Seeing things as they actually are, with all their aspects. Seeing impermanence, seeing unsatisfactoriness, seeing not-self. Reflecting on the danger in what you crave and the benefit in what you resist. This appropriate attention starves craving. It withdraws the nutriment that keeps it alive. You can practice this right now. Notice the thoughts that arise about tomorrow, about your current situation, about yourself. How are you attending to these thoughts? Are you feeding craving or starving it? Are you ruminating in ways that increase dissatisfaction? Or are you observing with clear comprehension that reduces reactivity? The ultimate teaching on craving. Is it cessation nirvana? The Buddha taught that craving can cease completely, utterly, without remainder. This is not temporary suppression. This is the complete ending of craving. And with the ending of craving comes the ending of suffering. This is nirvana, the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace. The cessation of craving is possible because craving is conditioned. It arises due to causes. It is sustained by conditions. When those causes and conditions are removed, it ceases. This is the great hope of the Buddha's teaching. Suffering is not inherent to existence. It is not punishment. It is not fate. It is the result of causes, and those causes can be addressed. As you lie here tonight, you are practicing. Perhaps you did not realize it, but listening to these teachings, reflecting on them, observing your own mind, this is practice. You are developing understanding. You are seeing more clearly the nature of craving, how it operates, how it creates suffering. And in this seeing, already, craving begins to loosen its grip. The path to the cessation of craving is gradual for most people. There are sudden breakthroughs, moments of profound insight, but these are built on a foundation of accumulated understanding. Each moment of seeing craving clearly, each moment of not following it, each moment of resting in awareness. Rather than reaching with desire, these moments accumulate. They change the mind. They develop new patterns, wholesome patterns that lead toward peace rather than toward suffering. You need not try to stop craving through will. Simply observe it, see it clearly, understand its nature. And as understanding grows, craving naturally weakens. This is the gentle way, the middle way, the way the Buddha taught. Not violent suppression, not forced denial, but wise understanding leading to natural release. And now, having explored the origin of suffering, having examined how craving arises and operates, we are ready to turn to the most liberating teaching of all. We are ready to explore the third noble truth, the cessation of suffering. We are ready to understand how craving can be released, how the mind can find complete peace, how liberation is possible. Let us continue this journey into the heart of the Buddha's wisdom. We come now to the third noble truth, Narada, the cessation of suffering. In the Dhammacappavan Sutta, the Buddha proclaimed, "This is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. It is the remainderless fading away and cessation of that same craving, the giving up and relinquishing of it, freedom from it, non-reliance on it. This is the most liberating teaching in all of Buddhism. Suffering can end, not temporarily, not partially, but completely, utterly, finally. The craving that drives suffering can cease. The grasping can release. The mind can find peace so profound that no circumstance can disturb it. This is not wishful thinking. This is not religious faith. This is the direct testimony of one who achieved it, and the confirmation of countless practitioners across 25 centuries, who have followed the same path and reached the same destination. The third noble truth is the declaration that Nibbana exists. Nibbana, nirvana in Sanskrit, literally means extinguishing or blowing out. Like a flame that is extinguished when its fuel is exhausted, suffering is extinguished when its fuel, craving, is removed. This is not annihilation of existence. It is the extinguishing of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the end of suffering, not the end of being. But what does this cessation feel like? How can we understand it? The Buddha used many terms to describe it because it is beyond ordinary language. He called it the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace, the secure, the refuge, the island amidst the flood, the further shore, the end of suffering, the unbinding, the letting go, the freedom, the liberation in the Udana A collection. Of inspired utterances, the Buddha speaks of Nibbana directly. There is, monks, an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned. If there were not that unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, there would be no escape from the born, become, made, conditioned. But since there is an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, therefore an escape from the born, become, made, conditioned is discerned. This is a profound statement. The Buddha is pointing to something that is not part of the conditioned realm, not subject to arising and passing, not subject to birth and death. This is what makes escape possible. If everything were conditioned, if everything was subject to arising and passing, then suffering would be inevitable and inescapable. But there is the unconditioned, there is Nibbana, and therefore liberation is possible. Now the experience of Nibbana is said to be ineffable beyond words. But the Buddha did describe its characteristics to give practitioners direction. He said it is permanent, unlike all conditioned phenomena. It is happiness, but not the happiness dependent on conditions. It is peace beyond understanding. It is the complete absence of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the cessation of craving. It is the ending of dukkha. But how is this cessation achieved? This is what we must understand carefully. The cessation of craving is not achieved through more craving. We cannot crave our way to non-craving. We cannot force cessation through willpower alone. We cannot make it happen through effort. In the ordinary sense, this is a subtle point that many practitioners misunderstand. The Buddha taught that cessation comes through understanding. When the nature of craving is fully understood, when its origin is fully understood, when its danger is fully seen, when the benefit of its cessation is fully appreciated, then craving naturally releases, not through force, but through wisdom, not through suppression, but through seeing clearly. This is why the Buddha emphasized right view as the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. Right view is the understanding of the Four Noble Truths. It is seeing suffering, seeing its origin in craving, seeing that cessation is possible, and seeing the path to that cessation. This right view is what makes all other progress possible. Without it, we are lost. With it, we have direction. Let us understand more deeply what cessation means in practical terms. It means the ending of the constant reaching, the constant dissatisfaction, the constant sense of incompleteness. It means the mind no longer leans into experience with grasping or away from experience with aversion. It means perfect equanimity, perfect balance, perfect peace with whatever arises. This does not mean the mind becomes blank or unresponsive. Quite the opposite. The liberated mind is fully alive, fully aware, fully responsive, but it responds with wisdom rather than with reactivity. It meets experience with clarity rather than with confusion. It acts skillfully without being driven by compulsion. Imagine a mind that has no fear because it is not clinging to anything that can be lost. Imagine a mind that has no anxiety because it is not trying to control what cannot be controlled. Imagine a mind that has no disappointment because it is not expecting impermanent things to be permanent. This is not imagination. This is description of the liberated mind. This is what becomes possible when craving ceases. As you lie here tonight, you might wonder, how can I experience even a taste of this cessation? How can I move toward this liberation? The Buddha's answer is clear, through the Noble Eightfold Path. But even before systematic practice of the full path, there are moments when cessation can be glimpsed. Moments when craving temporarily releases and the mind touches peace. These moments often come unexpectedly. Perhaps you are in nature, standing before a vast landscape, and suddenly the constant mental chatter stops. There is simply the experience, pure and immediate, without the overlay of wanting or fearing. This is a moment of cessation, or perhaps, in deep meditation, the mind settles and all reaching ceases. There is simply awareness, resting in itself, content. This is a taste of cessation, or perhaps in a moment of profound loss. After the initial storm of grief has passed, there comes a moment of complete acceptance. Not resignation, not defeat, but a deep letting go. An understanding that this is how things are. This is the nature of existence. In that moment, while pain may remain, suffering ceases. This cessation arising through wisdom born of experience. The Buddha taught that there are two kinds of nibbana. There is nibbana with residue esaropadisa, nibbana and nibbana without. Residue and upadisasa, nibbana. The first is the experience of the living errant, the fully liberated one who still has a physical body and continues to experience the world through the senses. The body may experience pain, may experience pleasant and unpleasant sensations, but there is no craving, no suffering. The mind is completely free even while the body continues. The second is the final nibbana at the death of the arahant, when even the five aggregates dissolve completely. This is beyond all description because there is no reference point left in the conditioned world. But the Buddha assured his disciples that this is not annihilation. It is not nothingness. It is the unconditioned, which cannot be understood through conditioned concepts. For our purposes tonight, what matters is the first kind, the cessation that is possible here and now, in this very life, with this very mind. This is what the Buddha taught is achievable through dedicated practice. This is what makes the teaching practical and relevant. We need not wait for death to experience liberation. We can taste it now, develop it now, realize it now. The key to this cessation is letting go, relinquishment, vasaga in Pali. This is perhaps the most important word in the Buddha's practical teachings. Letting go. Not suppressing, not denying, not running away, but releasing, relinquishing, allowing to be. But what does it mean to let go? This is often misunderstood. Letting go does not mean not caring. It does not mean becoming passive or indifferent. It does not mean abandoning responsibility or wisdom or compassion. Letting go means releasing, clinging, releasing the grasping, releasing the identification with experience as me and mine. You can care deeply about someone without clinging to them. You can work diligently toward goals without craving results. You can enjoy pleasant experiences without grasping at them. You can learn from unpleasant experiences without pushing them away. This is the art of letting go. This is the middle way between attachment and aversion. The Buddha used the simile of a man carrying a heavy burden. Every step is effortful, exhausting. Then he sets the burden down. There is immediate relief, immediate ease. This is what letting go feels like. The burden of craving, of constant grasping and pushing, is heavy. When it is released, even momentarily, there is palpable relief. The mind becomes light. The body relaxes. Peace arises naturally. You can experience this right now. Notice where you are holding tension, either in body or mind. Notice where you are resisting what is, where you are wanting things to be different. And just for this moment, experiment with letting go. Not changing anything externally, but internally releasing the clinging, releasing the resistance. Notice what happens. Notice if there is even a small sense of ease, of relief, of peace. This is not magical. This is the natural result of ceasing to create suffering. When we stop the internal war against reality, when we stop demanding that impermanent things be permanent, when we stop trying to control what cannot be controlled, suffering naturally decreases. This is cause and effect. This is the law of dependent origination operating in reverse. When craving ceases, suffering ceases. The Buddha taught specific practices for cultivating this letting go. One is the practice of impermanence contemplation, anakonapassana. This means observing directly, repeatedly, persistently, that all conditioned phenomena are impermanent. Every thought arises and passes. Every sensation appears and disappears. Every emotion comes and goes. Every experience is in constant flux. When impermanence is seen clearly, deeply, repeatedly, clinging naturally weakens. Why grasp at what is already slipping away? Why try to hold on to what is by nature flowing? The mind that truly understands impermanence learns to move with the flow rather than against it. It learns to appreciate each moment as it is, knowing it will not last, and therefore not demanding that it last. Another practice is the contemplation of not-self, anattanupassana. This means observing that nowhere in experience can a permanent, unchanging self be found. The body is not self, it is changing. Feelings are not self, they come and go. Perceptions are not self, they are constructed. Mental formations are not self, they are conditioned. Consciousness is not self, it arises and ceases. When not self is understood, the question arises: who is doing the clinging? If there is no permanent self, what is being protected? What is being established? This understanding undermines the very basis of craving. Craving operates on the assumption of a self that needs protecting, satisfying, establishing. When that assumption is seen through, craving loses its foundation. A third practice is the contemplation of suffering, dukkha nupassana. This means observing clearly how suffering arises through clinging and ceases through letting go. Not just believing this intellectually, but seeing it directly in your own experience. Watch how grasping at a pleasant experience creates tension. Watch how resisting an unpleasant experience creates struggle. Watch how letting go brings ease. This direct observation is more powerful than any teaching. When you see for yourself, repeatedly, that clinging causes suffering and letting go brings peace, the mind naturally inclines toward letting go. It is not forced. It is not effortful. It is simply the natural response to clear seeing. There is a story in the Majjhima Nikaya that beautifully illustrates letting go. It is the story of the lute string told by the Buddha to the monk Sona. Sona was a young monk who was practicing with great intensity. He would walk in meditation until his feet bled. He pushed himself relentlessly, thinking that only through extreme effort could he achieve awakening. But despite his heroic efforts, he made no progress. Instead, he became exhausted and discouraged. He began to think perhaps he was not suited for the monastic life. Perhaps he should return to his family, to the wealth he had left behind, and practice as a layperson. The Buddha, through his telepathic powers, knew what Sona was thinking. He appeared to him and asked Sona, "When you were a householder, were you skilled at playing the lute?" Sona confirmed that he was. The Buddha then asked, "When the strings of your lute were too tight, was it in tune and playable?" Sona replied, "No, venerable sir." "And when the strings were too loose, was it in tune and playable?" "No, venerable sir." "But when the strings were neither too tight nor too loose, but adjusted to an even pitch, was your lute then in tune and playable?" "Yes, venerable sir." The Buddha then taught, in the same way, Sona, excessive energy leads to restlessness, and insufficient energy leads to laziness. Therefore, Sona, resolve on an even level of energy, find the right pitch for your faculties, and take up your task there. Sona followed this advice. He adjusted his practice, finding the middle way between extreme effort and laxity. Soon after, he achieved full liberation. He became an arahant. This story teaches us about letting go in a profound way. Letting go is not a matter of more effort, more striving, more forcing. It is a matter of balance, of finding the right adjustment, of allowing rather than demanding. When the mind is too tight with effort, there is strain. When the mind is too loose with laxity, there is no progress. But when the mind finds the middle way, when there is alert relaxation, engaged ease, then progress becomes natural. This is directly relevant to sleep. The mind that tries too hard to sleep cannot sleep. The trying creates the obstacle, but the mind that gives up all effort may simply continue churning. The middle way is alert relaxation, aware but not striving, present but not grasping. This is the quality that allows sleep to come naturally. The Buddha also taught about gradual cessation, how the mind progressively lets go of grosser attachments before it can let go of subtler ones. He compared it to the ocean, which deepens gradually, slopes away gradually, not plunging suddenly to great depths. In the same way, the practice leads gradually to deeper and deeper letting go. First, we let go of gross unwholesome behaviors. We stop harming others. We stop taking what is not given. We stop harmful speech. This is moral conduct sila, the foundation of practice. Without this foundation, the mind is too disturbed, too burdened with remorse and consequence, to progress further. Then we let go of gross hindrances. We observe the mind's tendency towards sensual desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. We see these arising and we practice not feeding them, not following them. This allows concentration to develop. As concentration develops, we let go of identification with thoughts. We see thoughts arising and passing like clouds in the sky. We do not take them so personally, so seriously. This is a significant letting go. Most people are completely identified with their thoughts, believing that their thoughts are truth, a reality, are who they are. When this identification releases, there is great freedom. Then we let go of identification with emotions. We see emotions as energy moving through the body-mind, arising due to conditions, passing when conditions change. We do not need to suppress them or act them out. We can simply observe them with equanimity. This letting go brings stability. Progressively, we let go of identification with all five aggregates. Form, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are seen as impermanent processes, not as self. This is the deepest letting go, the letting go that leads to complete liberation. But we need not achieve complete liberation to benefit from the teaching of letting go. Every small release, every moment of non-clinging, brings a measure of peace. The practice is not all or nothing. It is gradual, progressive, cumulative. Each step taken is valuable in itself and prepares the ground for the next step. The Buddha taught that there are 4 stages of awakening, for progressively deeper realizations of truth. The stream enterer has glimpsed Nibbana directly and can never again completely fall back into ignorance. The one's returner has weakened sensual desire and ill-willed significantly. The non-returner has eliminated them completely. The Arahant has eliminated all fetters, all chains that bind consciousness to suffering. But even before stream entry, even in the very beginning of practice, there are benefits. The person who practices moral conduct experiences the peace of blamelessness. The person who develops concentration experiences the peace of a settled mind. The person who cultivates wisdom experiences the peace of understanding. All of these are valuable. All of these are worth pursuing. And here is a liberating truth. You are already practicing. Right now, as you lie here listening to these teachings, contemplating them, observing your own mind, you are engaging in wise reflection. You are developing understanding. You are planting seeds of wisdom that will bear fruit. The Buddha said that there are 3 ways of making merit, of creating positive karma: dana, giving sila, moral conduct, and bhavana, mental development through meditation and study. You are engaging in bhavana. Right now, you are developing your mind. This is powerful. This has consequences. This is changing you in subtle but real ways. Let us explore more deeply the relationship between letting go and impermanence. The Buddha taught that truly understanding impermanence is the direct path to cessation. Why? Because when impermanence is deeply seen, directly experienced, thoroughly penetrated, clinging becomes impossible. You cannot cling to what you truly know is flowing away. You cannot grasp what you see is by nature ungrasping-able. Most of us know, intellectually, that things are impermanent. We know people die. We know circumstances change. We know our bodies age. But this knowing is superficial. It has not penetrated deeply. We live as if things are permanent. We make plans assuming continuity. We cling to relationships as if they will last forever. We identify with our body as if it is stable. This is the ignorance the Buddha pointed to. True understanding of impermanence comes through direct observation. Watch the breath. Each inhalation is unique, never to be repeated. Each exhalation dissolves into space. The breath of this moment is not the breath of the last moment. It is constantly new, constantly dying, constantly being born. This is impermanence. Not as concept, but as lived reality. Watch sensations in the body, that ache in the back, is it constant? Look closely. Is it not a flow of sensations, sometimes sharp, sometimes dull, sometimes spreading, sometimes concentrated, appearing, disappearing, changing moment by moment? Where is the solid, unchanging ache? It cannot be found. There is only flow. Watch. Emotions. Anger arises, seems overwhelming, appears as if it will last forever. But watch it carefully without feeding it with thoughts. See how it changes. See how it has a peak and then begins to subside. See how it is made of components, body sensations, mental images, evaluative thoughts. See how these components themselves are changing. The anger that seems so solid reveals itself as a process, a flow, empty of permanent essence. This seeing, this direct observation, is what the Buddha called vipassana, insight. It is not thinking about impermanence. It is seeing it directly, and in seeing it, understanding arises. Not intellectual understanding, but experiential understanding. Understanding that transforms because it changes how we relate to experience. When impermanence is truly seen, three insights naturally follow. First, if all things are impermanent, they cannot provide lasting satisfaction. This is the insight into dukkha, unsatisfactoriness. Second, if all things are impermanent and unsatisfactory when clung to, they are not suitable to be regarded as me or mine. This is the insight into anatta, not self. These three characteristics, impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and not self, are called the three marks of existence. To see them clearly is to see reality as it is. The Buddha taught a specific meditation for deep insight into impermanence. It is called the contemplation of death, Marananusati. This is not morbid. It is realistic. Death is certain. The time of death is uncertain. This is true for everyone, without exception. Contemplating this focuses the mind wonderfully. What becomes important when death is clearly understood? What attachments seem worth maintaining? What conflicts seem worth perpetuating? Ajahn Chah, a great Thai forest master of the 20th century, used to encourage his students to contemplate death regularly. He would say, if you are not sure whether you are practicing correctly, ask yourself, am I prepared to die right now? If the answer is no, your practice needs adjustment. This is not meant to create fear, but to create urgency, to help us use our time wisely, to encourage letting go of what is not essential. Another practice for cultivating letting go is the practice of generosity, dana. Generosity is literally the practice of letting go. You have something, and you give it away. You release your hold on it. You practice non-clinging in a very concrete way. The Buddha taught that generosity is the foundation of the path. Before people are ready for deeper teachings, they should first practice giving. Why is generosity so important? Because it directly counters greed, one of the three roots of suffering. When you give, you experience that letting go brings happiness. You see that your security does not depend on accumulating and hoarding. You see that there is joy in releasing rather than in grasping. This experiential understanding then carries over into other areas of practice. You can practice generosity of material things, of time, of attention, of presence, of forgiveness. All of these are forms of giving, forms of letting go. All of them create happiness for yourself and others. All of them weaken the grip of craving. The Buddha also taught metta, loving kindness, as a practice that leads toward letting go. When the heart is filled with love, with genuine care for the welfare of others, there is no room for hatred, for ill will, for resentment. Metta is a way of releasing the heart from negative states, allowing it to rest in a positive, wholesome quality. That traditional metta practice involves mentally reciting phrases of well-wishing. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be safe. May I live with ease. Then extending these wishes to others, to loved ones, to neutral people, to difficult people, to all beings. This practice softens the heart. It reduces the sense of separation between self and other. It cultivates a quality of openness and care that naturally reduces clinging. As you lie here, you might practice metta for yourself. You might recognize that you deserve kindness, you deserve care, you deserve peace. The mind that is harsh with itself, that judges and criticizes, cannot rest. But the mind that meets itself with friendliness, with compassion, can settle. May you be at peace. May you be free from suffering. May you rest easily. These are not just nice words. They are powerful intentions that shape the quality of mind. Let us return to the central question. How does cessation actually occur? The Buddha described it as the fading away of passion, viraga. Viraga means dispassion, but not in the sense of becoming cold or unfeeling. It means the ending of feverish craving, the cooling of the burning of desire. When passion fades, when craving lessens, when grasping releases, cessation naturally occurs. This fading happens through seeing clearly. When you see the danger in what you crave, when you see the benefit in letting go, when you see the impermanent nature of all objects of craving, passion naturally fades, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in what it previously craved. Not because it suppresses desire, but because it sees the futility of pursuing what cannot satisfy. Think of how you might have craved certain things as a child that you no longer crave as an adult. Perhaps toys, perhaps games, perhaps foods. These cravings do not end through willpower. They ended through growing in understanding, through seeing that these things no longer satisfy in the way you need. This is natural maturation. The spiritual path is the same process, but applied to all cravings, even the subtlest ones. The Buddha compared this process to the ocean gradually evaporating under the heat of the sun. Drop by drop, the ocean decreases. In the same way, moment by moment, through clear seeing, through understanding, through non-engagement with craving, the ocean of suffering gradually evaporates. There may not be a dramatic moment where everything suddenly changes, though such moments do occur for some. More commonly, there is gradual transformation, gradual lightening, gradual peace. This gradual path should encourage us. We need not achieve complete enlightenment in one night. We need only take one step, understand one thing, let go of one clinging. This is enough. This is valuable. This is progress. And each step makes the next step easier. There is a beautiful teaching in the Itavataka, a collection of short discourses. The Buddha says, there are these two kinds of happiness. the happiness of household life and the happiness of renunciation. Of these two, the happiness of renunciation is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness connected to attachment and the happiness not connected to attachment. Of these two, the happiness not connected to attachment is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness of the senses and the happiness not of the senses. Of these two, the happiness not of the senses is supreme. This teaching points to progressive, letting go leading to progressively deeper happiness. We might think that letting go means losing happiness, but the Buddha teaches the opposite. The happiness that comes from letting go is superior to the happiness that comes from grasping. Why? Because it is not dependent on conditions. It does not fade. It does not disappoint. It is the happiness of freedom itself. You might taste this even now. Notice if there is any moment where craving has temporarily ceased, perhaps in a moment of full attention to the present, perhaps in a moment of acceptance of what is. In that moment, how does the mind feel? Is there not a quality of ease, of peace, of okayness? This is the happiness of non-clinging. This is what becomes available when we stop fighting reality. The final teaching we must understand about cessation is that it is not a distant goal, not something that exists only at the end of the path. Every moment of letting go is a moment of cessation. Every moment of non-craving is a moment of peace. The practice is not about achieving some future state. It is about this moment, this breath, this experience, met with wisdom and non-clinging. The Buddha taught about two kinds of release: release through wisdom and release through concentration. Release through wisdom is seeing clearly the three characteristics and thereby letting go of clinging. Release through concentration is the temporary suspension of hindrances through deep meditative absorption. Both are valuable. Both bring peace. Ultimately, complete liberation requires wisdom, but concentration supports and enables the development of wisdom. As you lie here, you might experience moments of deep concentration naturally arising. The mind settles, becomes absorbed in the teachings, becomes quiet. These are valuable moments. They give the mind rest. They show what is possible. They create faith that peace is achievable. Do not grasp at them. Do not try to force them to continue. Simply appreciate them when they occur and let them go when they pass. This itself is practice of letting go. We must also understand that letting go does not mean we become passive or indifferent. The Buddha was enormously active. He taught for 45 years after his enlightenment, traveling constantly, establishing the Sangha, guiding thousands of students. He was not passive, but he was free from craving. His actions came from wisdom and compassion, not from craving and aversion. This is the key difference. You can engage fully with life while letting go of clinging. You can work diligently without craving results. You can love deeply without grasping at the beloved. You can care about outcomes without being attached to. Then, this is the middle way, the balanced way, the wise way. It is not cold detachment. It is warm engagement combined with wisdom. As we come to the end of this exploration of cessation, let us reflect on what we have understood. Cessation is possible. It is the ending of craving through understanding. It comes through seeing clearly the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and not self nature of all conditioned phenomena. It develops gradually through practice, and it brings happiness that surpasses all conditioned happiness. This is the third noble truth, the truth that gives hope, the truth that motivates practice. Because of this truth, we know that our efforts are not in vain. We know that peace is possible. We know that the suffering we experience is not necessary, not permanent, not inevitable. This knowledge gives us strength to practice, patience, to persist, faith to continue. And now, having understood that cessation is possible, having glimpsed what it might mean to let go, we turn to the practical question: how? What is the actual path? What are the specific practices that lead to this? Cessation. This is the fourth noble truth, the truth of the path, the most practical and detailed teaching the Buddha gave. Let us explore this path together, the path that leads from suffering to peace, from bondage to liberation, from ignorance to wisdom. And so we come to the end of this journey through the Buddha's wisdom. We have traveled together through the landscape of suffering and its cessation, through the territory of craving and letting go, through the understanding that transforms. How we meet each moment. Let us rest now in what we have explored. There is no need to hold tightly to any of it. These teachings are not possessions to be grasped. They are signposts pointing to truth, invitations to look more deeply at your own experience. The words will fade, but the understanding they point to can continue to unfold. Remember the essence. Suffering arises from misunderstanding, from relating to experience through the lens of craving and clinging. When we see clearly the impermanent, flowing nature of all things, when we understand that grasping at what cannot be held creates pain, when we learn to meet life with wisdom rather than with compulsive reactivity, suffering naturally decreases. Peace naturally arises. This is not distant philosophy. This is immediate, practical truth. Right now, in this moment, as you lie here, you can practice what we have explored. Simply notice experience as it is. The breath moving in and out. Sensations in the body appearing and disappearing. Thoughts arising and passing like clouds. All of it flowing, changing, empty of permanent essence. And notice your relationship to this flow. Are you fighting against it? Are you wanting it to be different? Or can you, just for this moment, allow it to be exactly as it is? Can you rest in the flow rather than struggling against it? This is the practice. This is the path. This is what leads from agitation to peace. The Buddha taught that we should be like the earth, like water, like fire, like wind. The earth receives all things, pleasant and unpleasant, clean and dirty, without preference, without rejection. Water flows around obstacles, adapting to conditions without resistance. Fire burns all things equally, transforming without attachment. Wind moves through space freely, unobstructed. This is the quality of the awakened mind, receptive, flowing, transforming, free. You need not achieve this perfectly. You need only incline toward it. The mind that inclines toward wisdom, toward letting go, toward understanding, this mind is already on the path, already changing, already moving toward peace. As you settle deeper into rest, know that this is not wasted time. This listening, this contemplation, this gentle observation of your own experience, all of this is practice. You are cultivating the seeds of wisdom. These seeds will grow in their own time, according to their own nature. Your task is simply to plant them, to water them with attention, to provide the conditions for growth. The growing itself happens naturally. Let go now of any effort to understand completely, to remember everything, to achieve anything. Let these teachings settle into the deeper levels of mind where they can work silently, transforming from within. Trust the process. Trust the wisdom of the Buddha who walked this path before you. Trust your own capacity for understanding, for letting go, for finding peace. The Buddha's final words to his disciples were these: all conditioned things are subject to decay. Strive with diligence. This is not a harsh command. It is a gentle encouragement. Everything changes. This moment will pass. This night will end. This life will conclude. Knowing this, use your time wisely. Practice with sincerity. Develop understanding. Cultivate peace. But strive with the right kind of effort. Remember Sona and the lute string. Not too tight, not too loose. Find the middle way. The effort that is relaxed yet alert, engaged yet peaceful, directed yet flowing. This is the effort that bears fruit, and even as you practice, remember to be gentle with yourself. The path is gradual. Progress is not always obvious. There will be difficulties, doubts, setbacks. This is natural. This is part of the journey. The Buddha himself, before his awakening, experienced 6 years of intense struggle. But he persevered, he adjusted his approach, and he found the way. You too will find the way in your own time, according to your own conditions. For now, simply rest. Let the body be at ease. Let the breath flow naturally. Let thoughts come and go without engagement. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, nothing you need to become. Just this moment, just this breath, just this awareness. Simple, natural. Complete that wisdom you have touched tonight will continue to work within you. In dreams, in the space between sleeping and waking, in the quiet moments of tomorrow, insights will arise. Understandings will deepen. Peace will grow. Trust this process. It is the nature of wisdom to unfold, to reveal itself progressively, to transform the mind gradually but surely. May you rest in peace. May you awaken with clarity. May you move through your days with the wisdom of impermanence, lighting your path. May you find the freedom that comes from letting go. May you know the happiness that does not depend on conditions. May you be well. May you be at ease. May you be free from suffering. These teachings have been offered by countless awakened beings across the centuries, transmitted from teacher to student in an unbroken lineage of wisdom. You are part of this lineage now. You have received the teachings. You have contemplated them. You have begun to understand. This connects you to all who have walked this path before and to all who will walk it after. Rest now in this connection. Rest in the timeless truth that the Buddha discovered. Rest in your own capacity for awakening. Rest in the peace that is always available when we stop fighting against reality and learn to flow with it. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." This is the final teaching. What you are seeking is not far away. It is not in some future achievement or attainment. It is here, now, in the simple act of letting go, of accepting what is, of resting in awareness itself. So let go now. Release the day that has passed. Release concern for the day to come. Release even these teachings. Let everything settle. Let everything be. And in this letting go, discover what remains when all grasping ceases. Discover the peace that has always been here, waiting beneath the turbulence, waiting beneath the striving, waiting to be recognized. Sleep well, rest deeply, and may the wisdom of the Buddha's teachings bring you lasting peace, now and always. A simple question exposes every lie you've ever been told, every manipulation, every excuse for cruelty dressed up as necessity. The question is 300 years old, but the powerful still fear it. Because once you learn to ask it, you become impossible to deceive. This is the story of Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, and why it remains the most dangerous idea in philosophy. For centuries, human beings have justified terrible actions with reasonable-sounding explanations. Everyone does it. The ends justify the means. It's just business. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelette. These phrases roll off tongues in boardrooms, courtrooms, and living rooms around the world. They sound pragmatic, sophisticated, realistic. But in 1785, a German philosopher in the small city of Kingsburg discovered something extraordinary. He found a test that exposes every one of these justifications as empty rationalization. A single principle that reveals why certain actions are wrong, not because they produce bad outcomes, not because society disapproves, but because they violate something fundamental about what it means to be human. Before we understand why Kant's principle is so powerful, we need to understand the problem it solves. And that problem is as old as human civilization itself. Imagine a world where everyone truly believed that morality was simply a matter of personal opinion, where right and wrong carried no more weight than preferences about food or music, where murder is wrong had the same logical status as I don't like cilantro. This might sound liberating at first, complete moral freedom. No judgments, everyone doing their own thing, but think it through. Really think it through. In such a world, when someone steals from you, you cannot say they did something wrong. You can only say you didn't like it. When they respond, well, I believe stealing is fine, you have no ground to stand on. Your dislike of theft is just your opinion. Their approval of theft is just theirs. There's no fact of the matter, no truth to discover. Just competing preferences with equal validity. The same logic applies to everything. Deception, betrayal, violence, cruelty. If morality is merely subjective, then the person who enjoys inflicting suffering is not mistaken about anything. They simply have different tastes than you do. Calling them immoral would be like a person who enjoys spicy food telling someone who prefers mild food that they're wrong. It's a category error. This isn't a hypothetical problem. Throughout history, this view, call it moral relativism or moral subjectivism, has tempted thoughtful people precisely because it seems to avoid dogmatism and allow for tolerance. Who are we to impose our values on others? Shouldn't everyone be free to choose their own moral framework? But notice what happens when you actually try to live this way. You cannot. When you witness genuine, injustice child being abused, an innocent person being framed for a crime, a vulnerable person being exploited, something in you rebels against the idea that this is merely a matter of opinion. You don't think, well, I personally dislike child abuse, but the abuser has their own valid perspective. You recognize immediately and with certainty, that something objectively wrong is occurring, that the perpetrator is not simply expressing a different preference, but violating something real. This recognition reveals that we don't actually believe morality is subjective, even if we sometimes claim to. Our moral intuitions run deeper than taste preferences. They present themselves as truths about the world, not just facts about our psychology. But if morality isn't subjective, what is it? Where do moral truths come from? How do we discover them? And most importantly, how do we distinguish genuine moral principles from the endless rationalizations people offer for their selfish behavior? This is where the chaos enters. Because while everyone agrees that something like morality exists, they disagree violently about its content and foundation. Some point to religion. God commands certain actions and forbids others. But which religion? Which interpretation? And what about people who don't believe in any gods? Are they simply amoral? Others point to nature. We should do what's natural, follow our evolved instincts, recognize that humans are fundamentally self-interested animals. But this leads immediately to the problem that many natural impulses, aggression, dominance, tribalism, seem morally horrifying when examined closely. If we should follow nature, why shouldn't the strong dominate the weak? That's natural too. Still others point to consequences. An action is right if it produces good outcomes, wrong if it produces bad ones. This sounds reasonable until you start asking questions. Good outcomes? For whom? Over what time horizon? And who decides what counts as good? One person's benefit is often another person's harm. The landscape of moral philosophy before Kant was a battlefield of competing theories, each claiming to have found the foundation of ethics, each vulnerable to devastating objections. Religious ethics required faith in specific doctrines that not everyone shared. Natural law theories struggled to derive aught from is. Just because something is natural doesn't make it right. Consequentialist approaches led to counterintuitive conclusions where terrible acts could be justified if they produced enough benefit. But meanwhile, in everyday life, people offered an endless parade of justifications for questionable behavior. The merchant who cheated customers claimed, "Everyone does it, I'd be a fool not to." The official who accepted bribes argued, "The system is corrupt anyway, my personal integrity won't change that." The person who betrayed a confidence insisted, "I did it for their own good." Each excuse had a kind of surface plausibility. Each gestured toward some broader principle. But underneath, thinking people could sense something hollow. These weren't genuine moral reasoning. They were clever ways of giving yourself permission to do what you wanted anyway. This was the philosophical landscape when Kant began his work. A chaos of competing theories, none fully satisfying. A world where people knew moral truth existed but couldn't quite pin down what it was or where it came from. A situation where the clever could always find some justification for their actions. However terrible, Kant recognized that this problem wasn't just academic. It was existential. If human beings cannot distinguish genuine moral principles from sophisticated rationalization, then morality becomes nothing more than a word game. The person with the cleverest argument wins, regardless of whether their right, might makes right, or at least eloquence makes right. But Kant also recognized something else, something that would lead to his breakthrough. He saw that despite all their disagreements about the content of morality, almost everyone agreed on something fundamental. When we make moral judgments, we claim they're universal. When you say lying is wrong, you don't just mean I personally dislike lying. You mean that lying is wrong for anyone in relevantly similar circumstances. You're making a claim about reality, not just reporting your feelings. This universality is built into the very concept of moral judgment. It's what distinguishes saying murder is wrong from saying I don't like asparagus. The latter is explicitly about me and my preferences. The former is about everyone, a claim that holds regardless of what any individual thinks or feels. And this universality, Kant realized, was the key to everything. Immanuel Kant was 57 years old when he published the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals in 1785. He had spent decades thinking about the nature of knowledge, reality, and human reason. His previous work, The Critique of Pure Reason, had revolutionized epistemology by showing how the human mind actively structures experience rather than passively. Receiving it, now he turned his revolutionary method to ethics, and what he had discovered would change moral philosophy forever. Kant's breakthrough came from a simple observation about what we actually mean when we make moral judgments. Not what we should mean, not what would be convenient or useful to mean, but what we actually, inevitably do mean whenever we use moral language. When someone says, "You shouldn't have lied to me," they're not making a prediction about consequences. They're not saying, "Lying to me produced outcomes I dislike." They're saying something much stronger. Lying was wrong. You had an obligation not to do it. This obligation existed before you lied, would have existed even if I never found out, and would exist for anyone else in similar circumstances. This is a very specific kind of claim. Its categorical meaning, it applies regardless of what anyone wants or desires. It's not conditional on achieving some goal. It's not hypothetical. It's simply binding. Think about the difference. When someone says, "If you want to get good grades, you should study," that's a hypothetical imperative. The should is conditional on you wanting good grades. If you don't care about grades, the imperative loses its force. But when someone says, "You should keep your promises," they're not conditioning the obligation on whether you happen to want to keep promises. They're saying you're bound to keep them whether you want to or not. That's a categorical imperative, a command that applies to you simply because you're a rational being. Regardless of your personal goals or desires, this distinction might seem subtle, but it's revolutionary. Because once you see it, you realize that most attempted justifications for immoral behavior try to smuggle hypothetical imperatives into places where only categorical ones belong. When someone says, "I had to lie because I wanted to avoid conflict," they're treating morality as hypothetically, if you want to avoid conflict, then lying is acceptable. But that's not how morality actually works. The wrongness of lying doesn't depend on whether avoiding conflict is your goal. It's wrong categorically, regardless of what you want. Kant saw that moral obligations had to be categorical, or they weren't really moral obligations at all. They would just be strategic advice dressed up in ethical language. But this raised an even deeper question. Where do categorical imperatives come from? What gives them their binding force? Previous philosophers had offered various answers. Divine command, God makes them binding. Natural law, they're written into the fabric of reality. Social contract, we all agree to follow them. But each answer had problems. If categorical imperatives come from God, then non-believers have no reason to follow them. If they come from nature, we're back to the problem of deriving ought from is. If they come from social agreement, then they're not really categorical, they're conditional on the agreement. Holding Kant's answer was startling in its elegance. Categorical imperatives don't come from anything outside human reason. They emerge from the nature of rational agency itself. Here's how the argument works. When you act, you always act according to some principle or maxim. This isn't something you can avoid. Even seemingly random or impulsive actions are based on implicit principles. I'll do whatever feels good in the moment. Or I'll follow my first instinct. Or I'll do what's easiest. These maxims are the subjective principles that guide your choices. Sometimes you're aware of them, sometimes not. But they're always there. Now, when you act on a maxim, you're implicitly claiming something. You're claiming that acting this way is permissibly at least for you in this situation. You're treating your maxim as a principle of action. But here's the key insight. If you're a rational being, someone who acts based on reasons rather than mere instinct, then you must be consistent. You cannot coherently claim that some principle justifies your action while simultaneously denying that same principle when others try to act on it. If you lie to someone because it's convenient, you're implicitly claiming that lying for convenience is a permissible principle of action. But then you cannot coherently object when others lie to you for their convenience. To do so would be a contradiction, claiming the principle is valid when you use it, but invalid when others do. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's rational incoherence. It's trying to have things both ways, in a way that violates the basic laws of logic. And this, Kant realized, is where moral obligation comes from. It doesn't require God, or nature, or social agreement. It emerges from what's required for rational agency itself to be possible. When you act, you must act on maxims. When you act on maxims, you must be able to will them as universal principles, principles that anyone in similar circumstances could follow. If you cannot do this without contradiction, then the maxim is morally impermissible. If you can, it's permissible. If you must, it's obligatory. This is why morality is categorical. It's not imposed from outside. It's not a constraint on your freedom. It's the internal requirement of rational action itself. To be a rational agent adult to act for reasons rather than mere impulse. Just as to be bound by moral principles. Kant had found something remarkable. He'd shown that morality isn't arbitrary, isn't culturally relative, isn't dependent on what anyone happens to want. It's built into the structure of rationality itself. To deny moral obligation is to deny that you're a rational being. And to deny you're a rational being is to undermine any claim you might make, including the claim that morality doesn't exist. But there was more. Because if this is where moral obligation comes from, then it tells us something profound about what moral actions look like. Most people, when asked why they do the right thing, will point to something outside themselves, because God commands it, because society expects it, because I'll be punished otherwise, because it benefits me in the long run. These might all be good motivations in their own way, but Kant realized they're not truly moral motivations. Why? Because they make morality conditional. They reduce it to a means to some other end. And whenever you treat morality as a means to something else, you open the door to abandoning it when it no longer serves that end. If you're honest because honesty benefits you, then you'll be dishonest when dishonesty benefits you more. If you keep promises because you fear punishment, you'll break them when you can get away with it. If you help others because it makes you feel good, you'll stop helping when it becomes emotionally costly. True moral action, Kant argued, must be done from duty itself, not duty as an external constraint, but duty as the recognition of what rational consistency requires. You act morally because reason shows you this is what you must do to remain coherent as a rational agent. This might sound cold or mechanical, but it's actually the opposite. When you act from duty in this sense, you're expressing your highest nature as a rational being. You're not being controlled by desire or fear or social pressure. You're acting from principle, from reason itself. And this, Kant realized, is what makes human beings special, what gives them dignity rather than mere value, what makes them ends in themselves rather than mere means. An animal acts from instinct. A programmed machine acts from its code. But a rational agent acts from self-given principles. This capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to yourself through reason, is the source of all moral worth. When you act morally, you're not obeying some external authority. You're legislating for yourself. You're being autonomous in the deepest sense, and this autonomy is precisely what the moral law protects and demands. This was Kant's revolutionary insight. Morality isn't imposed on rational beings from outside. It's what rational agency itself requires. The moral law and the law of reason are the same thing. To be free, in the truest sense, is to be bound by principles you give yourself through reason, and to be moral is to exercise this freedom in a way that respects the same capacity in others. Understanding this changes everything. Because now we can see why certain maxims fail moral scrutiny. It's not because they produce bad outcomes, though they often do. It's not because an authority figure forbids them, though they often might. It's because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot be universalized without contradiction, and this gives us the tool we need. A way to test any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim. A principle that cuts through complexity and rationalization to expose the underlying truth. Kant called it the categorical imperative. Now we arrive at the principle itself, the test that exposes every rationalization, every excuse, every sophisticated justification for doing wrong. Kant formulated it in several ways, but the most famous version reads, "Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." Let's break this down, because every word matters. Act only according to that maxim. A maxim is your subjective principle of action. It's the rule you're following when you do something. Sometimes it's explicit, I will always tell the truth. Sometimes it's implicit, I'll lie when it benefits me. But every action has one. The maxim isn't just the action itself. It includes your reason for acting. I will lie isn't a complete maxim. I will lie to avoid embarrassment is. I will lie to protect someone from harm is another. Same action, different maxims. And the moral evaluation depends on the maxim, not just the behavior. This is crucial, because it means you can't game the system by describing your action in favorable terms while ignoring your actual motivation. The maxim captures what you're really doing and why. ... whereby you can, at the same time will... This is where it gets interesting. Kant isn't asking whether you do will it, or whether you'd like to will it. He's asking whether you can will it without contradiction. whether it's rationally possible. Think of it like a logical consistency test. Can this principle operate in all cases without undermining itself? Or does it depend on others not following it? That it should become a universal law. Universal means applying to everyone in relevantly similar circumstances. A law means a principle that holds necessarily, not just contingently. So the test asks, can you coherently will that everyone, when in circumstances like yours, acts according to the same principle you're following? Not would you prefer they did, but can you rationally will it without contradiction? Let's see how this works with concrete examples. Consider lying. Suppose your maxim is, I will make false promises when it helps me get what I want. Now apply the universalization test. Can you will that everyone follows this maxim? That whenever someone wants something, they can make promises they have no intention of keeping? Here's where it breaks down. If everyone made false promises whenever convenient, the entire practice of promising would collapse. No one would believe promises anymore. The institution itself would dissolve. But notice your maxim depends on other people believing promises. You're trying to exploit their trust. You're relying on the general practice of promise-keeping existing, while simultaneously acting to undermine it. This is the contradiction. You cannot coherently will your maxim as universal law, because doing so would destroy the very conditions that make your maxim effective. You're trying to make an exception for yourself, while depending on others not making exceptions for themselves. This isn't a contradiction in consequences, though those would be bad. It's a contradiction in conception. The maxim, when universalized, undermines its own possibility. It's like sawing off the branch you're sitting on. Kant called this a contradiction in conception, and it marks actions that are strictly forbidden. You cannot universalize the maxim even in thought without logical incoherence. But there's another type of failure, more subtle. Consider refusing to help others in distress. Your maxim might be, I will never help anyone who needs assistance, and I will rely entirely on my own resources. Can you universalize this? Unlike the lying case, there's no logical contradiction in everyone following this principle. It's conceivable that people could live this way, everyone completely self-reliant, no one helping anyone. But here's the problem. Can you will it? Can you rationally choose for this to be universal law? As a finite, vulnerable human being, you know you will face situations where you need help. Illness, accident, bad luck, circumstances beyond your control, these are inevitable. Parts of human existence. Your own rationality requires you to will the conditions that make your goals achievable. So you face a contradiction in will. You cannot coherently will both that you pursue your rational ends as a finite being, and that no one ever helps anyone. To will the second is to will the frustration of the first. This isn't about predicting consequences or calculating benefits. It's about what you can rationally will without self-contradiction. And you cannot will conditions that make your own rational agency impossible. Kant called this a contradiction in will. And it marks actions that are imperfect due to things you're obligated to do, though with some latitude in how and when. The beauty of this test is its simplicity and power. You don't need to calculate outcomes, consult religious texts, or survey what society approves. You just need to think clearly about whether you can universalize your maxim without contradiction. But people often try to evade the test through clever reformulation of their maxims. They make them so specific that they don't seem to apply to anyone else. I will lie when my name is John, and it's raining on a Tuesday in March, and I'm wearing blue socks. Well, that's so specific it only applies to me right now. Surely I can universalize it. But this is cheating. The maxim must include genuinely relevant features of your situation, not arbitrary details designed to make it unique. What makes your circumstances different isn't your name or the whether it's morally relevant factors. Like whether you're protecting someone from harm or just avoiding embarrassment. The test requires honesty with yourself. You have to formulate your maxim in terms of features that actually matter to your moral reasoning, not accidental details that make your case seem special. Another evasion, but everyone does it. The fact that many people violate a moral principle doesn't make the principle invalid. It just means many people are acting wrongly. Universalization isn't about what people actually do. It's about what can be rationally willed as a universal law. Still another, what if I'm in an unusual situation? Kant isn't naive. He knows life presents complex cases. But complexity doesn't eliminate obligation. It just makes discernment more difficult. The categorical imperative doesn't provide automatic answers to every dilemma. It provides a test for evaluating your reasoning. And here's something crucial that people often miss. The categorical imperative isn't about predicting what would happen if everyone acted that way. It's about whether you can rationally will it. Suppose I want to become a concert pianist. Can I will that everyone becomes a concert pianist? Well, if everyone did, there'd be no farmers, doctors, builders. Society would collapse. So does this mean pursuing music is immoral? No, because the maxim isn't everyone should be a pianist. It's I will develop my talents in ways that contribute to human flourishing. That's perfectly universalizable. Everyone developing their particular talents in beneficial ways is not only coherent, but desirable. The test requires you to think carefully about what principle you're actually following, not to apply mechanical rules that ignore context. Similarly, the categorical imperative doesn't demand moral perfection in every moment. It demands that your maxims be universalizable. You can pursue personal projects, have preferences, live your life so long as your principles of action could be rationally willed as universal laws. What you cannot do is make exceptions for yourself. You cannot claim that the rules that apply to others don't apply to you simply because you're you. You cannot exploit others' moral behavior while refusing to be moral yourself. This is why the categorical imperative is so powerful against manipulation and exploitation. Because manipulators always depend on asymmetry. They lie while requiring others to tell truth. They break promises while requiring others to keep theirs. They use people as means while insisting on being treated as ends. The universalization test exposes this asymmetry immediately. It forces you to acknowledge that if your principle is valid for you, it must be valid for everyone. And if you cannot accept it being valid for everyone, then it's not actually valid for you either. This is the weapon Kant gives us. Not a list of rules to memorize, but a test for evaluating any proposed action. A way to see through rationalizations to the underlying logical structure. When someone tells you why their questionable behavior is justified, translate it into a maxim. Then ask, can this be universalized? Can everyone in similar circumstances follow this principle without contradiction? If not, you've found the flaw. Not because you disagree with their values, not because you have different preferences, but because they're being rationally incoherent. They're claiming an exception for themselves, while depending on others not claiming the same exception. And once you see this, you cannot unsee it. Every excuse, every justification, every sophistication, argument for doing wrong reveals itself as an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a moral order while refusing to be bound by it yourself. The categorical imperative strips away the complexity and reveals the simple truth. Either your principle can apply to everyone, or it cannot apply to you. There is no middle ground, no special pleading, no exceptions. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Because the categorical imperative doesn't depend on what anyone desires, believes, or values. It's a test of logical consistency, and logical consistency is binding on all rational beings, regardless of their particular commitments. You might not want to be moral. You might wish you could lie, cheat, and exploit with impunity. But if you're rational, you cannot coherently claim the right to do so. Because to claim that right is to grant it to everyone, which destroys the very conditions that make your actions effective. This is the trap that catches all moral violators. They want the benefits of a moral order trust, cooperation, stable expectations while refusing its burdens. But they cannot have both. The moment they claim the right to violate moral principles for their benefit, they grant that same right to everyone else. And in doing so, they destroy the very order they depend on. The first formulation of the categorical imperative gives us a test for evaluating maxims. But Kant offered a second formulation that goes deeper, revealing what's at stake in moral action. He called it the formula of humanity, and it reads, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end and never simply as a means. This formulation shifts focus from the logical structure of maxims to the fundamental value that makes morality possible. And in doing so, it reveals something profound about human dignity. Let's unpack it carefully. Treat humanity ... Not just human beings as biological organisms, but humanity, the rational nature that makes us moral agents. The capacity for setting ends, making choices, legislating principles for ourselves. Double quote, ... whether in your own person or in the person of another ... This is crucial. You can violate humanity in yourself as much as in others. Destroying your own rational nature is as wrong as destroying someone else's. ... Always at the same time as an end. An end is something valuable in itself, not just as a means to something else. To treat humanity as an end is to recognize its unconditional worth, its dignity rather than mere price. ... And never simply as a means. Notice the word simply. Kant isn't saying you can never use people as means. You use people as means all the time in perfectly innocent ways. When you buy groceries, you're using the cashier as a means to get food. When you ask for directions, you're using someone as a means to find your way. The problem is treating people merely or simply as means, using them as tools without respecting their rational agency, manipulating, coercing, or deceiving them in ways that undermine their capacity to make informed choices. This formulation captures something the universalization test points toward but doesn't make explicit. Why can't you lie? Because lying treats the person you deceive as a mere tool for achieving your ends. You're manipulating their beliefs to get what you want, without respecting their capacity to reason and choose for themselves. Why can't you break promises? Because promises are commitments between rational agents. Breaking them treats the other person as someone whose rational expectations don't matter, as if they were just an obstacle to navigate rather than a fellow agent with legitimate claims. Why can't you coerce? Because coercion overrides someone's will, treating them as an object to be controlled rather than a person whose choices deserve. Respect, the formula of humanity, reveals that all moral violations share a common structure. They all involve treating rational nature in yourself or others as if it had only instrumental value, as if it could be used, manipulated, or destroyed for the sake of other goals. But rational nature isn't valuable because it's useful. It's valuable in itself. It's the source of all value. Without rational beings who can recognize value, judge worth, and set ends, nothing would have value at all. Think about it. Why is gold valuable? Because rational beings desire it and use it. Why is health valuable? Because rational beings pursue it as an end. Everything else in the universe has value only in relation to rational beings who can care about it, pursue it, use it for purposes. But rational nature itself is different. It's not valuable because it serves some further end. It's valuable because it's the condition of anything having value at all. It's what Kant called an end in itself, something with absolute rather than conditional worth. This is why human dignity is unconditional, not because humans are more intelligent than other animals, or more capable, or more anything, but because humans are rational agents, beings who can recognize value, legislate principles, and hold themselves and others accountable. This rational agency is what makes moral law possible, and recognizing it in all human beings is what morality requires now. The formula of humanity and the universalization test are meant to be equivalent. Two ways of expressing the same fundamental principle. And we can see why. When you violate the universalization test, you're always treating humanity as mere means. The liar uses others' rationality against them, manipulating their beliefs. The promise breaker treats others' rational expectations as inconveniences. The person who refuses all help treats their own rational nature as dispensable in times of need. Conversely, when you follow the universalization test, you'll necessarily respect humanity as an end, because universalization means treating all rational agents symmetrically, acknowledging that what makes your claims valid, your rational nature, makes their claims valid too. But the formula of humanity brings something into sharper focus. It emphasizes that morality isn't just about following rules. It's about recognizing and respecting value, the unconditional worth of rational agency. This has practical implications. It means moral action isn't about grudging compliance with obligations. It's about appreciating what's genuinely precious and acting accordingly. When you keep a promise, you're not just following a rule. You're respecting the rational nature of the person you made the promise to, acknowledging that their plans and expectations matter because they're a rational agent. When you tell the truth, you're not just avoiding lying. You're respecting others' capacity to reason and choose for themselves based on accurate information. When you help someone in distress, you're not just fulfilling a duty. You're recognizing that their rational agency, their capacity to pursue ends deserves. support when it's threatened. The formula of humanity also explains why certain acts seem especially heinous. Torture, slavery, rape, these aren't just violations of the universalization test. They're profound assaults on human dignity itself. Torture treats a person as nothing but a source of information, denying their status as an end in themselves. Slavery treats a person as property, as if rational agency could be owned. Rape treats a person as an object for sexual gratification, completely overriding their will and agency. These acts don't just break moral rules, they attack the very thing that makes morality possible, the rational nature that gives humans their dignity. And notice, the formula of humanity protects you as much as others. You cannot treat your own humanity as mere means either. This rules out self-destructive behavior that damages your rational capacities, addiction that undermines your ability to choose freely, degradation that corrupts your moral judgment. Even suicide, in Kant's view, treats your rational nature as dispensable, as if it could be destroyed for the sake of escaping suffering. You might disagree with some of Kant's specific conclusions here. The point isn't that his every application was perfect. The point is the principle. Your rational nature is precious. You owe it respect. You cannot justifiably destroy or corrupt it, any more than you can destroy or corrupt someone else's. This creates duties to yourself as well as others. Duties to develop your capacities, maintain your integrity, resist corruption of your character. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect even from you. The formula of humanity also suggests something about what a truly moral community would look like. Kant called it the kingdom of Enza. Systematic union of rational beings under common moral laws. In such a community, everyone recognizes everyone else's dignity. Everyone treats everyone else as an end, never merely as means. Everyone acknowledges that the same rational nature that makes their own claims valid makes others' claims valid too. This isn't just a utopian fantasy. It's what morality aims toward. The ideal that guides moral action even when we fall short. When you act from the categorical imperative, you're helping to realize this kingdom. You're treating people as they deserve to be treated with the respect due to rational beings. And here's the remarkable thing. When you really grasp this, when you truly understand that every human being possesses rational nature that gives them unconditional worth, it changes how you see everything. That person who annoyed you in traffic, rational agent, that customer service representative you're frustrated with, rational agent, that political opponent whose views you despise, rational agent, that criminal, that addict, that person society has written off, rational agent, they all possess the same thing you possess, the capacity that makes morality possible, that gives rise to all value, that deserves unconditional respect. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, or like them, or approve of their choices. It means you cannot treat them as mere obstacles, tools, or objects. You must engage with them as fellow, rational beings, even when correcting or constraining their behavior. The formula of humanity is demanding, far more demanding than simple rule following, because it requires you to maintain constant awareness of the dignity in every person you encounter, to never slip into treating people as mere functions, the person who brings your food, the person who cleans your office, the person who processes your paperwork, but it's also liberating. Because once you see human dignity clearly, you cannot unsee it. And seeing it makes moral action natural rather than forced. You don't help others because some rule demands it. You help them because you recognize what they are beings with. The same rational nature you possess, deserving the same respect you claim for yourself. This is why Kant thought the formula of humanity and the universalization test were equivalent. They're two ways of expressing one truth. Rational nature is the source and limit of all moral claims. To be rational is to recognize this truth. To be moral is to act on it. And to fail to act on it, to treat people as mere means, to violate their dignity. To claim exceptions for yourself is not just to break rules. It's to deny the very thing that makes you valuable. To saw through the branch you're sitting on. To destroy the foundation of your own worth while claiming that worth. For yourself, this is the deeper reason why immoral action is irrational. Not just because it fails the universalization test, but because it violates what you implicitly affirm every time you claim your own dignity, assert your own rights, or demand respect from others. You cannot coherently claim dignity for yourself while denying it to others. You cannot demand to be treated as an end while treating others as mere means. The rational nature that gives you worth is the same rational nature that gives them worth. And recognizing this, truly recognizing it, changes everything. Now we turn to application. Armed with the categorical imperative, we can examine the most common justifications people offer for questionable behavior. And we begin with perhaps the most universal: lying. It's just a white lie. It doesn't hurt anyone. You've heard this. You've probably said it. We all have. Someone asks if you like their haircut. You think it's terrible, but you say it looks great. What's the harm? You spared their feelings. You avoided awkwardness. Everyone does it. But let's apply Kant's test. What's the maxim here? I will deceive others when telling the truth would cause minor discomfort or social awkwardness. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? At first glance, it seems fine. If everyone told white lies to spare feelings, wouldn't that make social life smoother? Less conflict, less hurt, more harmony. But look closer. If everyone lies to avoid discomfort, what happens to communication itself? When someone compliments you, you can no longer trust it. Maybe they mean it, maybe they're just being polite. When someone agrees with you, you don't know if they actually agree or are avoiding disagreement. When someone says they'll do something, you can't be certain they actually intend to. The entire fabric of linguistic trust begins to unravel. And notice your white lie only works because most people still generally tell the truth. You're exploiting their honesty. You're depending on others maintaining the practice of truthful communication while you make an exception for yourself. This is the characteristic structure of moral failure. The liar needs truth-telling to exist as a general practice, or their lies would have no effect. But their lying, if universalized, would destroy that very practice. But surely, someone objects, we can distinguish between harmful lies and harmless ones. Between lying to defraud someone and lying to spare their feelings. Can we? Let's think carefully. The problem isn't the immediate consequence. The problem is what you're doing to the other person. When you lie to someone, even benevolently, you're making a decision for them. You're deciding they shouldn't have accurate information. You're treating them as someone whose rational judgment can be manipulated for their own good. But who are you to make that decision? If you respect them as a rational agent, as an end in themselves, you must allow them to form judgments based on truth, even uncomfortable truth, even truth that might lead them to choices you wouldn't prefer. To lie to them even kindly is to treat them as a child, as someone whose rationality needs to be managed rather than respected. It's fundamentally paternalistic, assuming you know better than they do what information they should have. Kant goes further. He argues that lying undermines your own dignity, not just others. When you lie, you corrupt your own character. You train yourself to treat truth as negotiable, as something to be deployed strategically rather than respected unconditionally. Over time, this corrodes your moral judgment. You become someone who asks, "Can I get away with this?" rather than, "Is this right?" You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to truth. But what about lying to save a life? This is the famous challenge to Kant. Suppose someone is hiding in your home, fleeing from someone who wants to murder them. The would-be murderer knocks on your door and asks if you're hiding anyone. Do you lie? Common sense screams yes. How? Could telling the truth possibly be right when a life is at stake? Kant's answer shocked his critics then and shocks people now. He said you must not lie, not even here, not even to save an innocent life. Many people think this proves Kant's ethics is absurd, that it leads to monstrous conclusions, that any moral theory producing such results must be rejected. But before we dismiss him, let's understand his reasoning. Kant isn't saying you must tell the murderer where the victim is. He's saying you cannot lie. These aren't the same thing. You could refuse to answer. You could say, "I'm not telling you that." You could physically prevent the murderer from entering, but you cannot deceive. Why not? Because the moment you grant yourself permission to lie even for the best reasons, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made truth-telling conditional rather than absolute. You've decided that there are circumstances where deception is permissible, and once you've done that, where do you stop? If you can lie to save a life, can you lie to prevent serious harm? Can you lie to avoid major financial loss? Can you lie when the truth would be very inconvenient? Every liar thinks their situation is special, their reasons compelling. The business person lying to close a deal thinks their company's survival justifies it. The politician lying to voters thinks maintaining power for the right policies justifies it. The person lying to their spouse thinks preserving the relationship justifies it. Once you abandon the categorical imperative in favor of consequentialist calculation, you have no principled way to limit deception. You're just negotiating how much truth can be sacrificed for your goals. Kant saw this clearly. Either truth-telling is a categorical imperative, or it isn't. Either you respect the dignity of rational agents by never deceiving them, or you treat deception as a tool to be deployed when useful. There's no stable middle ground. You might still disagree with Kant's conclusion about the murderer case. Many thoughtful people do, but notice what disagreeing requires. You have to abandon the idea that morality is categorical. You have to accept that moral principles have exceptions, that duty is conditional, that the rightness of action depends on circumstances and outcomes. Maybe that's correct. Maybe morality is fundamentally consequentialist. But then you've given up what Kant was trying to preserve, the idea that moral obligations are absolute, that human dignity is unconditional, that some things are simply wrong regardless of results. And if you give that up, you're back to the problem Kant was trying to solve. Because now every moral claim is just a prediction about consequences. Every principle is just a rule of thumb. Every obligation is just a suggestion that holds until circumstances change. The liar's excuse in all its forms, from white lies to strategic deceptions, rests on making truth conditional, on deciding that honesty matters, except when it doesn't. That you should tell truth unless you have good enough reason not to, but good enough according to whom? Judged by what standard? If you allow exceptions, you allow everyone to judge their own case. And humans are remarkably good at convincing themselves their situation is exceptional. Kant's absolutism about truth-telling isn't arbitrary rigidity. It's the recognition that once you start making exceptions, you've lost the categorical imperative entirely. You've reduced morality to sophisticated rationalization, where the clever can always find some justification for doing what they wanted anyway. The test is simple. When you're considering lying, ask yourself, can I will that everyone in my situation would lie? Can I will that deception is permissible whenever someone judges truth would produce bad results? If you answer honestly, you'll see the problem. You're claiming a right you cannot universalize. You're treating your judgment as special, your situation as uniquely deserving of exception. You're doing exactly what the categorical imperative forbids, making yourself the exception to rules that apply to everyone else. And this is why lying, even kind lying, even life-saving lying, violates human dignity. Because it asserts that you can override others' rational agency when you judge it necessary, that you can manipulate their beliefs, control their choices, treat them as objects to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Perhaps Kant is wrong. Perhaps consequences matter more than he acknowledged. Perhaps flexibility is wisdom rather than weakness. But if he's wrong, we need to explain why. We need to show how we can allow exceptions without opening the door to unlimited rationalization. How we can make truth conditional without making it meaningless. How we can respect human dignity while sometimes deceiving people for their own good. These are hard questions. Much harder than the comfortable assumption that of course you should lie to save a life. Suggests Kant forces us to think carefully about what we're really doing when we lie, about what we're claiming about ourselves and others, about whether our reasons are genuinely exceptional or just conveniently self-serving. And once you start thinking this way, you can't stop. Every easy excuse becomes suspect. Every comfortable rationalization reveals itself as exactly what Kant warned against: an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy moral status while avoiding moral obligation. Lying is straightforward deception, but manipulation is more subtle. The manipulator doesn't necessarily lie. They just arrange circumstances, frame choices, and craft messages in ways that lead people to do what the manipulator wants. I'm not forcing anyone, the manipulator says. I'm just being persuasive, influencing, presenting things in a favorable light. If people make bad choices, that's on them. This excuse appears everywhere. In marketing campaigns that exploit psychological vulnerabilities, in personal relationships where one person constantly maneuvers the other, in institutions that design systems to nudge people toward profitable behaviors, in conversations where someone uses emotional pressure to get their way, the manipulator always has the same defense. I didn't force them. They chose freely. I just made my case effectively. But let's examine this through Kant's lens. What is manipulation? Exactly. It's getting someone to do what you want by methods that bypass or compromise their rational judgment. You're not presenting reasons that would appeal to a fully informed, clear-thinking person. You're exploiting biases, triggering emotions, creating false urgency, or otherwise interfering with rational deliberation. Consider a simple example. A salesperson is trying to sell you something you don't need. They know you don't need it, but they've studied techniques to overcome objections. They create artificial scarcity only to left in stock. They trigger social pressure. Everyone in your neighborhood has one. They use subtle flattery to build rapport. They time their pitch for when you're tired and your judgment is weakened. Have they lied? Not necessarily. There might be only 2 in stock. Others might have bought one. The compliments might be sincere, but they're not engaged in rational persuasion. They're engaged in psychological manipulation. They're treating you as a system to be gamed, rather than a rational agent to be respected. They're finding your buttons and pushing them, without regard for whether this serves your genuine interests or rational judgment. Apply the formula of humanity. Are they treating you as an end in yourself? Are they respecting your rational agency? No. They're treating you as a means to their end, making a sale. Your rational judgment is an obstacle to overcome rather than something to be engaged with honestly. They're using techniques specifically designed to compromise your ability to think clearly about whether this purchase serves your goals. This violates your dignity as a rational being. Even if you freely choose to buy, your choice isn't genuinely free if it's the product of systematic manipulation. You're being treated as an object to be worked on rather than a person to be reasoned with. But someone objects. Isn't all persuasion somewhat manipulative? Don't we all frame things too? Our advantage? Where's the line? The line is rational engagement. When you present genuine reasons for your position, explain their logic, provide accurate information, and allow someone to make up their own mind based on their jaw, respecting their agency. You're treating them as a rational being capable of judgment. When you exploit psychological vulnerabilities, hide relevant information, create false impressions, or use emotional pressure instead of rational argument, you're manipulating. You're bypassing their rational judgment rather than engaging it. The difference isn't always sharp, but it's real. And you can usually tell which side you're on by asking, would my approach work on a perfectly rational person who had complete information? Or does it depend on them being confused, emotional, pressured, or ignorant of relevant facts? If the latter, you're manipulating. This applies to personal relationships as much as commercial ones. Perhaps more. Consider someone who wants their partner to do something. Instead of asking directly and respecting whatever answer they get, they create situations where saying no would be awkward. They make the person feel guilty about past refusals. They alternate between affection and withdrawal to condition the desired behavior. They frame the request in ways that make it seem unreasonable to refuse. This might be effective. It might even be unconscious. But it's manipulation. It treats the partner as someone to be controlled rather than respected. It undermines their capacity to make genuine choices based on their own values and judgment. The manipulator might say, but I know what's good for them better than they do. This is the paternalistic defense. I'm manipulating them for their own benefit. But this misses the fundamental point. Even if you're right about what's good for them, and you usually aren't, you have no right to override their agency. They're not children. They're rational beings capable of making their own mistakes and learning their own lessons. To manipulate them, even benevolently, is to deny them the respect their rational nature deserves. It's to assert that your judgment of their good matters more than their own judgment, that you're entitled to control their choices when you think you know better. This is precisely what the formula of humanity forbids. You cannot treat someone as mere means to an end, Devon, if that end is their own welfare. You must respect their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, live their own life. The universalization test makes this clearer. What's your maxim? I will manipulate others when I believe it will lead them to choices I think are better for them. Can you universalize this? Can you will that everyone manipulates everyone whenever they think they know better? Obviously not. Because you don't want others manipulating you based on their judgment of your good. You want them to respect your autonomy, present you with accurate information and genuine reasons, and allow you to decide for yourself. But if you claim that right for yourself while denying it to others, you're making the classic exception. You're saying your judgment is special, your manipulation justified, your paternalism warranted, while everyone else must respect your autonomy. You can override theirs when you see fit. This is the fundamental incoherence in all manipulation. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating them. They require a baseline of honest communication, rational engagement, and respect for agency in order to function. But they refuse to provide that baseline themselves when it's inconvenient. Consider advertising and marketing, an entire industry built on studying how to influence behavior through means other than rational persuasion, finding the triggers that bypass critical thinking, creating needs that didn't exist, exploiting insecurities to sell products. The defense is always, we're just competing for attention, presenting our products attractively, giving people what they want. But look at the methods, associating products with unrelated positive feelings, creating artificial social pressure, targeting children before they develop critical thinking skills, using subliminal techniques, exploiting psychological biases. These methods don't respect rational agency. They treat human minds as machines to be programmed, not persons to be reasoned with. The entire premise is, how can we get people to buy without appealing to their rational judgment of whether the product serves their genuine interests? Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone treats everyone else as a psychological system to be hacked? You cannot, because you don't want to be treated that way. You want honest information, rational arguments, and the freedom to judge for yourself what serves your interests. You want to be treated as an end, not as a means to others' commercial goals. But marketers claim this right for themselves, while depending on most people maintaining basic honesty and trust. They exploit the fact that people generally believe what they're told, generally assume good faith, generally don't expect systematic manipulation. This parasitic relationship depending on others, good faith while refusing to practice it yourself is exactly what Kant's ethics exposes and condemns. The same pattern appears in personal manipulation. The person who constantly maneuvers their partner depends on that partner's honesty and good faith. They're exploiting trust while refusing to reciprocate it, using the other's openness as a vulnerability to exploit rather than something to respect. When discovered, the manipulator often becomes indignant. You're not trusting me. You're being paranoid. But the manipulator is the one who violated trust by treating it as a tool rather than a reciprocal commitment. Kant's ethics draws a bright line. Either you engage with people as rational agents, presenting them with reasons and respecting their judgment, or you manipulate them by bypassing their rationality. There's no middle ground where you can kind of respect someone's agency while also treating them as an object to be controlled. This doesn't mean you can never influence anyone. Rational persuasion is influence. Good arguments, influence. Accurate information influences. But these influence by engaging someone's rationality, not bypassing it. The test is whether you're willing to explain your methods. Can you tell the person, here are the reasons I think you should do this, and here are the psychological techniques I'm using to make you more receptive to those reasons? If revealing your methods would undermine their effectiveness, you're manipulating, because you're depending on the person not recognizing what you're doing. You're treating their ignorance as a resource to exploit. Genuine persuasion doesn't need to hide its methods. Here are the facts. Here's the logic. Make up your own mind. The conclusion stands on its merits, not on psychological tricks, but manipulation dies in the light. Once someone recognizes they're being manipulated, the manipulation fails, which proves it was never about genuine reasons, only about psychological control. The manipulator's defense collapses under Kantian analysis. You cannot claim to respect someone while manipulating them. You cannot treat them as an end while using them as a means. You cannot honor their dignity while overriding their judgment. And you cannot universalize manipulation without destroying the very conditions that make it effective. The manipulator depends on a world of generally honest, trusting, rational people. But manipulation, if universalized, would create a world where no one trusts anyone. Everyone suspects ulterior motives, and all communication becomes a game of deception and counter-deception. In such a world, manipulation itself would be impossible, because it requires targets who aren't expecting it. It requires a baseline of good faith to exploit. This is the trap Kant's ethics reveals. Every form of treating people as mere means depends on others not doing the same. Every violation of human dignity requires dignity to generally be respected, or there would be no stable expectations to violate. The manipulator wants to have it both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a world built on mutual respect while refusing to provide that respect themselves, to use others as tools while insisting on being treated as an end. But they cannot have both. The universalization test forces the choice. Either everyone can manipulate everyone, in which case manipulation becomes impossible, or no one can, in which case you must stop. There is no exception for when you think you know better. No justification based on good intentions. No excuse that your manipulation is sophisticated or subtle or for the right reasons. To be a rational being is to respect rational beings. To claim dignity for yourself is to grant it to others, and to grant it truly is to engage with them as agents, never as mere objects of manipulation. We have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value. This phrase has justified countless actions over the past century. Exploitation of workers, environmental destruction, predatory pricing, tax avoidance schemes that deprive communities. of resources, lobbying against regulations that would protect public health, offshoring to exploit cheaper labor and weaker safety standards. The logic seems airtight. A corporation exists to generate profit for its owners. Managers are legally obligated to pursue this goal. Therefore, any action that increases profit is not just permissible but required. To do otherwise would be failing in your duty. This is perhaps the most influential moral justification in the modern world. It shapes how billions of people work, consume, and think about economic activity. It's taught in business schools, defended by economists, enshrined in law, and it's completely incompatible with Kant's ethics. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying corporate behavior justified by profit maximization? I will treat employees, customers, communities, and the natural world as mere means to the end of generating profit for shareholders. Can this be universalized? Can you will that all corporations follow this principle without restriction? Think about what that world looks like. Every company treats its workers as interchangeable units, paying minimum wage, providing no benefits, firing at will, caring nothing for their welfare beyond what's legally required. Every company treats customers as sources of revenue, selling them whatever they can regardless of actual value or benefit. Every company treats the environment as a free resource to exploit, dumping waste wherever cheap is, extracting resources without regard for sustainability. In such a world, human beings exist to serve economic activity. Their dignity, their welfare, their very lives become subordinate to profit generation. They are means, not ends. But notice something crucial. The people making these decisions, the executives, the shareholders, don't want to be treated this way themselves. They want fair wages, safe working conditions, honest products, clean environments. They claim dignity as persons, not mere economic units. They're making the classic exception. The categorical imperative applies to how others must treat them, but it doesn't constrain how they treat others when profit is at stake. This becomes clearer when we apply the formula of humanity directly. Does treating workers as expendable resources respect their rational nature? Does selling harmful products to uninformed customers treat them as ends in themselves? Does destroying ecosystems for quarterly earnings recognize the dignity of all the human beings affected? Obviously not. These actions treat human beings as tools, as obstacles to profit that must be overcome or resources to be extracted. The entire framework reduces persons to economic functions. But, the defender responds, we're not forcing anyone. Workers choose to work here. Customers choose to buy. If they don't like the terms, they can go elsewhere. This is the consent defense. As long as people voluntarily participate, no wrong is done. But Kant would ask, what choice do they really have? A worker who needs income to survive doesn't have meaningful freedom to refuse exploitative conditions. A customer who lacks information about product harms or alternatives isn't making an informed choice. A community that has no say in whether a factory pollutes their air and water hasn't consented. To anything, real consent requires rational agency. The ability to make informed choices among genuine alternatives. When you exploit someone's desperation, ignorance, or lack of options, you're not respecting their agency. You're taking advantage of circumstances that compromise their ability to choose freely. This is using them as mere means. The fact that they agree doesn't change the underlying moral reality. A person who agrees to exploitative terms because they'll starve otherwise isn't exercising rational autonomy. They're being coerced by circumstances you're exploiting. Moreover, the consent defense itself can't be universalized. The corporation claims the right to pursue profit limited only by what people agree to. But do they grant others this same right? When workers organize to collectively bargain for better conditions, corporations resist. When communities try to regulate business practices, corporations lobby against it. When customers demand safer products, corporations fight disclosure requirements. When governments try to enforce labor standards, corporations relocate to places with weaker protections. In other words, corporations want freedom for themselves, but oppose others exercising freedom to constrain corporate power. They claim the right to treat people as means, while resisting when people try to assert their status as ends. This is straightforward hypocrisy. If the consent defense were genuinely principled, corporations would accept workers' right to refuse exploitative conditions, customers' right to full information, communities' right to protect their interests. But they don't. They claim freedom for themselves and resist it in others. The deeper problem is that the entire framework of profit maximization treats human dignity as negotiable. It says, respect for persons is a cost to be minimized, a constraint to be evaded, an obstacle to overcome. If paying workers fairly reduces profit, pay them less. If honest disclosure hurts sales, obscure the truth. If environmental protection costs money, fight the regulations. Always, always. The question is, how little can we respect human dignity while remaining legal and profitable? This inverts the proper relationship. Human dignity isn't a cost. It's the foundation of all value. Rational beings aren't resources for economic activity. Economic activity is supposed to serve rational beings. When you make profit the ultimate goal and treat everything else, including human welfare, as mere means to that goal, you've created a system fundamentally at odds with Kantian ethics. Kant would ask, what is profit for? Why does it matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because it serves human ends. People need resources to live well, pursue their goals, develop their capacities. Economic activity has value because it helps rational beings flourish. But if you organize economic activity to maximize profit without regard for human flourishing, you've made the means more important than the end. You've created a system where rational beings serve the economy rather than the economy serving rational beings. This is treating humanity as mere means on a massive, systemic scale. But capitalism has lifted millions out of poverty, the defender argues. Profit-seeking creates innovation, efficiency, growth. The system works. This is the consequentialist defense. Whatever the moral problems, the results justify the system. But remember, Kant rejects consequentialism. Good outcomes don't justify treating people as mere means. You cannot violate human dignity and then claim the violation was worthwhile because it produced benefits. Moreover, this defense assumes the benefits couldn't have been achieved while respecting human dignity. But that's not obvious. Maybe we could have innovation and efficiency and growth while also treating workers fairly, being honest with customers, and protecting the environment. The fact that we've organized things one way doesn't prove it's the only way. It might just prove we've chosen to prioritize profit over dignity. And notice what the consequentialist defense reveals. If you're justifying corporate behavior by pointing to good outcomes, you're admitting the behavior itself is morally problematic. You're saying, yes, we treat people as mere means, but it's worth it because of the results. This is exactly what Kantian ethics forbids. The moment you start weighing good outcomes against violations of human dignity, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made respect for persons conditional rather than absolute. There's also a deeper issue with the fiduciary duty justification. It assumes shareholders' interests override all other considerations. But why? Shareholders are rational beings. But so are workers, customers, community members, and everyone affected by corporate decisions. What gives shareholders rational agency priority over everyone else's? The answer is usually because they own the company. But ownership is illegal. Fiction, a social construct. It doesn't give shareholders metaphysical priority as rational beings. Their dignity isn't greater just because they hold stock certificates. From a Kantian perspective, all stakeholders are rational beings whose dignity must be respected. You cannot treat workers, customers, and communities as mere means just because. Shareholders have a different legal relationship to the corporation. The corporation itself isn't a rational being. It's a too illegal structure humans created to organize economic activity. And tools should serve human ends. All human ends, not just shareholders. When we organize corporations to maximize shareholder value while treating everyone else as mere means, we've created an institution fundamentally at odds with human dignity. We've built exploitation into the system's basic logic. Kant would say this is irrational. Not just morally wrong, but actually incoherent. Because the corporation depends on all those people it treats as mere means. It needs workers who show up, customers who buy, communities that provide infrastructure. It operates within a social order built on mutual respect and cooperation, but it's parasitic on that order. It takes the benefits while refusing the obligations. It depends on others acting morally while claiming exemption from morality itself. This can't be universalized. If every institution treated human dignity as subordinate to its organizational goals, society would collapse. There would be no stable expectations, no trust, no cooperation. The very conditions that make corporate activity possible would be destroyed. The corporation succeeds by treating people as means while depending on most of society continuing to treat people as ends. It's making an exception for itself that cannot be generalized. Some defenders try a different approach. They argue that corporations can pursue profit while also respecting human dignity. That good corporate citizenship is compatible with profit maximization, that the two goals align more than they conflict. Perhaps sometimes they do, but structural incentives matter. When quarterly earnings drive decisions, when executives are compensated based on stock price, when competition rewards whoever can cut costs most aggressively, the system pushes toward treating dignity as expendable. You see this in how corporations behave when they think no one is watching. When oversight is weak, when regulations are unenforced, when consumers can't easily tell the difference between ethical and unethical practices, corners get cut, people get exploited, communities get harmed. This reveals the underlying logic. Respect for human dignity happens when it's profitable or required, not because it's recognized as unconditionally binding. A genuinely Kantian corporation would be different. It would start from the premise that all stakeholders are rational, beings whose dignity must be respected. Profit would be pursued only within constraints set by this fundamental commitment. That might mean lower returns for shareholders. It might mean slower growth. It might mean competitive disadvantages against less scrupulous rivals. But that's the point. Moral obligations aren't conditional on convenience. You don't get to violate human dignity because respecting it is costly. The categorical imperative doesn't have an exception for but profit. The uncomfortable truth is that much of modern corporate behavior is simply incompatible with treating people as ends in themselves. The entire structure is built on the premise that profit justifies treating human beings as resources to be exploited rather than persons to be respected. This doesn't mean all business is immoral. It means we need to rethink how we organize economic activity, to ask whether the institutions we've created truly serve human flourishing or whether they've made humans serve institutions. From a Kantian perspective, the answer is clear. Any system that treats profit maximization as the ultimate goal, while treating human dignity as a constraint to be minimized, has inverted the proper order of values. Rational beings are ends. Economic systems are means. When we organize things the other way around, we've committed a fundamental moral error, one that corrupts everything built on that foundation. The greatest good for the greatest number. This principle sounds obviously right. Who could object to maximizing overall welfare? Isn't that what morality should aim for, making the world as good as possible for as many people as possible? This is utilitarianism, and is probably the most intuitively appealing alternative to Kantian ethics. While Kant focuses on duty and principle, utilitarians focus on outcomes and consequences. While Kant asks whether your maxim can be universalized, utilitarians ask whether your action produces the best overall results. The conflict between these approaches runs deep, and Kant's critique of consequentialism reveals something crucial about the categorical imperative. Consider a classic utilitarian scenario. 5 people are dying and need organ transplants. One person walks into the hospital for a routine checkup. That person is a perfect match for all 5. If you kill the one and harvest their organs, 5 people live instead of 1 dying. The utilitarian calculus seems clear. 5 lives outweigh 1 life. You should kill the 1 person. Most people recoil from this conclusion. But why? From a purely consequentialist perspective, what's the objection? You've maximized welfare. You've saved the most lives. You've produced the greatest good for the greatest number. The Kantian answer is immediate. You've treated the 1 person as a mere means. You've used them as a resource, as a source of organs, as a tool for saving others. You've completely violated their dignity as an end in themselves. That person didn't consent to being killed. They had their own life, their own project, their own rational agency. You've treated all of that as irrelevant, as something that can be sacrificed if the numbers work out right. This is the fundamental problem with consequentialism from a Kantian perspective. It makes human dignity negotiable. It says that respect for persons can be overridden when doing so produces enough benefit. But, Kant argues, this gets the relationship backwards. Consequences matter only because they affect rational beings. Value exists only because rational beings can recognize and pursue it. Therefore, rational beings themselves, their dignity, their agency, their status as ends must be prior to, and more fundamental than any calculation of consequences. You cannot coherently say we should maximize value while treating the very beings who are the source of all value as expendable when the math requires it. The utilitarian might respond, but we're not saying individuals don't matter. We're saying every individual matters equally. One person's welfare counts the same as anyone else's. We're being perfectly impartial. This sounds fair, but consider what it means in practice. It means that if violating one person's rights produces enough benefit for enough other people, you should violate those rights. If enslaving a minority produces enough happiness for the majority, slavery is justified. If torturing one person saves many others, torture is required. The utilitarian might say these scenarios are unrealistic, that violating rights rarely produces net benefits. But that's an empirical claim, not a principled objection. If the numbers did work out that way, utilitarianism would endorse the violation. This reveals something crucial. Utilitarianism doesn't actually protect human dignity. It protects people's welfare only instrumentally, only when protecting it maximizes overall utility. The moment violating dignity becomes more useful than respecting it, utilitarianism requires. The violation. Kant would say, this makes dignity conditional. And if dignity is conditional, it's not really dignity at all. It's just another value to be weighed against other values. But the whole point of dignity is that it's unconditional. Rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on consequences, on utility calculations, on whether respecting them produces good outcomes. They have worth simply because they're rational agents capable of setting ends. To treat this worth as negotiable, as something that can be sacrificed for sufficiently good consequences, is to deny what makes human beings different from objects. It's to treat persons as if they were just a very complicated source of utility rather than beings with intrinsic value. The deeper problem is that utilitarianism can't be universalized in the Kantian sense. What's the maxim of utilitarian action? Something like, I will do whatever produces the greatest total utility, even if it requires treating some people as mere means. Can everyone follow this maxim? Can it be willed as universal law? Consider, what happens if everyone acts to maximize utility without constraints on respecting dignity? You get a world where anyone can be sacrificed at any time if doing so benefits enough others. There are no stable rights, no protected freedoms, no inviolable dignity. In such a world, you cannot plan your life. You cannot trust that others will respect your agency. You cannot know whether you'll be the one selected for sacrifice when the utility calculus requires it. More fundamentally, the entire framework of morality breaks down. Because morality requires stable expectations, reciprocal respect, and recognition of each other as agents with claims that bind others. But utilitarianism says these only matter when they produce good consequences. This is incoherent. The very idea of moral obligation of being bound to respect others, regardless of whether doing so benefits you, is incompatible with making everything conditional on consequences. Kant saw this clearly. Either morality is categorical or it's not morality at all. It's just sophisticated prudence. Doing what's useful while calling it duty. Utilitarians might object that this is unfair. They're not abandoning morality, just grounding it differently. Instead of abstract principles, they base ethics on the concrete reality of human welfare. But Kant would ask, Why does human welfare matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because humans are beings whose well-being has value. But why does their well-being have value? Because they're rational agents capable of caring about their lives, setting goals, pursuing ends. In other words, human welfare matters because human agency matters. The value of good consequences derives from the value of the rational beings who experience those consequences. But if that's true, then you cannot coherently sacrifice the agency that gives consequences their value for the sake of those consequences. You're sawing off the branch you're sitting on. This is the deep incoherence in consequentialism. It depends on the value of rational agency to explain why consequences matter, but then treats rational agency as expendable when pursuing good consequences. Ethics doesn't have this problem. It says, rational agency is the source of all value. Therefore, respect for rational agency is the fundamental moral requirement. Consequences matter, but only within the constraint of respecting dignity. You cannot produce good outcomes by methods that violate what makes outcomes good in the first place. The utilitarian might make one more argument. Maybe, in theory, utilitarianism allows rights violations. But in practice, respecting rights generally produces the best outcomes. So Kantian. Principles and utilitarian calculations usually lead to the same conclusions. This is true more often than not. But it's a contingent coincidence, not a principled convergence. Kant would say, if you're following moral principles only because they produce good outcomes, you're not actually following them morally. You're using them instrumentally. And the moment you encounter a case where violating principles produces better outcomes, you'll violate them. True moral action requires acting from duty itself, not from calculation of consequences. It requires recognizing moral principles as categorically binding, not as useful rules of thumb. This matters because humans are very good at convincing themselves that their rule violations will produce good outcomes. The person who betrays a confidence tells themselves it's for the best. The official who takes a bribe tells themselves they'll do more good with power than without it. The person who breaks a promise tells themselves that consequences justify it. If morality is fundamentally consequentialist, these rationalizations might sometimes be correct. And if they might sometimes be correct, everyone will think their case is one of those times. This is why Kant insists on categorical principles, not because consequences don't matter, but because making morality conditional on consequences opens the door to unlimited rationalization. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can maximize good outcomes while treating the beings who are the source of all value as means to those outcomes. But this is incoherent. Value exists because of rational agency. Therefore, rational agency must constrain how you pursue value. You cannot violate what makes value possible for the sake of producing more value. When you try, you end up with conclusions that shock moral intuition. Killing the innocent to save the guilty if the numbers work. Torturing one to benefit many. Enslaving minorities for majority happiness. Breaking promises when convenient. Lying when useful. Each conclusion follows logically from utilitarian premises. Each reveals what's at stake when you abandon categorical respect for human dignity. Kant isn't saying consequences are irrelevant. He's saying they're not fundamental. They matter, but they matter within constraints set by respect for rational agency. You should produce good outcomes, but only by methods that treat people as ends, never merely as means. This is harder than pure consequentialism. It means sometimes you cannot do what would produce the best outcomes because doing so would violate someone's dignity. It means constraints on pursuing the good that have nothing to do with whether the pursuit would be successful. But Kant would say this: difficulty reveals moral truth rather than obscuring it. Morality is difficult because human dignity is unconditional. Because rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on whether respecting them is convenient or beneficial. Because some things are simply wrong regardless of consequences. If you abandon this, if you make dignity conditional on producing good outcomes, you've given up the substance of morality while keeping its language. You're left with sophisticated calculation, dressed up as ethical reasoning. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can avoid this while still being consequentialist. But you cannot. The moment you make consequences fundamental in dignity derivative, you've opened the door to treating people as expendable resources, to violating rights when the numbers require it, to sacrificing persons for impersonal goods. And once you've done that, you're no longer doing ethics in any meaningful sense. You're just doing accounting with human lives. In the real world, power matters. Ideals are nice, but survival requires strength. The strong dominate the weak. That's just how things are. This is perhaps the oldest justification for a moral behavior, before sophisticated philosophical systems, before appeals to greater goods, before elaborate rationalizations. There was simply power. The assertion that might makes right, that winners write the rules, that morality is just a story the strong tell to control the weak. This view has enormous, intuitive appeal. Look at history, look at nature. The powerful do seem to prevail. Resources flow to those who can take them. Those with strength impose their will on those without it. Why shouldn't we acknowledge this reality? Why pretend otherwise with talk of dignity and moral obligation? Kant's response to this position is devastating, not because he denies the reality of power, but because he shows that the power player's logic is self-refuting. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying pure power ethics? I will take whatever I can get through superior force, and others have no legitimate claim against me except their own power to resist. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? The power player might say yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Let everyone exercise whatever power they have. May the best survive. But notice what this actually means. If everyone follows this maxim, you live in a world of pure conflict, a war of all against all, where every interaction is a test of force, where no commitments bind, where cooperation is impossible except as temporary alliance based on mutual threat. In such a world, you cannot sleep safely, cannot trust anyone, cannot plan beyond immediate survival, cannot develop anything requiring time and cooperation, cannot build, create, or achieve anything complex. More fundamentally, you cannot even assert claims. When you say this is mine, you're making a claim that goes beyond mere physical possession. You're asserting a right that should bind others, even when you're not actively defending the resource. But if might makes right, there are no such rights. There's only current ability to control. The moment you turn your back, lose your strength, or face superior force, you lose everything. You will Can you rationally choose a world where you have no stable claims, no protected space, no security beyond immediate force? You cannot, because willing requires planning. Planning requires stability. Stability requires that others respect claims. You're not currently enforcing with power. In other words, the power player depends on others not following the power maxim. They depend on a world where most people respect rights, keep commitments, and cooperate so the power player can exploit that cooperative order while refusing to be bound by it themselves. This is the classic exception counter-ethics exposes. The power player wants the benefits of a moral, order-stable property, honored agreements, predictable behavior while claiming exemption from moral constraints themselves. But they cannot have both. If power is really the only reality, then their own claims based on power have no more validity than anyone else's. They cannot object when others use power against them. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, or violated agreements. Because, in a world of pure power, there is no justice. There is only force and counterforce. The formula of humanity reveals another dimension of this failure. When you treat others based solely on power relations, you're not engaging with them as rational agents. You're treating them as obstacles to overcome or resources to exploit. But you don't treat yourself this way. You regard yourself as an agent with legitimate projects, justified claims, and reasonable expectations. You think others should respect your interests, honor their commitments to you, and recognize your autonomy. This is inconsistent. Either rational agency creates legitimate claims, or it doesn't. If it does, then others' rational agency creates claims on you. If it doesn't, then your own rational agency creates no claims on others. You cannot coherently assert your own dignity while denying others. Because the same rational nature that grounds your claims grounds theirs. The power player might respond, "I'm not making moral claims. I'm just taking what I can. I don't ask others to respect my rights. I defend them with power." But this is self-deception. The moment the power player expects others to honor agreements, the moment they object to theft or betrayal, the moment they appeal to any principle beyond immediate force, they're making moral claims. And they do this constantly. When someone steals from them, they don't just physically resist. They claim it was wrong. When someone breaks an agreement with them, they don't just shrug. They assert betrayal. When someone challenges their authority, they don't just apply force. They justify their position. All of this reveals that even the pure power player doesn't actually believe might makes right. They believe it when they're exercising power over others. But when others exercise power over them, suddenly principles matter. Justice matters. Rights matter. This hypocrisy is built into the power position, because power by itself cannot justify anything. It's just a fact about who can do what. To move from "I can do this" to "I should be able to do this," or others should not interfere requires normative claims that go beyond power. And once you're making normative claims, you're in the moral domain. You're implicitly asserting principles that should bind others, regardless of their power to resist you. But if those principles bind others, they bind you. You cannot claim rights for yourself while denying them to others based solely on power. Differential. Kant saw that power ethics is fundamentally incoherent. It tries to assert claims while denying the basis of all claims. It depends on moral concepts while rejecting morality itself. there's also a practical problem. The power player assumes they'll always have power, but power is unstable. Fortunes change. Today's dominant become tomorrow's vulnerable. Age weakens. Circumstances shift. Allies become enemies. When you've built your position on pure power, you have no recourse when power fails. You've granted everyone the right to dominate you if they can. You've eliminated any basis for appealing to their restraint, compassion, or sense of justice. This is profoundly irrational. You're willing a world where you have no protection except strength, knowing that you will inevitably experience weakness. A rational person would want principles that bind others even when you lack power to enforce them. Principles that protect you when vulnerable, constrain you when strong, and create stable expectations for everyone. But these are precisely the principles the power player rejects. They want freedom when strong and protection when weak. But they cannot have both without accepting moral constraints that operate independently of power. The categorical imperative forces consistency. If you claim others should respect you regardless of whether you can force them to, you must respect others regardless of whether they can force you to. If you think there are constraints on what stronger parties can do to weaker ones, you must accept those constraints when you're stronger. There's no middle ground where power justifies your actions, but not others. Where might makes right when you're wielding it, but wrongs you when others wield it. The power player's logic collapses into either pure nihilism, nothing matters. There are no legitimate claims, force is the only reality, or concealed moralism, where they make exception for themselves while denying others the same claims. If they choose nihilism, they've given up any grounds for objecting to anything. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, cruelty. They can only resist or submit. This makes rational agency impossible, because agency requires being able to make and receive claims. If they choose concealed moralism, they're admitting that moral principles exist and bind others. But then why don't those same principles bind them? What makes them special? Usually the answer is, because I'm stronger, because I can, because I have the power to make exceptions for myself. But this is circular. You're using power to justify, claiming exemption from moral principles, while depending on those principles to constrain others' use of power against you. This doesn't work. Either moral principles are binding regardless of power, or they're not binding at all. You cannot have it both ways. Kant would say, the power player's mistake is treating power as if it were a source of normativity, as if being able to do something gave you the right to do it, as if superior force made your claims more valid than others. But power is normatively neutral. It's just a capacity. What matters morally is how you use that capacity, whether you exercise it in ways that respect the rational nature of those affected. When you have power over others, you have greater responsibility, not greater permission. Because you can do more harm, can violate dignity more extensively, can create more suffering through careless exercise of strength. The person with power who uses it purely for self-interest, while disregarding others' dignity, is acting worse than the powerless person who would do the same. Because they're doing more damage to the moral order, treating more people as mere means, causing more violation of rational agency. This is the opposite of what power ethics claims. It says power gives you a pass from moral constraints. Kant says power gives you greater obligations precisely because you can do more harm. The fundamental insight is this: rational agency is what grounds moral claims. Power has nothing to do with it. The weakest person has the same dignity as the strongest, the same status as an end in themselves, the same right to respect. Power can't change this. It can only create temptations to violate it and opportunities to uphold it. When the powerful respect the weak, despite having no external compulsion to do so, they demonstrate genuine moral character. They show they recognize dignity as unconditional, not dependent on whether others can force respect. When the powerful exploit the weak simply because they can, they reveal themselves as morally bankrupt. They show they recognize no principles beyond convenience, no constraints beyond external force. And most tellingly, they show they don't really believe their own position, because they still expect others to respect them, still make claims, still appeal to principles when it suits. Then, the power player wants moral order for themselves and moral freedom over others. But this cannot be universalized. It depends on asymmetry that cannot be rationally willed. Either we all live under power alone, in which case no one has legitimate claims and life is nasty, brutish, and short, or we all live under moral principles that bind regardless of power, in which case the strong must respect the weak. There is no coherent middle position where power justifies the strong dominating the weak, while moral principles protect the strong from each other. Kant's ethics reveals that might doesn't make right, it only makes might. And if that's all it makes, then the mighty have no more justified claims than anyone else. Their power is just a fact, not a justification. The only thing that makes claims justified, that gives anyone the right to expect anything from anyone, else is rational agency. And rational agency belongs equally to the strong and the weak, the powerful and the vulnerable, the dominant and the dominated. To recognize this is to see that power ethics is not just wrong, but incoherent. It asserts claims while denying the only possible basis of claims. It demands respect while refusing to give it. It wants the benefits of morality while rejecting moral constraints. And it cannot be universalized without destroying itself. The power player depends on others not being power players, depends on a world of generally moral behavior that they exploit while contributing nothing to its maintenance. This is parasitism, not realism, and Kant's ethics exposes it completely. I had no choice. The situation forced my hand. Anyone would have done the same. It was necessary. This is perhaps the most common moral excuse, not an assertion that the action was right, but a denial of responsibility, a claim that circumstances eliminated alternatives, that necessity overrode obligation, that the normal rules don't apply when you're backed into a corner. The excuse of necessity appears everywhere. The person who lies says they had to, that telling truth wasn't an option. The person who breaks a promise says circumstances changed, that keeping it became impossible. The person who betrays someone says they were forced, that they faced pressures, leaving no room for loyalty. Sometimes these claims are legitimate. Sometimes circumstances genuinely eliminate options, creating tragic situations where any choice causes harm. But far more often, the excuse of necessity is sophisticated self-deception, a way of denying agency when agency would require difficult choices, a way of avoiding responsibility by claiming helplessness. Kant's ethics cuts through this evasion ruthlessly. First, we need to distinguish genuine necessity from false necessity. Genuine necessity means literal impossibility. You cannot keep a promise to meet someone if you're physically prevented from traveling. You cannot tell truth if you're unconscious. You cannot fulfill an obligation if circumstances make the action literally impossible. But this kind of necessity is rare. Most claims of necessity aren't about impossibility, but about cost. I had to lie usually means telling truth would have been costly. I had to break my promise usually means keeping it would have been difficult. I had no choice usually means the alternative was uncomfortable. This is false necessity. Not the elimination of options, but the rejection of options you don't. Like, Kant would ask, what's your maxim when you claim necessity? I will violate moral obligations when following them would impose costs I'm unwilling to bear. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone abandons moral constraints whenever they face significant difficulty? Obviously not, because moral obligations are binding precisely in difficult circumstances. When following them is easy, you don't need obligation, you denade. Anyway, from inclination. The whole point of moral duty is that it applies even when you don't want to follow it, even when following it is costly, even when alternatives would be easier. If everyone abandoned moral constraints when circumstances became difficult, there would be no moral constraints at all. Because circumstances are always difficult for someone. There's always some pressure, some cost, some reason why following morality is inconvenient. The person claiming necessity is making a classic exception. They want others to follow moral obligations even when difficult, but they claim exemption when facing their own difficulties. This is the familiar pattern. Universalization exposes asymmetry. You're asserting a right you cannot grant to others without destroying the very moral order you depend on. But there's a deeper issue. The claim of necessity often reflects confusion about what moral obligation requires. Kant distinguishes between perfect and imperfect duties. Perfect duties are strict and allow no exceptions. You must never lie, must never treat someone merely as means, must never violate the categorical imperative. Imperfect duties allow latitude in how and when you fulfill them. You should help others, should develop your talents, should promote your own happiness. But you have discretion about specific applications. When people claim necessity, they're usually trying to turn perfect duties into imperfect ones. They want discretion when none exists. They want to weigh costs and benefits when the obligation is categorical. I had to lie because telling truth would have been too costly. But truth-telling is a perfect duty. Cost is irrelevant. You're obligated to tell truth regardless of consequences to yourself. I had to break my promise because circumstances changed, but promise-keeping is a perfect duty. Changed circumstances don't eliminate obligations, though they might make them more difficult to fulfill. The excuse of necessity tries to smuggle consequentialist reasoning into a deontological framework. It says, this particular instance of following duty would produce bad results, so I don't have to follow it. But this contradicts the categorical nature of moral obligation. Duties are binding regardless of consequences. That's what makes them categorical rather than hypothetical. You might disagree with this. You might think consequences matter enough to override obligations. But then you're abandoning Kantian ethics entirely. not claiming its protection while evading its constraints. The formula of humanity reveals another aspect. When you claim necessity as an excuse for violating someone's dignity, you're treating them as expendable when circumstances require it. I had to deceive them, the situation forced me, but they're a rational being deserving respect regardless of your situation. Your difficulty doesn't give you the right to treat them as mere means. I had to break my commitment. I faced pressures they don't understand. But your pressures don't eliminate their legitimate expectations or their status as an end in themselves. The excuse of necessity places your concerns above others' dignity. It says, my convenience, my welfare, my ability to avoid difficult choices matters more than respecting your rational agency. This cannot be universalized, because others face pressures too. If everyone gets to violate dignity when circumstances are difficult, dignity becomes conditional on everyone having easy circumstances, which is the same as saying it's not real dignity at all. There's also a practical problem with the necessity excuse. It trains you to see yourself as helpless, as a passive victim of circumstances, rather than an active agent making choices. Every time you say I had to, you're denying your own agency. You're treating yourself as an object pushed around by forces beyond your control rather than a rational being choosing among options. This is a form of self-disrespect. You're failing to recognize your own capacity for autonomous choice. You're treating your own rational nature as if it were mere nature subject to causal forces, but not capable of self-determination. Kant would say this degrades your own humanity. When you claim helplessness where you actually had choice, you're treating yourself as less than what you are, being capable of acting from principle regardless of pressure. Moreover, the necessity excuse becomes a habit. The more you invoke it, the more you train yourself to see obligations as optional when difficult. You develop character structured around avoiding responsibility rather than accepting it. This corrupts moral judgment. You lose the ability to distinguish genuine impossibility from mere difficulty. You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to principle. Over time, you become someone who always finds reasons why normal rules don't apply to you, why your situation is special, why circumstances justified the exception. But, of course, everyone's situation feels special to them. Everyone faces pressures they think others don't understand. Everyone encounters circumstances that make morality inconvenient. If necessity excuses everyone, it excuses no one, because the excuse eliminates the very concept of obligation. Kant saw this clearly. Either moral obligations or categorical binding, regardless of cost, regardless of difficulty, regardless of what you'd prefer, they're not really obligations at all. They're just suggestions that apply when convenient. Guidelines that hold unless following them is hard. Ideals you nod toward while acting on entirely different principles. This doesn't mean Kant was naive about difficulty. He recognized that humans are finite beings with real limitations. That circumstances sometimes genuinely constrain options. That moral life involves genuine dilemmas. But he insisted on distinguishing genuine constraints from self-serving excuses, real impossibility from unwillingness to pay costs, tragic circumstances from convenient rationalizations. The test is simple. Are you claiming you couldn't do something that was literally impossible? Or are you claiming you had to abandon a moral obligation because following it would have been difficult? If the former, fine. No one can demand the impossible. If the latter, You're making an excuse, not stating a fact. And the excuse can't be universalized, because everyone faces difficulty. If difficulty eliminates obligation, obligation eliminates itself. There's one more aspect to consider. The excuse of necessity often reveals failure of moral imagination, an inability to see options that would allow you to fulfill obligations. Despite difficulty, when you claim I had no choice, you're usually wrong. You had choices, you just didn't like them. You didn't want to pay the price of acting morally, but moral life requires creativity, finding ways to honor obligations despite obstacles, discovering paths through difficult circumstances that respect everyone's dignity. The person who immediately claims necessity has often simply stopped thinking. They've identified the easy option that violates obligation and declared all others impossible without seriously considering them. Kant would say this shows insufficient commitment to morality. A genuinely moral person would exhaust all options before concluding that obligation cannot be fulfilled, would accept significant cost to themselves before violating others. Dignity. This doesn't mean moral heroism is required of everyone, but it means you cannot casually abandon obligations while claiming you had no alternative. The excuse of necessity, in most cases, is simply moral laziness, a refusal to think hard about options, to accept costs, to honor the categorical nature of obligation, and when you examine it through Kant's test, it fails immediately. You cannot will that everyone abandons obligations when circumstances are difficult. You cannot universalize the maxim of convenience over duty, because you depend on others maintaining their obligations to you even when doing so is costly for them. You depend on a world where most people honor commitments, tell truth, respect, dignitize despite pressures and difficulties. You're claiming exception from the very order you require to function, asserting that others must follow rules you won't follow, treating your convenience as more important than the moral fabric of human community. This is the characteristic failure that Kant's ethics exposes in all its forms. The attempt to benefit from morality while evading its constraints, to enjoy the protections of a moral order while contributing nothing to its maintenance. The excuse of necessity is just one more version of this eternal human tendency to claim helplessness when agency would require sacrifice, to invoke circumstances when principle would require cost, to deny responsibility when accepting it would be difficult. But Kant shows us we always have a choice, not always an easy choice, not always a choice we like, not always a choice that spares us difficulty, but a choice nonetheless, between following the categorical imperative or violating it, between respecting human dignity or treating people as means, between acting from duty or from inclination. The excuse of necessity tries to deny this choice, to claim that circumstances made the decision for you, that you were forced to violate obligation. But this is false. You chose. You decided that your convenience mattered more than your duty, that the cost of morality was more than you were willing to pay. You can admit this honestly, accept responsibility, and face whatever consequences follow from your choice, or you can hide behind necessity, pretending you had no agency, denying the choice you actually made. But you cannot do both. You cannot claim helplessness while also claiming moral status. You cannot deny agency while expecting to be treated as an agent, and you cannot universalize the excuse without destroying the very concept of moral obligation, without reducing ethics to a system where everyone follows rules when convenient and abandons them when not. Kant's ethics demands more. It demands recognition that moral obligation binds regardless of difficulty, that human dignity matters regardless of cost, that some things are simply required of rational beings, regardless of whether circumstances make compliance easy. This is demanding. It's meant to be. Because morality isn't about convenience, it's about what rational agency itself requires, about what must be true if human community is to be possible at all, and the excuse of necessity, in the end, is just another way of denying these truths while depending on them, of claiming helplessness while demanding that others remain bound. By principles you refuse to follow, Kant's test exposes this completely, and leaves no room for the comfortable lie that circumstances can eliminate what reason demands. We've seen how various justifications for immoral behavior fail the categorical imperative, but there's a deeper pattern worth exploring. A reason why bad maxims always fail universalization, and understanding this pattern reveals something profound about the structure of morality itself. Every immoral maxim has the same fundamental problem. It depends on conditions it simultaneously undermines. It requires stability it destroys. It exploits an order it refuses to maintain. Think about lying. The liar needs people to believe them. But lying, if universalized, destroys belief itself. The practice of communication depends on a presumption of truthfulness. When that presumption collapses, words lose their power to convey information. The liar is sawing off the branch they're sitting on. Their maxim only works because most people don't follow it. They're making an exception for themselves that cannot be generalized. This isn't an accident. It's structural, built into the nature of rational agency in communication. When you speak, you implicitly claim to be communicating something true. Not necessarily that your statement corresponds to reality, but that you believe what you're saying. You're presenting your words as expressions of your actual thoughts. Lying violates this implicit claim. You're using the communication system while refusing to play by its rules. You're exploiting others' assumption of good faith while acting in bad faith yourself. This is why the contradiction isn't just about consequences. It's about the internal coherence of the maxim itself. You cannot universalize lying because doing so destroys the very practice that makes lying possible. The same pattern appears in promise breaking. Promises work because people generally keep them. They create expectations that guide planning and enable cooperation. When someone makes a promise, others adjust their behavior in reliance on that commitment. The promise breaker exploits this system. They gain the benefits of being trusted, without bearing the costs of being trustworthy. They want others to treat their promises as binding while treating those same promises as optional for themselves. But if everyone broke promises when convenient, the institution of promising would dissolve. No one would adjust their behavior based on commitments. Promises would become mere predictions, not obligations. The promise breaker, like the liar, depends on others maintaining what they refuse to maintain. They're parasitic on a practice they're undermining. This reveals something important about why Kant's ethics works. It's not imposing arbitrary constraints from outside. It's showing what rational agency itself requires. To be a rational agent is to act for reasons, to claim that your actions are justified. And to claim justification is to assert principles that apply beyond your particular case. When you act, you're implicitly saying, this type of action, in these types of circumstances, is permissible. You're making a universal claim, whether you realize it or not. The categorical imperative simply makes this implicit universality explicit. It asks, can your maxim actually function as a universal principle, or does it depend on others not following it? If the latter, you're being incoherent. You're claiming a justification that undermines itself when universalized. You're trying to have things both ways to benefit from a practice while refusing to maintain it. This is why bad maxims always self-destruct, not because God punishes them, not because society disapproves, not because they produce bad consequences, though they often do, but because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot survive their own universalization. Consider manipulation. The manipulator needs people who aren't suspicious, who take communications at face value, who assume good faith. Manipulation works by exploiting trust. But if everyone manipulated everyone, trust would disappear. Everyone would constantly suspect ulterior motives. Every communication would be analyzed for hidden agendas. The baseline of good faith that makes manipulation effective would be destroyed. The manipulator depends on most people not being manipulators, on a world where trust is the default, so violations of trust can be exploited. This dependency reveals the incoherence. You cannot coherently will that everyone manipulates, because doing so eliminates what makes manipulation work. You're asserting a right that destroys its own conditions of possibility. The pattern extends to all immoral maxims. The thief needs property rights to exist, or there's nothing to steal. The fraudster needs honest commerce, or fraud would be expected and anticipated. The person who refuses all help needs a society where most people do help, or human cooperation would be impossible. In every case, the immoral agent is free-riding, taking advantage of a moral order they refuse to support, exploiting others' good behavior, while exempting themselves from reciprocal obligations. Kant's genius was recognizing that this free riding is not just unfair, it's logically incoherent. You cannot rationally will a world where everyone free rides, because free riding depends on others not free-riding. This gives us a different way of understanding why morality is binding. Not because of divine command, not because of social contract, not because of consequences, but because of what rational agency itself requires. To be rational is to act according to principles. To act according to principles is to claim those. Principles could be universal. To claim they could be universal is to be bound by them yourself. You cannot escape this by denying you're making universal claims, because any justification of your action implicitly universalizes. When you say, it was okay for me to do this because of these reasons, you're saying these reasons justify this type of action, and that's a universal claim. The only way to avoid universal claims is to admit you're not acting for reasons at all, that you're just doing what you feel like, with no justification, making no claim that your action is permissible, but then you're not exercising rational agency. You're just behaving. And if you're just behaving, you cannot object when others behave toward you in ways you don't like. You've given up any basis for making claims against others. This is the choice Kant presents. Either you act rationally, according to principles that could be universal, in which case morality binds you, or you give up rationality entirely, in which case you give up any basis for asserting claims making demands, or expecting anything from anyone. Most people don't want to give up rationality. They want to be rational agents who act for reasons and can justify their choices. But they also want to avoid moral constraints when those constraints are inconvenient. Kant shows this is impossible. You cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. You cannot assert justifications while refusing to universalize them. You cannot expect others to respect your claims while refusing to respect theirs. The self-destructive nature of bad maxims isn't a curious feature. It's the fundamental fact about immoral action. Every violation of the categorical imperative is an attempt to assert something that cannot be coherently asserted, to claim a right that destroys itself. When universalized, to enjoy benefits while refusing to bear their costs. This is why you can always tell when someone's reasoning is bad. Not because you have moral intuitions that disagree, not because you calculate different consequences, but because their maxim, when made explicit and universal, reveals its own incoherence. They want special treatment they cannot justify, exceptions. They cannot universalize, rights they cannot grant to others without undermining their own position. Kant gives us the tool to see this, to take any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim and test whether it can survive its own universalization. If it can, the action is at least permissible. If it cannot, the justification is hollow. Not wrong in some subjective sense, but objectively incoherent, self-undermining, rationally untenable. This is the deeper pattern. Bad maxims fail not because they violate external rules, but because they violate the internal requirements of rational agency itself. They try to claim what cannot be claimed, to assert what cannot be asserted, to universalize what destroys itself when universalized. And once you see this pattern, you cannot unsee it. Every rationalization reveals itself as an attempt to make an exception that cannot be made. Every excuse exposes itself as a claim to rights that undermine themselves when, extended, the categorical imperative is not a constraint imposed from outside. It's the internal logic of rational agency made explicit. Acting morally is not sacrificing your interests for some external authority. It's being consistent with what you're already implicitly claiming whenever you act rationally at all. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Not because reason tells us what to desire or what goals to pursue, but because reason itself has a structure, and acting according to that structure requires acting morally. The person who violates the categorical imperative isn't just doing something wrong. They're being irrational, incoherent, self-contradictory. They're claiming what they cannot claim, asserting what they cannot assert, willing what they cannot will. And this irrationality is visible, not through moral intuition or divine revelation or cultural conditioning, but through simple logical analysis, through asking, can this maxim be universal? Does it survive its own generalization, or does it depend on conditions it undermines? When you ask this question honestly, bad maxims always reveal themselves. They collapse under their own weight. They prove unable to sustain what they require. This is the deeper pattern, and understanding it transforms how you think about morality. It's not about following rules because someone said so. It's about being coherent, about not soaring off the branch you're sitting on, about not claiming rights you cannot grant, about not willing what cannot be willed. It's about recognizing what rational agency itself demands, and accepting that you cannot escape those demands while remaining rational. Having understood why bad maxims self-destruct, we can examine the deeper architecture of how people try to evade moral constraints. There are patterns to manipulation and rationalization, strategies that appear again and again, and understanding. These patterns helps you recognize violations before they deceive you. The first strategy is particularization, taking a universal moral principle and adding qualifications that make it apply only to others. You shouldn't lie becomes people shouldn't lie to me. Promises should be kept becomes others should keep their promises to me. Human dignity must be respected becomes my dignity must be respected. The pattern is subtle because it uses moral language while evacuating moral content. It sounds like you're affirming moral principles, but you're actually claiming special status that exempts you from them. Kant's test exposes this immediately. Can you universalize your actual maxim? Not the principle you cite, but the principle you actually follow. If your real maxim is, others must respect my dignity, but I can treat them as mere means when convenient, that obviously fails universalization. You're claiming an exception with no justification. The second strategy is false equivalence, treating fundamentally different situations as if they raise the same moral issues, then using one to justify the other. Everyone lies sometimes, so my lies are no different. But your lies and white lies about someone's haircut are categorically different. One manipulates someone for your benefit. The other spares minor hurt feelings. The maxims are completely different. All business involves some exploitation, so my exploitation is normal. But there's a difference between employing someone at market wages and systematically abusing workers because you can. The fact that all economic relationships involve power doesn't mean all exercises of power are equivalent. This strategy works by blurring distinctions, by grouping all instances of some behavior together, regardless of maxims, intentions, or contexts, then using the acceptability of mild instances to justify severe violations. Kant's ethics requires examining actual maxims, not surface behaviors. Two people might tell falsehoods. Following the maxim, I will speak falsely to protect someone from harm. Another following, I will deceive others for personal gain. Same behavior, completely different moral status. The third strategy is infinite regress, questioning every moral claim until the person either gives up or admits uncertainty, then treating this as permission to ignore morality entirely. Why should I respect human dignity? Because Kant said so. Why should I listen to Kant? Because he gave good arguments. Why should I care about good arguments? Because rationality matters. Why does rationality matter? This can continue indefinitely, but it proves nothing. You can apply the same strategy to any claim whatsoever, including the strategy itself. Kant's response is that some things are simply presupposed by rational agency. You cannot question whether rationality matters while engaging in rational questioning. The very act of asking undermines the skeptical conclusion. Similarly, you cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. Questioning moral principles is fine, but you cannot question them while simultaneously making moral claims against others. The fourth strategy is hypothetical extremes, presenting bizarre scenarios where moral principles seem to lead to absurd conclusions, then using these to reject the principles entirely. What if an asteroid was going to destroy Earth, and the only way to stop it was by torturing one person? Would you really say we shouldn't torture them? These scenarios are designed to make moral principles seem rigid or unrealistic, but they prove nothing about ordinary cases. The fact that principles might face dilemmas in wildly improbable situations doesn't eliminate their binding force in normal life. Moreover, these hypotheticals often smuggle in assumptions that beg the question. They're constructed specifically to make the violation seem necessary. Then treat this construction as revealing a flaw in moral reasoning. Kant would say, focus on actual situations you face. Don't let imaginary edge cases undermine your commitment. Two principles that apply clearly in real life. The fifth strategy is motive questioning. Instead of engaging with moral arguments, attacking the motives of people making them, you only care about honesty because you're judgmental. You only oppose exploitation because you're envious. You only emphasize duty because you're repressed. This is ad hominem reasoning. It tries to discredit moral claims by discrediting their advocates. But the validity of an argument doesn't depend on the character of the person making it. Kant's principles stand on their own logical merits. They're true or false based on whether they survive rational examination, not based on who endorses them. The sixth strategy is selective empathy. Focusing intensely on how moral principles constrain you, while ignoring how your violations harm others. When told not to lie, you vividly imagine the awkwardness of telling truth. When told not to manipulate, you focus on how difficult, honest persuasion would be. When told not to break promises, you emphasize how circumstances have changed, but you don't imagine what it's like to be lied to be manipulated, to have commitments broken. You don't feel the violation of agency, the loss of dignity, the harm to trust. This asymmetry allows you to see moral constraints as unreasonable impositions, while not seeing your violations as significant. Wrongs. Kant would say, apply the formula of humanity consistently. Imagine yourself in the position of those affected by your actions. Ask whether you're treating them as you'd want to be treated, as an end, not merely as a means. The seventh strategy is moral diffusion, spreading responsibility so widely that no one feels personally accountable. Everyone else is doing it. The system is corrupt anyway. My individual action doesn't matter. I'm just following orders. It's not my decision alone. Each statement might be factually true. Others might be doing it. The system might be corrupt. Your individual action might have small impact. You might be following orders. But none of this eliminates your personal responsibility for your own maxims. You choose what principles to act on. That choice is yours, regardless of what others do or what systems you operate within. Kant's ethics is radically personal. You're responsible for your maxims. You must ask whether you can universalize them. You cannot evade this by pointing to others' behavior or institutional structures. The eighth strategy is temporal compartmentalization, treating past actions as irrelevant to present identity and future actions as too uncertain to constrain present choice. Yes, I lied before, but I've changed. I might need to lie in the future, so I can't commit to never lying. The present moment becomes the only reality. Past patterns don't reveal character. Future implications don't constrain choice. This allows you to repeatedly violate principles while claiming each instance is an exception, not a pattern. To avoid accountability for establishing habits and corrupting character, Kant would emphasize that moral development matters. Each choice shapes who you become. Each exception makes the next exception easier. Character is built through consistent commitment, not through treating each situation as isolated. The ninth strategy is emotional override, using intense feelings to bypass rational evaluation. I was so angry. I was terrified. I was desperate. The emotion becomes both explanation and justification, as if feeling something strongly makes acting on it permissible. But emotions don't suspend the categorical imperative. They explain why you violated it, showing you acted from inclination rather than duty. But they don't justify the violation. Kant isn't saying emotions are bad. He's saying they can't override moral obligation. When duty and inclination conflict, duty must prevail if you're to be genuinely moral rather than merely following your feelings. The 10th strategy is definitional games. Redefining terms to make violations seem like compliance. I'm not lying, I'm being strategic with information. I'm not manipulating, I'm influencing. I'm not exploiting. I'm engaging in mutually beneficial exchange. I'm not violating dignity. I'm being realistic about human nature. The words change, but the underlying maxims remain the same. You're still deceiving, still treating people as mere means, still making exceptions for yourself. Kant would focus on the actual maxim you're acting on, regardless of how you label it. What principle are you really following? Can that principle be universalized? Understanding these strategies reveals something important. They're all variations of the same fundamental evasion, trying to claim moral status while avoiding moral constraint, claiming others must respect you while refusing to respect them, claiming rights while denying equivalent rights to others, demanding principle from others while allowing exceptions for yourself. Every strategy tries to maintain the asymmetry that Kant's ethics exposes, to preserve the gap between how you want to be treated and how you're willing to treat others. This is why manipulation has an architecture. It's not random. It follows patterns because it's always trying to solve the same problem. How to violate the categorical imperative while claiming its protections? The answer is, you can't, not coherently. Every evasion strategy fails under examination. Every rationalization reveals itself as special pleading. Every exception proves unable to generalize. But humans are remarkably persistent. When one strategy fails, we try another. When direct violation is too obvious, we obscure it with rhetoric. When logical analysis exposes the problem, we appeal to emotion or authority. The architecture of manipulation is intricate because people are clever. But it's also fragile because all its structures rest on the same incoherent foundation. The attempt to have moral order without moral constraint. Recognizing these patterns makes you harder to manipulate and less likely to manipulate yourself. When someone tries one of these strategies, you can identify it. When you're tempted to rationalize, you can catch yourself. The categorical imperative, once truly understood, acts like a philosophical immune system. It recognizes attempts to evade it, rejects sophistical reasoning, and maintains clarity about what rational consistency requires. This doesn't make moral life easy. Recognizing manipulation doesn't eliminate temptation. Understanding doesn't automatically produce right action, but it does strip away comforting illusions. It makes self-deception harder. It exposes the architecture of rationalization, so you can see it operating in yourself and others. And seeing clearly is the first step toward acting well. Throughout our exploration, one concept has appeared again and again: autonomy. It's time to understand why this concept is so central to Kant's ethics and why it unlocks everything else. The word autonomy literally means self-law. Auto, self. Nomos, law. A being who gives laws to themselves rather than receiving them from outside. This might sound like moral relativism, everyone making up their own rules. But Kant means something entirely different. Something profound about what it means to be rational. To see this, we need to distinguish autonomy from mere independence. Independence is simply doing what you want without external constraint. A person stranded alone on an island is independent in this sense. But they're not autonomous in Kant's sense. Autonomy isn't about absence of constraint. It's about the source of constraint. An autonomous being is constrained by principles, by laws, by obligations. But these constraints are self-imposed. They come from the rational nature of the being itself, not from external forces. Think about mathematics. When you recognize that 2 + 2 = 4, you're constrained. You can't rationally believe that 2 + 2 = 5. But this constraint isn't imposed from outside. It comes from the nature of rational thought itself. You give this law to yourself through your own reason. Moral autonomy works similarly. When you recognize that the categorical imperative binds you, you're constrained. You can't rationally will maxims that can't be universalized. But this constraint isn't imposed by God, society, or nature. It comes from your own rational nature. This is why Kant says that autonomy is the foundation of human dignity, because to be autonomous is to be the source of your own laws, to be self-determining rather than determined by outside forces. An animal acts from instinct. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by natural drives. It doesn't choose. A programmed machine acts from its code. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by external programming. But a rational being can step back from any particular drive or desire and ask, should I act on this? Is this consistent with principles I can will as universal law? This capacity for critical reflection, for self-legislation, is what makes rational beings special, and it's what gives them dignity rather than mere value. Things with value can be traded, replaced, or sacrificed for something of greater value. But beings with dignity are priceless. They cannot be traded or replaced because their worth is unconditional. Why? Because they're the source of all valuing. They're what makes value possible in the first place. Without autonomous, rational beings, nothing would have value because there would be no one to recognize it, pursue it, or care about it. This is why the formula of humanity commands treating rational beings as ends in themselves. Not because they're useful, though they often are. Not because they produce good outcomes, though they often do. But because they have the capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to themselves through reason. When you respect someone's autonomy, you're acknowledging their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, determine their own life through reason. You're recognizing them as a fellow legislator in the kingdom of ends. When you violate someone's autonomy by lying, manipulating, coercing, or otherwise treating them as mere means, denying this capacity, you're treating them as if they were an object to be used rather than an agent to be respected. This is why all moral violations involve treating rational nature as mere means. Because all moral violations override autonomy. They substitute your judgment for someone else's, your ends for theirs, your will for their self-legislation. But here's the key insight. You cannot coherently deny autonomy in others while claiming it for yourself. Because the same rational capacity that grounds your autonomy grounds theirs. When you assert your own dignity, make claims against others, demand respect for your choices, sure, implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal. It's not something you uniquely possess. It's what makes any being capable of moral status. So to claim autonomy for yourself while denying it to others is incoherent. You're asserting that rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. You're making an exception that cannot be justified. The categorical imperative simply makes this explicit. It says, if you're going to act as an autonomous being setting ends, making choices, following principles Zen, you must recognize autonomy in others. You must act only on maxims you could will as universal law. This isn't an external constraint on your autonomy. It's what autonomy itself requires. Because to be truly autonomous isn't to do whatever you happen to want. It's to act according to principles that reason can endorse. And reason can only endorse principles that respect rational nature wherever it appears. Principles that could serve as universal laws for all autonomous beings. This is why Kant says that autonomy is both the ground and the goal of morality. It's the ground because rational beings' capacity for self-legislation is what makes moral law possible. It's the goal because moral action aims to respect and promote autonomy in all rational beings. When you act morally, you're exercising your own autonomy, giving law to yourself through reason, and you're respecting others, autonomy treating them as self-legislating beings rather than mere objects. This creates a beautiful symmetry. Moral action expresses what you are, an autonomous being, while recognizing what others are equally autonomous beings. It's consistent with your nature while respecting the equivalent nature in everyone else. Immoral action, by contrast, is self-contradictory. You're exercising your autonomy to deny others autonomy, using your capacity for self-legislation to override others' equivalent capacity. Acting as if rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. This is why evil is always fundamentally irrational. Not just wrong, but incoherent. It involves claiming for yourself what you deny to others, while possessing no basis for the distinction. Understanding autonomy also explains why moral development matters. You don't become autonomous simply by reaching a certain age or achieving independence. Autonomy must be developed through practice. Every time you act from duty rather than inclination, you strengthen your capacity for self-legislation. Every time you universalize your maxims rather than making exceptions for yourself, you exercise autonomy more fully. Every time you respect others' rational agency despite pressure to violate it, you become more genuinely autonomous. This is because autonomy isn't just a capacity you have. It's a capacity you must actively realize through your choices. You can have the potential for autonomy while consistently acting heteronomously, following desire, social pressure, or arbitrary authority. True autonomy requires consistently choosing to act from principles that reason itself endorses, and that means acting morally, There's no gap between being genuinely autonomous and being moral. They're the same thing. This is perhaps Kant's most radical claim. Morality isn't a constraint on your autonomy. It's the fullest expression of autonomy. When you act morally, you're most fully yourself, most fully realizing your nature as a rational, self-legislating being. When you act immorally, you're less autonomous, not more. You're allowing inclination, pressure, or desire to override your rational nature. You're being determined by forces outside, your rational agency rather than determining yourself through reason. This inverts common assumptions. People often think morality constrains freedom, that moral obligations limit what you can do, that being moral means sacrificing your autonomy to external rules. But Kant shows this is backwards. You're most free when you act morally because you're acting from your own rational nature rather than being pushed around by desires, circumstances, or manipulation. You're least free when you violate moral principles because you're being controlled by forces outside your rational agency. You're allowing heteronymous factors: desire for pleasure, fear of consequences, social pressure to determine your action. True freedom is autonomy, and autonomy is moral action. They're inseparable. This doesn't mean moral action is easy. It means it's the only action that's truly free, that expresses what you really are rather than what external forces push you to do. Understanding this transforms how you think about moral obligation. It's not a burden imposed from outside. It's the demand of your own rational nature. When you feel obligated, what you're feeling is your own reason calling you to act consistently with what you are. When you resist this call, when you act from inclination against duty or not asserting your freedom, you're surrendering it. You're allowing something other than your rational agency to control your action. This is why Kant places autonomy at the center of his ethics. It's not just one value among others. It's the foundation of all moral value, the source of human dignity, the condition of genuine freedom, the goal of moral development. And it's the key to understanding why the categorical imperative binds, not because some external authority demands it, but because your own rational nature demands it. Because to be autonomous is to act on principles that could be universal laws. Because to claim autonomy for yourself is to recognize it in others. The categorical imperative isn't a constraint on autonomy. It's autonomy making explicit what it requires. It's reason calling you to consistency with your own nature as a rational, self-legislating being. And once you see this, you see why morality isn't optional for rational beings. Not because they'll be punished for immorality, but because immorality is incompatible with what they essentially are. To be rational is to be autonomous. To be autonomous is to be moral. There's no way to be fully human, fully realizing your nature as a rational being, while consistently violating the categorical imperative. This is autonomy's central place in Kant's ethics. Not just important, but foundational. Not just a value, but the condition of all value. Not just relevant to morality, but identical with it. Understanding this unlocks everything else we've explored. Why bad maxims self-destruct, why manipulation fails universalization, why moral violations are irrational, why human dignity is unconditional. All of it flows from the nature of autonomy, from what it means to be a rational being capable of giving law to yourself through reason. from the recognition that this capacity is what makes morality possible and what morality must protect. Kant gave us a third formulation of the categorical imperative, one that synthesizes the insights of the first two while pointing towards something aspirational. He called it the formula of the kingdom of ends. Act according to maxims of a universally legislating member of a merely possible kingdom of ends. This formulation is more complex, but it captures something beautiful about what morality aims toward. A vision of human community at its best. A kingdom is a systematic union under common laws. But this isn't a political kingdom ruled by a monarch. It's a moral kingdom where all members are both legislators and subjects. Each member legislates universal laws through their rational nature, but each is also subject to the very laws they legislate. You make moral law through your reason, but you're also bound by it. This dual status, legislator and subject, simultaneously is what distinguishes the kingdom of ends from hierarchical structures. There's no ruler imposing law on subordinates. Everyone participates equally in moral legislation. The kingdom consists of ends, rational beings who are valuable in themselves, not merely as means. Each member recognizes every other member as an end. Each treats everyone else with the respect due to autonomous agents. This creates a moral community, where everyone relates to everyone else as fellow rational beings, where no one is used as a mere tool, where each person's dignity is recognized and respected by all. Kant describes this as a merely possible kingdom because it's an ideal rather than a current reality. No actual human society fully realizes it, but it represents the goal toward which moral action tends when you act according to the categorical imperative. You're legislating for this kingdom. You're acting as if it already existed. You're treating others as ends, following only maxims. That could be universal laws, recognizing the dignity of all rational beings. Each moral action is like a vote for the kingdom of ends, a contribution toward making it real, a refusal to treat the current state of imperfection as justification for further violation. The beauty of this vision is how it combines equality with respect. Everyone is equal as a legislator. Each person's rational nature has the same status and authority, but this equality grounds respect rather than uniformity. Each person's unique ends, projects, and choices deserve respect precisely because they're exercises of autonomous, rational agency. The kingdom of ends isn't a place where everyone does the same things or pursues identical goals. It's a community where everyone pursues their own rationally chosen ends while respecting others' equivalent freedom to do the same. This vision has political implications. It suggests what legitimate political authority looks like. Not ruled by the powerful over the weak, but self-governance by rational beings who recognize each other's equal status. Laws are legitimate when they could be willed by everyone as self-legislation. When they respect the autonomy of all citizens, treating them as ends rather than means. When they create conditions for each person to develop and exercise their rational capacities. But the kingdom of ends goes beyond politics. It's a moral ideal that applies to all human relationships, to families, friendships, businesses, institutions, any context where rational beings interact. In each context, the question is, are people treating each other as ends in themselves, as autonomous agents whose dignity deserves respect? Or are they treating each other as mere tools, as means to their own ends. A family that respects the kingdom of ends would recognize each member's rational agency. Parents would guide children toward autonomy rather than merely controlling them. Adults would respect each other's choices, even when disagreeing. Relationships would be structured by mutual respect rather than domination. A business that respected the kingdom of ends would treat workers as agents, not resources. Customers as persons, not revenue sources. Communities as partners, not externalities. Profit would be pursued within constraints, set by respect for human dignity. An institution that respected the kingdom of ends would empower rather than subordinate. It would create space for people to exercise autonomy rather than merely following orders. It would be accountable to those it affects rather than imposing decisions on them. None of this means conflict disappears. Rational beings with different ends will sometimes clash, but in the kingdom of ends, these conflicts are resolved through reason, dialogue, and respect rather than through power, manipulation, or violation of dignity. The ideal might seem impossibly distant. Human societies are full of hierarchy, exploitation, and violation. Most relationships involve some degree of using others as means. Perfect respect for autonomy seems utopian, but Kant would say this doesn't undermine the ideal. It just means we have work to do. Each action that respects dignity moves us closer. Each refusal to treat people as mere means contributes to realizing the kingdom. And importantly, you can act as a member of the kingdom of ends regardless of whether others do. You can treat people as ends even when they treat you as means. You can follow universal laws even in an unjust world. This is what acting from duty means. Not waiting until conditions are perfect, but acting morally now. Treating the kingdom of ends as already existing through your own behavior, even when others haven't caught up. This is hard. It means respecting people's dignity even when they don't respect yours. Maintaining moral principles even when others violate them. Acting as if rational nature deserves unconditional respect even in circumstances that make this costly. But it's the only way the ideal can ever be realized. Not through some sudden transformation, but through individuals choosing to act morally despite imperfect conditions. Through each person taking responsibility for their own maxims, their own treatment of others, their own contribution to moral community. The kingdom of ends represents Kant's answer to cynicism. Yes, people often act badly. Yes, the world is full of exploitation and violation. Yes, perfect justice seems impossibly distant. But this doesn't mean moral action is pointless. Every moral action is a contribution. Every respect for dignity creates a small instance of the kingdom. Every universalizable maxim legislates for the ideal, and gradually, through accumulation of individual moral choices, human community can approximate the ideal more closely. Not perfectly. Human nature is flawed, circumstances are difficult, conflicts are inevitable, but better than before, more respectful of dignity, more consistent with what rational beings deserve. This is Kant's vision. Not naive optimism about human goodness, but realistic hope based on what autonomy makes possible. Not fantasy about perfection, but commitment to progress through moral action. The kingdom of ends is the goal. The categorical imperative is the path. Each individual's choice to act morally is a step forward. And while no one can create the kingdom alone, everyone can refuse to act as if dignity doesn't matter. This refusal, this commitment to treating rational nature as an end regardless of circumstances is what moral action means. And it's available to everyone, always, regardless of what others do. You cannot create the kingdom of ends by yourself, but you can be its representative in every action. You can legislate its laws through your maxims. You can treat everyone you encounter as the fellow member of a moral community. They deserve to be recognized as. This is what the formula of the kingdom of ends asks. Not that you wait for perfect conditions, but that you act now as if those conditions existed. Not that you create utopia, but that you refuse to let imperfection justify violations. It's demanding, but it's also liberating, because it means your moral action always matters, always contributes, always makes the world slightly more like what it should be. The kingdom of ends is possible, precisely because each rational being can choose to realize it in their own actions, can treat others as ends, can follow universal laws, can recognize dignity regardless of what others do, and through these individual choices, the merely possible becomes increasingly real. Kant's ethics has faced serious objections since its inception. Understanding these challenges helps us appreciate both the theory's strengths and its genuine difficulties. Let's examine the most important criticisms, honestly. The first major objection is rigidity. Critics argue that Kant's categorical imperatives allow no exceptions, even when exceptions seem obviously right. The murderer at the door case is the classic example. Surely you should lie to save an innocent life. Kant's response seems heartless to many. He insists you cannot lie even here. This leads critics to say his ethics is too rigid for real life, that it produces counterintuitive conclusions, that flexibility matters. But defenders point out that Kant offers options besides lying. You can refuse to answer. You can physically prevent the murderer from entering. You can do many things. The prohibition is specifically against lying, not against protecting the innocent. Moreover, if we allow exceptions for good consequences, where do we stop? Once we say lying is acceptable when it produces good outcomes, we've abandoned the categorical nature of moral obligation. We're back to consequentialism with all its problems. The deeper response is that Kant's ethics isn't about maximizing good outcomes. It's about respecting human dignity regardless of consequences. If this sometimes requires accepting worse outcomes, that's the price of treating moral principles as truly categorical. You might still disagree, but the disagreement is about whether morality is fundamentally deontological or consequentialist, not about whether Kant is consistent within his framework. The second objection concerns conflicts of duty. What happens when two perfect duties conflict? When keeping one promise requires breaking another? When telling truth to one person means violating confidentiality to another? Kant has no clear procedure for resolving these conflicts. He tends to deny they can genuinely occur, to suggest that careful analysis will reveal one duty takes priority, or that there's a creative solution respecting both. But critics say this is unrealistic. Real life does present tragic choices where any option violates some duty. Kant's ethics seems to break down here. Defenders argue this objection misunderstands the theory. Kant isn't claiming moral life is easy or that dilemmas never occur. He's claiming that moral principles are categorical. When you face a genuine dilemma, You do your best to reason through which obligation is stronger, then accept responsibility for the choice. The theory doesn't provide mechanical answers, but it does provide a framework for thinking through difficult cases. And it prohibits certain easy outs like sacrificing others' dignity for your convenience. The third objection involves moral motivation. Kant says actions have moral worth only when done from duty rather than inclination. But this seems to devalue natural sympathy, love, and compassion. Surely the person who helps others from genuine care is more praiseworthy than someone who helps grudgingly from duty alone. Doesn't Kant's ethics make morality cold and mechanical? Kant's response is often misunderstood. He's not saying emotions are bad or that you should help people without caring about them. He's saying moral worth comes from acting on principle, not from acting on feeling alone, when duty and inclination align. That's wonderful. When you help someone you care about, you're acting from both duty and love. But the moral worth specifically comes from the recognition that you would have obligations even if you didn't feel like helping. The person who helps only when they feel like it isn't genuinely moral. They're just following their feelings. Moral character requires helping even when you don't feel like it, because duty requires it. The fourth objection concerns application. How do you determine the right level of specificity for maxims? How do you know which features of your situation are morally relevant? The theory seems to require perfect judgment while providing limited guidance. This is a fair concern. Kant's ethics requires practical wisdom to apply correctly. You can't just mechanically test maxims without understanding which formulations capture the morally relevant features. But defenders argue this is true of any ethical theory, or require judgment in application. Kant at least provides clear principles to guide that judgment, the tests of universalization and respect for humanity. Moreover, practice improves judgment. As you apply the categorical imperative over time, you develop better intuitions about which maxims accurately describe your actions and which features matter morally. The fifth objection involves scope. Does the categorical imperative apply to non-human animals, to future generations, to artificial intelligences if they become rational? Kant's framework seems unclear about boundaries. Kant himself limited moral status to rational beings. Animals, in his view, have only indirect moral significance. We shouldn't be cruel to them because cruelty corrupts our character, not because they have rights. Many modern philosophers find this too narrow. They argue that the capacity to suffer, not just rationality, creates moral status, that we have direct duties to animals, not just indirect ones mediated through effects on human character. This is a real tension. Kant's focus on rational agency as the sole source of moral status seems problematic to many contemporary thinkers. But extending moral status beyond rational agency requires rethinking the foundation of his theory. The sixth objection concerns realism. Is Kant's account of autonomy psychologically realistic? Can humans really act from pure rational principle, rather than emotion and desire? Doesn't his theory require capacities humans don't have? Research in psychology and neuroscience suggests that emotion and reason are deeply intertwined. The so-called rational decision-making always involves emotional components. That pure practical reason might be a myth. Defenders argue Kant isn't denying the role of emotion. He's making a normative claim about what gives actions moral worth, not an empirical claim about how human psychology actually works. Moreover, the fact that perfect autonomy is difficult doesn't make it irrelevant. It's an ideal we can approximate, a standard that guides self-improvement, even if we never achieve it completely. These objections are serious. They point to genuine difficulties in Kant's ethics, but none of them devastate the theory. Each has responses that preserve the core, insights while acknowledging limitations. Perhaps the fairest assessment is this: Kant's ethics captures something deeply true about morality and human dignity. The categorical imperative reveals real inconsistencies in immoral reasoning. The formula of humanity identifies genuine violations we should care about, but the theory isn't perfect. Application requires judgment it doesn't fully provide. Some conclusions seem counterintuitive. Some questions don't have clear answers within the framework. This doesn't mean we should abandon Kant. It means we should engage with his ideas thoughtfully. Take what works, grapple with what doesn't, and recognize that ethical thinking is an ongoing project without final answers. The categorical imperative remains a powerful tool for moral reasoning, even if you don't accept every detail of Kant's system. The universalization test and respect for humanity can guide ethical thinking. What matters most is the core insight. Rational beings have dignity that deserves unconditional respect. Moral principles must be universal, not arbitrary exceptions. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental about what they are. These insights survive even if specific applications are debatable. They provide framework for moral thinking even if they don't resolve every dilemma. They call us to higher standards even if perfect. Consistency is difficult. Kant's ethics isn't the final word in moral philosophy, but it's an essential word, one that transformed how we think about duty, dignity, and what it means to be rational beings living together. The challenges make the theory richer, not weaker. They show where more work is needed, where judgment matters most, where difficult choices remain difficult. But they don't undermine the fundamental achievement, showing that morality can be grounded in reason itself, that human dignity has philosophical foundation, that rational consistency demands moral action. This is enough. Not to answer every question, but to provide a framework for thinking them through. Not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake. Not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. And that revelation, what we are and what this demands, remains Kant's enduring contribution to human self-understanding. Now we move from theory to practice. You understand the categorical imperative intellectually, but how do you actually use it? How do you recognize violations as they happen in the messy, complex flow of daily life? The first step is developing what we might call moral attention, the ability to notice when someone is treating rational beings as mere means, when universal principles are being violated, when dignity is being compromised. This is harder than it sounds. We're surrounded by violations so normalized we don't see them, practices so common they seem natural, behaviors so standard they feel inevitable. Consider advertising. Every day you're exposed to hundreds of messages specifically designed to bypass your rational judgment, to trigger desires you didn't have, to create needs that don't exist. to associate products with emotions unrelated to the product itself. Watch a commercial carefully. Notice how it works. It's not presenting rational arguments for why you should buy something. It's showing you attractive people, creating artificial scarcity, exploiting insecurities, triggering social pressure. This is manipulation in its purest form, using your psychology against you, treating you as a system to be hacked rather than a rational agent to be convinced. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The entire commercial landscape reveals itself a systematic violation of the formula of humanity. Every ad is trying to use you as a means to someone else's profit, without engaging your rational agency honestly. Does this mean all advertising is immoral? Perhaps not every instance, but the dominant model certainly violates Kantian principles. And recognizing this changes how you relate to commercial messages or consider workplace dynamics. How many conversations involve people treating each other as obstacles rather than persons, as functions rather than agents, as means to productivity rather than ends in themselves? A manager who sees employees only as resources to be optimized. A colleague who views others only as competition or tools. A system that measures human worth by output and treats dignity as overhead cost. These aren't dramatic violations. No one is shouting about their contempt for human dignity. But the structure of how people relate treats rational agency as secondary to organizational goals. Treats persons as occupying roles rather than as beings whose autonomy deserves respect. Watch for phrases that reveal this. Human resources, labor costs, productivity metrics. Each phrase subtly treats people as inputs rather than ends, as things to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Or consider social media. You post something, immediately you're aware of performing for an audience, crafting your image, managing impressions, competing for attention and validation. But what's your actual maxim? Not the stated one I'm sharing my thoughts, but the real one that drives behavior. Often it's closer to, I will present a curated version of myself designed to maximize approval and minimize disapproval, even if this misrepresents my actual experience. Can this be universalized? If everyone presents carefully curated false versions of themselves, does authentic communication survive? Or does all social interaction become performance, everyone manipulating everyone else's perceptions? The platform's design encourages this. It optimizes for engagement, not authenticity, for addiction, not well-being, for time spent, not flourishing. The business model treats users as commodities, packages of attention and data to be sold to. Advertisers, you're not a customer of social media platforms. You're the product. Your attention, your data, your behavior patterns. These are what's being sold. The actual service is provided to advertisers who pay to manipulate you. This is treating humans as means on industrial scale, but it's so normalized, so integrated into daily life, that most people don't consciously recognize the violation. Developing moral attention means learning to pause and analyze these situations. To ask, what's actually happening here? What are people's real maxims, not their stated ones? Who's being treated as means rather than ends? In personal relationships, this is even more crucial, because violations are often subtle, rationalized, wrapped in good intentions. Someone says they're giving you advice for your own good, but actually they're trying to control your choices, because they're uncomfortable with your autonomy. They want you to be what they think you should be, not what your own rational judgment determines. Someone says they're just being honest, but actually they're being cruel, using truth as a weapon, treating your emotional well-being as less important than their desire to express negative judgments. Someone says they need you to do something, but when you examine their actual maxim, it's, "I will use guilt, obligation, and emotional pressure to get what I want," regardless of whether this respects your autonomous choice. These violations are harder to spot because they're close to us, because we're emotionally invested, because calling them out creates conflict, because the perpetrator might be someone we love or depend on, but the categorical imperative doesn't make exceptions for difficulty. If your parent, spouse, friend, or colleague is treating you as a means rather than an end, that's a violation regardless of their intentions, regardless of how much you care about them. Recognizing this isn't about becoming judgmental. It's about seeing clearly, about understanding what's actually happening beneath the surface of social interaction. And once you develop this attention, you notice patterns. Certain types of people consistently violate. Certain situations reliably create pressure toward treating others as means. Certain institutions structurally encourage violation. The salesperson who builds rapport just to close a deal, the date who uses strategic ambiguity to maintain multiple options, the colleague who shares information selectively to maintain power, the institution that creates rules that serve administrative convenience rather than human flourishing. Each instance has its own surface story, but underneath, the same pattern, treating rational beings as tools, as obstacles, as resources, as anything except what they actually are: autonomous agents whose dignity deserves unconditional respect. Learning to recognize this in others is valuable, but it's even more important to recognize it in yourself, because you do it too. Everyone does. The question isn't whether you ever treat people as means, but whether you notice when you're doing it and commit to doing better. You're late to meet someone. Your maxim isn't "I prioritize punctuality." It's "closer to my time is more valuable than others' time, so they should wait when convenient for me." Can you universalize that? You tell a story that makes you look good but omits details that would complicate the narrative. Your maxim isn't "I'm sharing my experience." It's "I will manipulate others' perceptions of me by selectively presenting information." Can you universalize that? You've promised to do something with no real intention of following through. Your maxim isn't "I'm making a commitment." It's "I will say whatever is convenient now, regardless of whether I'll honor it later." Can you universalize that these casual, everyday violations are where most moral failure happens? Not in dramatic confrontations with evil, but in small compromises, in treating people as slightly less important than you, in making minor exceptions for yourself, in allowing convenience to override principle. The categorical imperative, properly applied, catches all of it. Every rationalization, every excuse, every comfortable compromise with treating people as less than ends in themselves. This can feel overwhelming. If you look carefully at daily life through Kantian lens, violations are everywhere. In yourself, in others, in institutions, in culture. But the point isn't to become paralyzed by guilt or rage. It's to develop clarity, to see what's actually happening, to recognize patterns of violation so you can begin addressing them. Start small. Pick one area of life and apply moral attention consistently. Maybe it's how you interact with service workers, checking whether you're really treating them as persons or just as functions. Maybe it's how you present yourself online, examining whether you're being authentic or performing. Maybe it's how you handle workplace relationships, noticing when you treat colleagues as obstacles versus agents. Apply the tests. When you're about to act, pause and ask, what's my actual maxim? Can I universalize it? Am I treating people as ends or as means? Initially, this feels unnatural. You're interrupting the flow of habitual behavior to inject conscious, ethical analysis. It's slow and awkward, but with practice, it becomes more automatic. You develop intuitions. You start catching yourself before acting rather than noticing. Violations only in retrospect. Your default behavior shifts toward greater consistency with the categorical imperative. This is moral development in the Kantian sense. Not becoming emotionally warmer or socially smoother, but becoming more rationally consistent, more aware of your actual maxims, more committed to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. The violations don't disappear. You'll keep spotting them in yourself and others forever. But you'll get better at recognizing them quickly, better at correcting course, better at maintaining standards despite pressure. And something interesting happens. As you develop moral attention, as you consistently apply the categorical imperative, you start seeing the world differently. You notice the constant manipulation more clearly, but you're less controlled by it. You recognize dignity violations, but you maintain your own dignity in response. You see how often people treat each other as means, but you commit more firmly to treating them as ends. The categorical imperative becomes less like a rule you follow and more like a perspective you inhabit. A way of seeing that reveals what's really happening beneath social surfaces. A clarity about what rational beings deserve and what violations look like. This clarity is liberating, because once you see clearly, you can choose consciously. You're no longer just floating through social interactions, unconsciously participating in mutual instrumentalization. You're an agent, making real choices about how to relate to other agents. Sometimes you'll compromise. Sometimes you'll fail. Sometimes you'll choose convenience over principle. But at least you'll know what you're doing. You'll be conscious rather than habitual, responsible rather than reactive, and increasingly you'll choose the harder path. Not because you're morally superior, but because you've developed the clarity to see what's at stake. You understand that every violation, however small, is a failure to respect what makes humans special. Every exception you make for yourself erodes your own rational integrity. The categorical imperative, properly understood and consistently applied, transforms how you navigate daily life. It gives you tools to see clearly, standards to aspire toward, and principles that don't bend when things get difficult. This is what living the imperative means. Not perfection, but attention. Not freedom from all violation, but commitment to recognizing and reducing it. Not moral heroism, but rational consistency. And it starts with simply noticing, with paying attention to actual maxims rather than stated intentions, with asking whether actions can be universalized, with checking whether people are being treated as ends or as means. Once you start noticing, you can't stop. The violations are everywhere. but so are the opportunities to do better. Recognizing violations in others is easier than addressing them in yourself, because in yourself you see all the complexity, all the reasons, all the circumstances that make your violations seem necessary or justified. But the categorical imperative doesn't care about your special circumstances. It asks only, can your maxim be universalized? Are you treating rational nature with the respect it deserves? Personal application starts with brutal honesty about your actual maxims, not the principles you claim to follow, but the rules you actually act on. Not your ideals, but your practices. This is harder than it sounds. We're experts at self-deception, at describing our behavior in flattering terms while acting on entirely different principles. You say you value honesty, but your actual maxim might be, I will be honest when convenient, but lie when truth would create significant awkwardness or cost. You say you respect others' autonomy, but your actual maxim might be, I will respect others' choices when I agree with them, but pressure and manipulate when I think I know better. You say you keep commitments, but your actual maxim might be, I will honor promises when easy, but feel free to break them when circumstances change or when I find something better to do. The gap between stated values and actual maxims is where all moral failure lives. Closing that gap is what personal application means. Start by picking specific situations and reconstructing your maxims honestly. A recent interaction where you felt uncomfortable afterward. A choice you rationalize but now question. A moment when you treated someone as less important than yourself. Write out what you actually did and why. Not the charitable interpretation, but the real reason. The maxim you actually followed, even if it's embarrassing to admit. Then test it. Can this maxim be universalized? If everyone followed this principle, would the world still function? Would it create the kind of community you want to live in? Often the answer is obviously no. Your maxim was selfish, short-sighted, or inconsistent. You were making an exception for yourself that you wouldn't grant others. This recognition is uncomfortable. It reveals that you're not living up to your own standards, that the gap between your ideals and your actions is real and significant. But discomfort is useful. It's your own rational nature calling attention to inconsistency, your own reason, pointing out that you're not being what you claim to be. The next step is commitment. Not vague resolution to do better, but specific commitment to changed maxims. 2 principles you'll actually follow, not just endorse. If your maxim has been treating your time as more valuable than others, commit to punctuality. Not someday, but now. Not when convenient, but categorically. If your maxim has been lying when truth is awkward, commit to honesty. Accept the discomfort. Face the consequences. Stop treating communication as strategic rather than authentic. If your maxim has been breaking promises when circumstances change, commit to keeping them. Or don't make promises you're uncertain about. But stop treating commitments as provisional. This will be costly. That's the point. Moral action requires sacrifice. Not because sacrifice is valuable in itself, but because respecting dignity often conflicts with convenience. You'll be late sometimes, but you'll respect others' time. You'll face awkward conversations, but you'll respect truth. You'll honor inconvenient commitments, but you'll respect the institution of promising, and you'll discover something interesting. The costs, while real, are smaller than you imagined. The world doesn't collapse when you stop lying. Relationships survive honesty. People respect punctuality. Kept promises create trust. What felt like necessary violations often turn out to be convenient excuses. What seemed like impossible demands often turn out to be difficult but manageable. This doesn't mean personal application is easy. It means your initial resistance was often exaggerated, that your fears about the cost of morality were partly projection, but sometimes the costs are real and significant. Sometimes respecting dignity genuinely requires major sacrifice. Sometimes the right action genuinely hurts. This is where moral character is tested. Not in easy cases where duty and inclination align, but in hard cases where they conflict sharply. Your friend betrays you. Your inclination is to retaliate, to hurt them back, to treat them as they treated you. But the categorical imperative requires maintaining respect for their dignity, even when they've violated yours. This doesn't mean accepting abuse. You can protect yourself, set boundaries, end the relationship, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as license for your own, cannot respond to their violation with equivalent violation. A colleague gets credit for your work. Your inclination is to expose them, to damage their reputation, to make them suffer. But the categorical imperative requires treating them with the respect their rational nature deserves, regardless of whether they reciprocate. This doesn't mean silence. You can address the injustice, correct the record, protect your interests, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as permission to violate their dignity in return. Someone causes you serious harm. Your inclination is to see them as less than human, to deny their moral status, to respond with cruelty. But the categorical imperative recognizes their dignity even in their worst actions. This is perhaps the hardest application. To maintain moral principles when someone has forfeited all claim to your sympathy. To treat their rational nature with respect even when they've failed to respect yours or others. But this is what categorical means. Not binding when convenient, not applicable when others deserve it, but absolute, unconditional, non-negotiable. The temptation is always to make exceptions, to say this case is special, this person is different, these circumstances justify violation. But every exception undermines the categorical nature of moral obligation. Every justice once becomes a pattern. Every justified violation becomes a precedent for future violations. Personal application requires catching yourself making exceptions, noticing when you're treating moral principles as provisional, recognizing when you're claiming special circumstances that don't actually matter morally. This is ongoing work. You never reach a point where you've mastered it, where violations stop tempting you, where consistency becomes automatic, because you're a finite being with desires that often conflict with duty, with pressures that push toward violation, with circumstances that make moral action costly. Moral development isn't about eliminating these conflicts. It's about choosing rightly despite them, about strengthening your commitment to principle through repeated practice. Each time you act from duty rather than inclination, you reinforce that capacity. Each time you maintain principle despite cost, you build character that makes future moral action easier. Not easy moral action is always demanding when duty and desire conflict, but easier than it was before, more natural, more integrated into who you are. This is why Kant emphasizes virtue as a disposition, not a single act, but a stable tendency toward moral action, a character structured by commitment to the categorical imperative rather than by pursuit of personal advantage. Building this virtue requires conscious effort over time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it be so. You must practice, must repeatedly choose principle over convenience, must strengthen moral commitment through exercise, like strengthening a muscle, and you must be honest about failures. When you violate principles, acknowledge it clearly. Don't rationalize. Don't minimize. Don't pretend circumstances justified what they merely explained. You lied. You broke a promise. You treated someone as a means. Face this honestly. Accept responsibility. Commit to doing better without pretending you didn't fail. This honesty is crucial, because self-deception about past violations enables future violations. If you convince yourself that your exceptions were justified, you'll make similar exceptions again. But if you recognize them as failures, as moments when you failed to live up to what rational consistency requires, you maintain clear standards. You know what you're aspiring toward even when you fall short. Personal application also means being honest about limitations. You're not perfect. You're not going to perfectly follow the categorical imperative in every moment. You're going to fail, rationalize, compromise. This doesn't make the imperative less binding. It makes you human. The goal isn't perfection, but genuine effort. Not flawless consistency, but honest commitment. What matters is the direction of your development. Are you becoming more consistent or less? More attentive to your maxims or less? More committed to treating rational nature with respect or more willing to make exceptions? If the direction is positive, if you're genuinely trying to close the gap between your ideals and your actions, then you're developing morally even when you still have far to go. If the direction is negative, if you're increasingly rationalizing violations, making more exceptions, treating principles as optional, then you're regressing morally even if you maintain appearances. The categorical imperative provides the standard. Personal application provides the practice. Character development provides the goal. An honest self-assessment provides feedback on whether you're moving in the right direction. This is demanding work. It requires constant attention to your actual behavior, willingness to face uncomfortable truths about yourself, commitment to changing patterns that are deeply ingrained. But it's also liberating, because moral clarity about your own behavior eliminates the constant, low-level guilt that comes from knowing you're not living up to your standards while refusing to examine why. When you're honest about violations, you can address them directly. When you commit to genuine principles rather than convenient ideals, you know what you're actually aspiring toward. When you take responsibility for your choices, you become genuinely autonomous rather than just reactive. Personal application isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming real, about closing the gap between who you claim to be and who you actually are, about living with integrity in the deepest sense, being whole rather than divided between stated values and actual practices. And this integration, this alignment of claimed principles with lived reality, is what moral development means. Not achieving perfection, but achieving honesty. Not becoming flawless, but becoming genuine. The categorical imperative asks you to be what you claim to be, to follow the principles you assert, to treat rational nature with the respect you demand for yourself. Personal application is accepting this challenge, examining your actual maxims, testing them for universalizability, changing them when they fail, and building character through repeated practice of principled action. It's hard work. It never ends. But it's the only way to truly respect your own rational nature by living consistently with what rational agency requires. Personal moral development matters, but humans don't live in isolation. We exist in communities, institutions, and relationships. The categorical imperative has implications for how we structure these social contexts. The first question is whether you can maintain moral principles in immoral environments. If everyone around you violates dignity, treats people as means, and follows self-interest rather than duty, can you be different? Kant's answer is yes, you must be. Because the categorical imperative binds you regardless of what others do. You're responsible for your own maxims, not for whether others respect theirs. This is both empowering and isolating. Empowering because you're not dependent on others' moral behavior to act morally yourself. Isolating because maintaining principles when others don't creates friction. When everyone lies, your truthfulness makes you seem naive or rigid. When everyone manipulates, your honest communication seems ineffective. When everyone treats relationships transactionally, your respect for persons seems foolish. But the categorical imperative doesn't promise ease. It promises rational consistency, and rational consistency requires maintaining principles even when costly. This doesn't mean withdrawing from society. It means participating while refusing to adopt society's violations. Being in the world, but not of it, in the sense of maintaining moral clarity, despite surrounding compromise. You work in an organization that treats employees as resources. You cannot change the system alone, but you can treat people you interact with as ends, can recognize their dignity in your specific relationships. Even when the broader structure doesn't, you live in a culture saturated with manipulation. You cannot eliminate advertising or social media mechanics, but you can refuse to manipulate in your own communications, can be authentic in your presentations of self, even when everyone else is performing. These individual acts of integrity might seem small. What difference does one person's moral behavior make in vast systems of violation? But this question misses the point. You're not responsible for fixing everything. You're responsible for your maxims, for whether your actions can be universalized, for how you treat the rational beings you encounter, and your example matters more than you might think. Because most people participate in violations without examining them. They follow social scripts, adopt normal behaviors, do what everyone else does. When you don't, when you maintain standards others have abandoned, you make the invisible visible. You reveal that alternatives exist, that dignity can be respected, even when it's not standard practice. This influence works subtly. You're not preaching or judging, you're simply being consistent, treating people with respect they're not used to receiving, communicating honestly in contexts of routine manipulation, keeping commitments in environments of casual breach. Others notice, maybe not consciously, maybe not immediately, but your behavior creates contrast, makes others aware of violations they'd stopped seeing, reminds them that integrity is possible. Some will resist this. Your moral consistency threatens their rationalizations. If you can maintain principles they've decided are impracticable, their excuses look weaker. Your integrity indicts their compromise. Expect pushback. You think you're better than everyone. You're being rigid. That's not realistic. These responses reveal discomfort with moral clarity they've avoided. Don't defend yourself by claiming moral superiority. You're not better than them. You're just trying to be consistent with what rational agency requires. But also don't abandon standards to make others comfortable with their violations. This is delicate navigation. Maintaining principles without self-righteousness. Being clear about standards without being judgmental. Offering example without demanding others follow it. The key is recognizing that you can only control your maxims. You can be clear about principles. You can explain why you act as you do, if asked. But you cannot force others to adopt the categorical imperative. Each person must recognize moral requirements through their own reason. You can't argue someone into genuine moral commitment. You can only demonstrate what it looks like and hope the example resonates with their own rational nature. But you can do more than just model individual behavior. You can also advocate for structural changes that reduce systematic violations, for institutional designs that respect rather than violate, dignity, for policies that treat people as ends rather than means. This is where personal morality meets social reform. Kant wasn't naive about institutions. He recognized that structures shape behavior, that environments can make moral action easier or harder. A workplace designed around respect for autonomy makes treating people as ends more natural. A marketplace regulated to prevent exploitation reduces systematic violations. A political system structured to protect dignity creates conditions for moral community. Advocating for such changes is consistent with the categorical imperative. You're not just maintaining your own principles, you're working toward conditions where more people can maintain theirs. Where the default is respect rather than violation. This doesn't require perfection. You can work for better institutions while acknowledging they'll never eliminate moral challenge. You can advocate for structural improvements while recognizing that individual character still matters. The goal isn't creating conditions where morality is automatic. That would eliminate autonomy. It's creating conditions where moral action is possible, where dignity is protected rather than systematically violated, where the categorical imperative can be followed without heroic resistance to overwhelming pressure. Education plays a crucial role here, not moralizing lectures or rote memorization of rules, but cultivation of capacities for moral reasoning, teaching people to examine their maxims, to test for universality, to recognize when they're treating others as mere means. This kind of education empowers autonomy rather than replacing it with external authority. It develops people's ability to think morally rather than just enforcing compliance with rules. Kant believed enlightenment meant learning to think for yourself, to examine received wisdom rather than accepting it blindly, to use your own reason rather than depending on others to tell you what to think. This applies to moral education. The goal isn't producing people who obey. It's producing people who can think through moral questions themselves, who understand why dignity matters and how to recognize violations. Such education requires patience. You cannot shortcut moral development, cannot make people understand through force or manipulation, can only create conditions where understanding becomes possible and hope individuals choose to develop it. In relationships, The social dimension of the categorical imperative means recognizing that treating individuals as ends requires respecting their connections. Their families, communities, and relationships matter to them. Your actions toward them affect these broader networks. You cannot treat someone's welfare as irrelevant while claiming to respect them as an end. Cannot destroy their relationships, harm their communities, or damage their social connections while maintaining that you respect their dignity. This doesn't mean never disagreeing or opposing, but it means recognizing that persons exist in webs of relationship, that respecting them requires some regard for what they care about, even when you don't share their values. The categorical imperative applies to communities as well as individuals. A genuine moral community would be structured by mutual recognition of dignity, by practices that respect autonomy, by institutions that treat rational nature as an end rather than a means. Building such communities requires collective effort. No individual can create them alone, but each person can contribute through their choices about how to relate to others, through refusing to participate in systematic violations, through advocating for better structures. This is the social dimension of living the imperative, not withdrawing into private virtue while society crumbles, not compromising principles to fit in, but maintaining integrity while engaging constructively, being clear about standards while working to help others meet them. It's harder than pure individual morality because you must navigate complexity, must balance principle with practical engagement, must maintain standards while avoiding self-righteous withdrawal. But it's necessary because humans are social beings, because isolation isn't autonomy, because the kingdom of ends is a community, not a collection of hermits. The categorical imperative calls you to be a moral agent in social contexts, to treat the people you encounter as ends, to advocate for structures that respect dignity, to contribute to building communities where rational beings can flourish, not by force, not by manipulation, not by imposing your vision on unwilling others, but by example, by advocacy, by persistent commitment to principles others have abandoned. This is how moral progress happens. Not through sudden transformation, but through gradual accumulation of individuals choosing integrity. Through slow construction of institutions that respect rather than violate. Through patient education that develops moral capacities. Your contribution might seem small, but small contributions accumulate. Each person who maintains principles despite pressure makes it easier for the next person. Each instance of integrity creates space for others to follow. This is the social dimension. Not replacing personal morality with structural change, but complementing it. Not abandoning individual responsibility for collective action, but recognizing both matter. You're responsible for your maxims, but you also live in community with others. The categorical imperative applies to both dimensions, to how you treat individuals and how you work toward better collective conditions. Both matter. Both require attention. Both demand commitment to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. We've explored the categorical imperative as if it resolves all moral questions. But honesty requires acknowledging its limits alongside its possibilities. The first limit is determinacy. The categorical imperative provides a test for maxims, but it doesn't tell you which maxim describes your action. You must supply that interpretation, and sincere people can disagree about the right formulation. Consider helping someone. Is your maxim, I will help this person because they need assistance? Or I will help this person to feel good about myself? Or I will help people I like, but not those I dislike? The moral evaluation depends entirely on which maxim you're actually following. Kant provides no mechanical procedure for determining true maxims. You must examine your motivations honestly, and self-knowledge is difficult. You can deceive yourself about why you act as you do. This doesn't make the categorical imperative useless, but it means applying it requires judgment, honesty, and self-awareness that the formula itself doesn't provide. The second limit is conflict resolution. When perfect duties seem to conflict, the categorical imperative doesn't clearly specify which takes priority. Should you keep a promise or tell the truth when they conflict? Should you respect one person's autonomy or another's when both can't be fully respected? Kant often denied such conflicts are genuine. He suggested careful analysis would reveal creative solutions respecting both duties. But this seems optimistic. Life does present tragic choices, where any option violates some principle. The categorical imperative tells you to respect all perfect duties, but when circumstances force choice between them, it provides limited guidance. You must use practical wisdom the theory doesn't fully explain. The third limit is scope. The categorical imperative clearly applies to rational beings. But what about beings with partial rationality? Young children? People with cognitive impairments? Non-human animals with some cognitive capacities? Kant's framework suggests dignity attaches to rational nature. But rational nature comes in degrees. Pure rationality is an ideal no human perfectly achieves. Where exactly does moral status begin? These boundary questions matter practically. How should we treat animals? How should we regard people at different developmental stages? The categorical imperative doesn't provide clear answers. The fourth limit is motivation. Kant argues that acting from duty has moral worth, but he acknowledges humans are not purely rational. We have desires, emotions, inclinations that influence behavior. Can humans really act from pure duty rather than mixed motives? Psychological research suggests reason and emotion are deeply intertwined. That pure rational motivation might be a philosophical fiction. This doesn't invalidate Kant's normative claims, but it suggests the psychology he assumes might not match human reality, which raises questions about whether his ideal of moral agency is achievable. The fifth limit is cultural variation. Kant claimed the categorical imperative as universal binding on all rational beings. But moral intuitions vary significantly across cultures. What seems obviously universalizable in one context seems obviously non-universalizable in another. Does this mean the categorical imperative is culturally relative? Or does it mean some cultures have false moral beliefs? Kant would choose the latter, but this seems problematically dismissive of moral diversity. These limits are real. The categorical imperative doesn't answer every question, resolve every dilemma, or work exactly as Kant described. But recognizing limits doesn't require abandoning the theory, because alongside limits, there are genuine possibilities. Things the categorical imperative accomplishes that no other framework matches first. It grounds morality in reason rather than authority. You don't need to believe in God, accept tradition, or defer to experts. You can discover moral principles. through your own rational reflection. This is enormously empowering. It makes moral knowledge accessible to everyone with rational capacity, creates philosophical foundation for human rights, provides basis for moral critique of unjust traditions. Second, it protects human dignity unconditionally. Not based on usefulness, not contingent on good behavior, not dependent on someone liking you, but simply because you're a rational being capable of autonomy. This protection is robust. It doesn't disappear when protecting dignity becomes inconvenient. Doesn't depend on calculating good outcomes. Doesn't require that you deserve it through virtue. Third, it exposes sophistical reasoning. When someone tries to justify bad behavior, the universalization test reveals inconsistency immediately. No more clever rationalizations that sound plausible but don't survive scrutiny. This is practical power. You can evaluate any moral claim by asking whether it can be universalized, can cut through complexity to core questions about consistency and respect for rational nature. Fourth, it connects individual morality to broader social ideals. The kingdom of ends isn't just personal virtue. It's a vision of human community where everyone respects everyone's dignity, where institutions protect rather than violate autonomy. This connection between personal ethics and social justice is powerful. Your individual moral choices contribute to larger transformation. Your respect for dignity isn't isolated virtue, but participation in building better community. Fifth, it explains why morality feels binding, not through external enforcement, but through internal recognition. When you grasp that violating the categorical imperative is rationally inconsistent, you understand why you should be moral without needing threats or rewards. This makes moral obligations self-enforcing for rational beings. You cannot coherently deny it without denying your own rational nature. The bindingness is internal, not imposed. These possibilities are significant. They provide what Kant promised, foundation for morality based on reason itself, protection for human dignity, tools for moral reasoning, connection between personal virtue and social justice. The theory isn't perfect. No theory is. But its strengths are genuine and its limits are navigable. You can use the categorical imperative effectually while acknowledging questions it doesn't fully answer. The key is holding limitations and possibilities together, neither dismissing the theory because of its limits nor ignoring limits because of its strengths, but engaging honestly with both. Use the categorical imperative for what it does well, testing maxims for universalizability, identifying violations of dignity, providing principled foundation for moral reasoning. Don't demand it resolve every edge case or answer every boundary question. Supplement it with practical wisdom for situations requiring judgment it doesn't fully provide. Combine it with honest self-examination to identify actual maxims. Integrate it with understanding of human psychology to make ideals realistic. But don't abandon its core insights. That rational beings have unconditional dignity. That moral principles must be universal. That treating people as mere means violates something fundamental. That rational consistency demands moral action. These insights survive the theory's limitations. They provide genuine guidance even when application requires additional judgment. They ground human rights even when boundary cases remain unclear. The categorical imperative is a tool, powerful but not omnipotent, clarifying but not automatic, principled but requiring wise application. Used well, with awareness of both limits and possibilities, it transforms moral reasoning, provides standards that don't shift with convenience, protects dignity that other frameworks leave vulnerable, connects personal integrity with social justice. This is enough, not to answer every question, but to ground the most important answers, not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake, not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. And for beings who are rational but finite, who must navigate complex reality with imperfect knowledge, who need both principle and judgment as combination of limits and possibilities, is exactly what moral theory should provide. We arrive at the final, practical implication, the one that makes the categorical imperative truly dangerous to systems built on manipulation and exploitation. When you genuinely understand and commit to the categorical imperative, you become ungovernable. Not in the sense of being uncontrollable or rebellious, but in the sense of being immune to manipulation, resistant to exploitation, impossible to deceive. Because you now possess a tool that exposes every sophisticated rationalization, every clever excuse, every attempt to use you as a means while claiming to respect you as an end. You're immune to advertising because you recognize it as systematic manipulation. You see through the psychological tricks, the manufactured needs, the exploitation of insecurity. You cannot be manipulated by what you clearly see as manipulation. You're immune to political rhetoric that treats citizens as means to power. You recognize empty appeals, false promises, strategic ambiguity. You demand actual principles rather than accepting comfortable lies. You're immune to social pressure that demands you violate your principles to fit in. You understand that following the crowd when the crowd violates dignity is itself a violation, that conformity is no excuse for treating people as means. You're immune to institutional demands that you compromise integrity for organizational goals. You recognize when systems ask you to treat people as resources rather than persons, and you refuse, regardless of career consequences. This is what ungovernable means. Not that rules don't apply to you, but that bad rules have no moral authority. That corrupt systems cannot claim your willing participation. That sophisticated manipulation cannot overcome your rational clarity. Organizations built on exploitation need willing participants who don't examine the actual maxims they're following, who accept surface justifications without testing for universalizability, who prioritize their careers over others' dignity. When you commit to the categorical imperative, you become the wrong kind of person for such systems. You ask uncomfortable questions. You refuse convenient violations. You maintain standards others have abandoned. This makes you difficult to manage, hard to control, resistant to corruption. Not because you're rebellious by nature, but because you've developed clarity about what rational consistency requires. The powerful often prefer people who are confused about morality, who can be convinced that violations are necessary, that exceptions are justified, that circumstances override principles. Such people are manageable. They'll do what they're told. If the rationalization is sophisticated enough, but you're no longer confused. You understand that moral principles are categorical, that human dignity is unconditional, that no sophistical argument makes violation acceptable. This clarity is freedom, true freedom, not freedom from all constraint you're constrained by, rational consistency, but freedom from manipulation, from exploitation, from sophisticated systems designed to use you. You cannot be recruited into violating dignity because you see the violation clearly. Cannot be persuaded that treating people as means is acceptable because you understand why it isn't. Cannot be pressured into compromising principles because you grasp their categorical nature. This is why philosophy matters, why abstract, ethical reasoning has concrete implications, why understanding the categorical imperative changes how you navigate reality. You're not just learning theory. You're developing capacities that protect you from manipulation and enable you to protect others. You're becoming a rational agent who truly exercises autonomy rather than just responding to sophisticated control. This doesn't make life easier. Being ungovernable means accepting costs. When you refuse to participate in violations, you lose opportunities available to those who compromise. When you maintain principles others have abandoned, you face social pressure. When you demand actual, universalizable maxims rather than accepting clever excuses, you create conflict. But you're free in the deepest sense. Free from the exhausting work of rationalizing violations. Free from the corruption that comes from repeated compromise. Free from manipulation by those who understand psychology better than you do, because you understand something deeper than psychology. You understand what rational agency itself requires, and that understanding cannot be overcome by clever tricks or sophisticated pressure. Systems of exploitation depend on people not seeing clearly, on confusion about what morality demands, on sophisticated rationalization that makes violations seem acceptable. The categorical imperative cuts through all of this. It provides clarity that cannot be obscured by complexity, principles that cannot be negotiated away, standards that don't depend on whether maintaining them is convenient. When enough people achieve this clarity, exploitative systems lose their power. Not through violent revolution, not through dramatic transformation, but through simple refusal to participate in violations. One person refusing is easily marginalized, but as more people develop moral clarity, the costs of maintaining exploitative systems increase. Eventually, systems must change or collapse. This is the long-term promise of moral philosophy. Not immediate transformation, but gradual erosion of structures built on violation. Through education, through example, through persistent commitment to principles that survive rational scrutiny. You're part of this process. Every time you refuse manipulation, you make manipulation slightly less effective. Every time you maintain principles despite pressure, you'll demonstrate that integrity is possible. Every time you treat someone as an end when others treat them as means, you create contrast that reveals the violation. This is your contribution, not changing everything, not perfecting society, but being ungovernable, maintaining clarity, refusing to participate in sophisticated systems of exploitation, and helping others develop the same clarity, not by preaching, not by judging, but by demonstrating what principled consistency looks like, by explaining the categorical imperative when asked, by living in ways that make dignity visible. This is becoming ungovernable through philosophy, using rational tools to protect autonomy, developing clarity that resists manipulation, building character that cannot be corrupted by sophisticated pressure. It's available to anyone, doesn't require special talent or privileged background, just willingness to think clearly, to examine maxims honestly, to maintain consistency despite cost. The categorical imperative gives you everything you need. A test for evaluating any maxim, a principle that protects all dignity, a framework that grounds morality in reason itself. The rest is practice, applying principles despite pressure, maintaining clarity despite confusion, building character through repeated choice of duty over inclination. This is what it means to live the imperative, to let it transform not just your thoughts but your actions, your relationships, your participation in institutions, your very being as a rational agent, and in doing so, to become truly free, truly autonomous, truly ungovernable by those who depend on confusion, manipulation, and sophisticated exploitation. This is philosophy's ultimate gift. Not just understanding, but liberation. Not just knowledge, but power. Not just theory, but transformation. The categorical imperative makes you dangerous, not to legitimate authority or genuine community, but to systems built on violation, to manipulation disguised as persuasion, to exploitation justified by necessity. And that danger is exactly what corrupt systems cannot tolerate, which is precisely why understanding Kant matters now more than ever. You possess the tool. The question is whether you'll use it. We began by noting something remarkable. A principle formulated in 1785 still exposes modern deceptions. An insight from an 18th century German philosopher still reveals 21st century violations. How is this possible? If morality were culturally constructed, you'd expect moral insights to become obsolete. What worked for Kant's world shouldn't necessarily work for ours. Different technology, different social structures, different problems surely these require. Different moral frameworks. But the categorical imperative persists. It exposes violations in contexts Kant never imagined. Social media manipulation, corporate exploitation, political propaganda, algorithmic manipulation, technologies that didn't exist, but patterns of violation that remain fundamentally unchanged. This persistence suggests something profound, that Kant discovered something real, not invented a useful fiction, not proposed a culturally specific framework, but actually identified genuine features of moral reality. Consider why manipulations that work today would work in Kant's time. Why lies succeed now as they succeeded. Then, why exploitation follows. Similar patterns across centuries and cultures. It's because human rational nature hasn't changed. We're still beings who communicate through language, who form expectations about others' behavior, who require trust for cooperation, who possess dignity that can be violated. The categorical imperative works because it's keyed to this stable nature. It identifies what rational agency itself requires, not what any particular culture happens to value. It reveals violations of dignity that don't depend on historical circumstance. This is why the universalization test still catches rationalizations, why the formula of humanity still identifies violations, why the kingdom of ends still represents a meaningful ideal. The sophistication of manipulation has increased enormously. Modern psychology provides tools for exploitation Kant couldn't have imagined. Technology enables violations at scales he never conceived. Systems of control have become vastly more complex and subtle. But the fundamental pattern remains unchanged. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating. The liar depends on others telling truth. The exploiter depends on others maintaining cooperative order. The person claiming exception depends on others not claiming equivalent exceptions. Every attempt to violate dignity while enjoying its protections faces the same logical incoherence. Every rationalization that can't be universalized fails the same test. Every treatment of persons as mere means violates the same fundamental principle. This structural consistency is what makes Kant's insights timeless. He wasn't describing features of his particular moment. He was identifying what rational agency itself requires. And rational agency has the same requirements whether you're in 18th century Prussia or 21st century anywhere. The details change. The contexts evolve. These specific forms violations take very enormously, but the underlying logic of violation and the test for detecting it remain constant. This suggests something about moral truth, that it's not arbitrary or constructed, that discovering it is possible, that reason can identify principles that really bind, not just conventions that happen to work. Kant believed this. He thought moral philosophy could be objective truths about what rationality requires, rather than inventing useful fictions. And the persistence of his insights across radical historical transformations supports this belief. If the categorical imperative were just a product of Enlightenment culture, it would have become dated. If it were merely useful rather than true, changing circumstances would have rendered it obsolete. If it were an invention rather than a discovery, it wouldn't continue exposing violations in radically different contexts. But it does continue working. The same test that revealed inconsistency in 18th century rationalization reveals inconsistency in 21st century sophistication. The same principle that protected dignity then protects it now. The same ideal that guided moral aspiration continues to guide it. This is the persistence of truth. Not because people keep choosing to believe Kant, but because he identified something real about what rational beings are, and what this requires. You can reject his specific conclusions, you can question his applications, you can identify limitations in his framework, but the core insights survive scrutiny across centuries, precisely because they're not time-bound. Rational beings have dignity. This dignity doesn't depend on utility or majority preference. Moral principles must be universal, or they're not really moral. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental. Rational consistency demands acting on principles you could will as universal law. These aren't claims about Kant's historical moment. They're claims about rational nature itself. And rational nature persists across historical change. This persistence has implications. It means moral progress is possible not just changing moral beliefs, but actually approaching truth. It means moral knowledge can accumulate later thinkers, building on genuine insights rather than just replacing old fashions with new ones. It means that when you commit to the categorical imperative, you're not choosing one ethical system among many equivalent options. You're aligning yourself with requirements that genuinely bind rational beings, with truths that don't depend on anyone believing them. This is both comforting and demanding. Comforting because moral truth exists to be discovered, not invented. Because principles that survive rational scrutiny really do apply. Because dignity has objective foundation. demanding because these truths don't adjust to circumstances, don't become less binding when inconvenient, don't care whether you like them or find them comfortable. The persistence of truth means you cannot escape moral requirements by claiming they're outdated, cannot dismiss principles because they're old, cannot reject obligations because circumstances have changed. If treating people as ends was required in 1785, it's required now. If universalization exposed rationalization then, it exposes it today. If dignity deserved respect in Kant's world, it deserves respect in yours. The sophistication of your violations doesn't change their character. The complexity of your rationalization doesn't survive scrutiny any better than simpler excuses. The novelty of your circumstances doesn't create exceptions to principles that apply to all rational beings. This is what persistence means. Not that nothing changes, but that what matters most, the requirements of rational agency, the demands of dignity, the logic of moral consistency remains constant, beneath surface variation, and recognizing this changes how you relate to moral principles. They're not suggestions from the past. They're requirements of the present. They're not historically situated opinions, but timeless truths about what rational nature demands. This doesn't mean Kant was right about everything. Doesn't mean his specific applications were perfect. Doesn't mean his framework has no limitations. But it means he discovered something that persists because it's true. That continues revealing violations because violations really are violations, regardless of how skillfully they're disguised or how much circumstances have changed. The categorical imperative works today for the same reason it worked then, because rational beings are rational beings, because dignity is dignity, because treating people as mere means is treating people as mere means. Whether you do it through 18th century exploitation or 21st century algorithms, this persistence is the test of genuine insight. Ideas that capture something real survive contextual change. Principles that identify genuine requirements apply across historical transformation. Truth persists when fashion fades, and the categorical imperative has persisted through 2 centuries of radical change, through technological revolution, through social transformation, through challenges from multiple philosophical traditions. It persists because it's true, because it identifies what rational agency actually requires, because it protects what genuinely deserves protection, because it reveals what consistently needs revealing. This is why an 18th century principle still matters, why Kant's insights remain relevant, why understanding the categorical imperative transforms how you see modern violations. Not because he was particularly clever at constructing systems, but because he was particularly clear at seeing what was really there, at identifying requirements that genuinely bind, at discovering truths that don't depend on historical circumstance. The persistence of truth is the ultimate validation, not immediate popularity, not universal acceptance, but survival across time, across context, across challenge. And by this measure, Kant's core insights have proven themselves. They persist because they're true. They continue working because they identify what really matters. They remain relevant because rational nature remains constant. This is the first meditation, that truth persists, that Kant discovered something real, that the categorical imperative works across centuries because it keys into what rational agency itself requires, and that recognizing this transforms obligation from historical accident to genuine requirement, from interesting idea to binding, truth, from philosophical system to revelation of what you really are and what this demands. But this raises a deeper question. How did Kant discover these truths? How did rational analysis alone reveal requirements that genuinely bind? How is moral knowledge possible at all? This is the mystery at the heart of ethics. Not just what's right, but how we can know what's right. Not just what obligations exist, but how we access them through thought. Kant's answer is simultaneously elegant and mysterious. Moral knowledge is possible through the same rational faculty that makes any knowledge possible. Through reason examining its own requirements, through rational self-reflection revealing what rational agency itself demands. But this seems almost magical. How can thinking about thinking reveal genuine obligations? How can examining the structure of rationality uncover duties that really bind? Consider what Kant actually did. He analyzed what's involved in making any moral judgment at all, what you're implicitly claiming when you say something is right or wrong, what rational agency requires when you act for reasons rather than mere impulse. And from this analysis, he derived the categorical imperative, not from external authority, not from empirical observation, not from surveying what people happen to believe, but from examining what's involved in being a rational agent at all. This is the crucial move. Morality emerges from rational agency itself, from what you must presuppose to act rationally, from requirements that come with claiming to be a reasoning being. When you assert your own dignity, demand respect, make claims against others, you're implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal, so you're committed to respecting it wherever it appears. When you justify your actions by citing reasons, you're implicitly claiming your reasons could justify similar actions by others. But then you cannot coherently reject others acting on equivalent reasons in relevantly similar circumstances. When you treat certain things as binding on others, you're implicitly granting that principles bind. But principles, by their nature, apply universally, so you're committed to being bound by the same principles. You assert bind others. Each of these moves reveals that rational agency comes with commitments. Not commitments you choose, but commitments built into what rational agency is. Requirements that come with thinking and acting rationally at all. This is how moral knowledge is possible. Not through mystical intuition or divine revelation or empirical observation, but through analyzing what rational agency itself requires. Through reason examining itself and discovering what it demands. The mystery is how this works. How examination of rational structure reveals genuine obligations. How thinking produces knowledge of what you ought to do. Part of the answer is that rationality has intrinsic norms. To be rational isn't just to follow any patterns of thought whatsoever. It's to conform to standards of consistency, coherence, and universality. These standards aren't imposed from outside. They're what makes thought rational rather than arbitrary. Moral norms emerge from applying these standards of rationality to action. An action is rational when it conforms to principles you could will universally, when it respects the rational nature that makes principle following possible, when it treats rational beings as ends rather than mere means. These aren't additional requirements added to rationality. They're applications of rational standards to the domain of action, logic extended to practice, Consistency demanded in behavior as well as belief. This is why moral obligations are categorical. They're not based on what you happen to want or contingently value. They're based on what rational consistency itself demands, on requirements that come with being a rational agent at all. But the mystery deepens when you recognize that. These requirements are simultaneously discovered and binding. You don't create them by thinking about them, but you cannot know them without thinking about them. They're objective, but accessible only through subjective, rational reflection. This is the paradox at the heart of moral knowledge. The requirements are real, they bind, whether or not you recognize them. But knowing them requires rational self-examination. They're accessible only through your own thinking. Kant resolved this by arguing that rational nature is both empirical and noumenal. As empirical beings in time, we discover moral requirements through reflection. As noumenal beings, we're subject to those requirements independently of whether we discover them. The moral law is both in us and above us. We give it to ourselves through reason, yet it binds us unconditionally. We're simultaneously the legislators and the subjects of moral law. This might sound paradoxical, but it captures something important about moral knowledge. You cannot delegate it to others. Cannot accept moral truth on authority. Cannot know what you ought to do except through your own rational reflection. Yet what you discover through reflection isn't arbitrary or invented. It's genuine knowledge of requirements that really bind, of truths about what rational agency demands. This is the mystery. How examination of your own rational nature reveals requirements that apply to all rational beings. How subjective reflection produces objective knowledge. How thinking discovers rather than invents moral truth. Perhaps a mystery can never be fully resolved. Perhaps there's something irreducibly puzzling about how rational self-examination produces moral knowledge, about how we can know through pure thought what we genuinely ought to do. But the mystery is productive. It reveals that moral knowledge is unique, not like empirical knowledge of external facts, not like mathematical knowledge of abstract structures, but something distinct knowledge of requirements that emerge from what we are as rational agents. This uniqueness is important. It means moral truth can't be reduced to other kinds of truth, can't be discovered through the same methods that work for science or logic. Requires its own form of rational reflection, and it means moral education must cultivate this capacity for reflection, must teach people to examine their own rational commitments, to discover through their own thinking what rational consistency demands. You cannot be told what your moral obligations are and genuinely understand them. You must discover them yourself through rational analysis, must work through the arguments, test the principles, examine your own commitments. This is why Kant's philosophy is simultaneously accessible and demanding. The insights are available to any rational being, but accessing them requires work, requires thinking carefully about what rational agency involves, requires honest examination of your own principles and their implications. The mystery of moral knowledge is that it's both profoundly personal and completely universal. Personal because you must discover it yourself through your own reason. Universal because what you discover applies to all rational beings. This combination makes moral truth unique, neither purely subjective nor purely objective, neither invented nor simply found. but discovered through rational self-examination and binding on all who share rational nature. The mystery remains, but it's a productive mystery, one that reveals something important about what we are and how we know what matters most, about the strange gift of rational agency that examining ourselves reveals truths that bind everyone, that thinking produces knowledge of what we ought to do. Kant didn't fully resolve this mystery, but he showed us its contours, revealed how moral knowledge is possible even if we can't completely explain why, demonstrated that rational reflection produces genuine insight into what really binds, and in doing so, he opened a path, not to certainty about every moral question, but to confidence that moral knowledge is possible, that examining rational requirements reveals real truths, that thinking carefully about what rational agency involves produces understanding of what rational agents ought to do. This is the second meditation. That moral knowledge is mysterious but real, that rational self-examination reveals genuine requirements, that we can know through thought what we ought to do, even if we cannot fully explain how this knowledge is possible. The mystery remains. But it's a mystery that enables rather than prevents moral understanding, a productive puzzle rather than an insurmountable obstacle, a reminder that we are mysterious to ourselves, capable of discovering through thought what we genuinely owe to ourselves and others. We arrive at the final meditation, the insight that is threaded through everything we've explored, the principle that grounds all else. Human dignity is not earned, not granted, not contingent on behavior, achievement, or virtue, but unconditional, belonging to every rational being simply by virtue of their rational nature. This is a staggering claim, that every person you encounter possesses unconditional worth, that this worth doesn't increase with accomplishment or decrease with failure, that it remains constant regardless of what they do or who they become. Feel the weight of this. Every person, the stranger who annoyed you today, the colleague you disliked, the person whose politics you despise, the criminal whose actions you find abhorrent, everyone possesses the same fundamental dignity you claim for yourself, not because they've earned it, not because they deserve it, but because they share the capacity that makes any valuing possible rational agency, the ability to set ends, make choices, act from principle. This capacity is precious. It's what makes human beings different from objects. It's the source of all value. It's what makes moral law possible, and it belongs equally to all who possess it. You cannot destroy this dignity, only violate it. Cannot eliminate it, only fail to respect it. The dignity persists even when trampled, even when ignored, even when the person possessing it fails to recognize or honor it themselves. This persistence is important, because it means your obligations don't depend on whether others fulfill theirs. Don't evaporate when people act badly. Don't require that dignity be earned or maintained. Through good behavior, you must respect dignity in the person who respects no one, must treat as an end the person who treats everyone as means, must honor rational nature even in those who dishonor it. This is demanding. It requires maintaining moral standards when others abandon them, respecting dignity when it's violated, treating people as they ought to be treated rather than as they've earned. But this is what unconditional means. Not conditional on good behavior, not conditional on reciprocity, not conditional on whether you feel like it. Unconditional. Period. The weight of this recognition changes everything. When you truly see that every person possesses unconditional dignity, you cannot casually instrumentalize them, cannot thoughtlessly use them as means, cannot dismiss their rational nature as irrelevant. Every interaction becomes fraught with moral significance. Every choice about how to treat someone becomes a choice about whether to honor their dignity or violate it. Every relationship requires conscious attention to whether you're respecting their autonomy or undermining it. This weight is heavy. It's meant to be, because what's at stake matters absolutely. The dignity you're called to respect is the foundation of all value. Violating it isn't a minor transgression, but a fundamental failure to recognize what rational beings are. Yet this weight is also liberating, because recognizing dignity in everyone means recognizing it in yourself. Understanding that your worth doesn't depend on achievement, on others' approval, on being useful or productive, but is simply given with your rational nature. You cannot lose this dignity, cannot forfeit it through failure, cannot have it taken away by others' rejection. It belongs to you unconditionally, just as it belongs to everyone unconditionally. This should change how you see yourself. Not as a resource to be optimized or a function to be performed, but as a rational being whose worth is absolute, whose capacity for autonomy deserves respect even from yourself. Many people treat themselves as mere means, instrumentalize their own lives, sacrifice their autonomy for goals that matter less than the capacity being sacrificed, treat their own rational nature as expendable. But the formula of humanity applies to yourself as much as others. You cannot justifiably treat your own dignity as mere means any more than you can treat others. Dignity that way, this creates duties to yourself, to develop your capacities, to maintain your integrity, to resist corruption of your rational nature. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect. The weight of dignity is thus double. You must respect it in others and in yourself, must treat all rational beings, yourself included, as ends, never merely as means, must honor rational nature wherever you encounter it, including in the mirror. This is demanding, but the demand comes from what you are, from the rational nature you possess, from the capacity that gives you worth and that gives everyone worth. When you grasp this fully, when you really understand the weight of dignity, two things happen simultaneously. First, you become more serious about morality, because you see what's actually at stake. Not arbitrary rules or social conventions, but recognition of what makes beings valuable at all. Violations aren't just bad behavior, but failures to respect what really matters. Second, you become more free, because your worth doesn't depend on anything external. Your dignity is given with your rational nature and cannot be taken away. Others can violate it, but they cannot eliminate it. You possess unconditional worth regardless of circumstances. This combination increase seriousness about moral obligation and increased confidence in your own worth is what understanding dignity produces. You're called to more because you recognize what's at stake, but you're also liberated because you understand that your value is secure, that nothing can diminish your fundamental worth as a rational being. This is the weight of dignity, heavy because it demands unconditional respect for all rational beings, light because it secures your own worth unconditionally, heavy because you must maintain standards when others don't, Light because your worth doesn't depend on others maintaining standards toward you. Heavy because every interaction carries moral weight. Light because this weight comes from something precious, the rational nature, that makes you and everyone special. Kant's ethics returns us to this fundamental insight again and again, that rational beings have dignity, that this dignity is unconditional, that respecting it is what morality requires. Everything else follows from this. The categorical imperative, the formula of humanity. The kingdom of Enzol are applications and elaborations of this basic recognition. When you truly grasp the weight of dignity, you understand why lying violates morality, why manipulation fails the categorical imperative, why exploitation is wrong, why all violations of rational agency are fundamentally failures to recognize what matters most. You understand because you see clearly, not through moral intuition or cultural conditioning or divine revelation, but through recognizing what you are and what this means: a rational being capable of autonomy, possessing dignity that deserves unconditional respect, worthy not because of what you achieve, but because of what you are. This is true of you. It's true of everyone. And recognizing this truth, recognizing it, letting it transform how you see yourself and others, is what moral enlightenment means. The weight of dignity, both burden and gift, demand and liberation, obligation and assurance. This is what Kant revealed, not invented, but discovered, not constructed, but seen, the unconditional worth of rational beings and what this requires. We end where we began, with a question that exposes every lie, every manipulation, every excuse for treating people as less than they are. But having traveled through Kant's ethics, having examined its implications and applications, having understood why it works and what it demands, a deeper question emerges. What does it mean that one 18th century principle still exposes modern evil? Not just that at worst we've seen why it works, not just that it persists, we understand its persistence, but what does this persistence reveal about human nature, about moral reality, about what we are? It reveals that beneath all surface change, something essential remains constant. That rational beings in the 21st century face the same fundamental choice as rational beings in any century, whether to respect dignity or violate it, whether to treat people as ends or as means, whether to act from principle or from mere inclination. The technology changes. The sophistication of manipulation increases. The complexity of social systems grows. But the basic structure of moral choice remains the same, because rational agency remains the same. The capacity that makes humans special, that gives them dignity, that creates moral obligations, this hasn't evolved. It's as present now as it was in Kant's time, as it has been throughout human history, and the violations remain the same in Marès. Structure, new methods, new contexts, new rationalizations, but the same fundamental pattern: treating rational beings as mere tools. Making exceptions for yourself, you won't grant others. Claiming dignity while denying it to those you exploit. The categorical imperative exposes all of it, not because Kant was uniquely clever, but because he identified something real and permanent about what rational beings are, and what this demands. This reveals something sobering about human nature, that the same violations keep recurring, that each generation must rediscover moral truth, that clarity about dignity is constantly threatened by convenient rationalization, but it also reveals something hopeful, that moral truth persists to be rediscovered. That reason can still identify what really matters. That understanding is possible even when convenient forgetting is tempting. The question that remains is thus not about Kant or his principle. It's about you and your choice. Will you use the tool you've been given? Will you apply the categorical imperative to your own maxims? Will you examine your behavior honestly and change what fails the test? Will you recognize dignity in everyone you encounter? Will you treat rational beings as ends rather than means? Will you maintain standards when others abandon them? Will you become ungovernable through clarity? Will you resist manipulation that you now recognize? Will you refuse to participate in violations you now see clearly? These aren't theoretical questions, they're practical demands. The categorical imperative doesn't just describe moral truth. It calls you to live by it, and this call cannot be escaped through clever argument, cannot be evaded through sophistical reasoning, cannot be rationalized away by claiming special circumstances, because you now understand how all those strategies work, how every evasion ultimately fails, how every violation reveals itself under examination, how every rationalization collapses when tested for universality. You possess the tool that exposes every excuse. The question is whether you'll use it on yourself as rigorously as you use it on others, whether you'll maintain the same standards for your own behavior that you demand from everyone else. This is the choice that remains, not whether the categorical imperative is correct. You understand why it is, not whether dignity deserves respect. You'll recognize that it does, but whether you'll actually align your behavior with what you now understand. This choice cannot be made once and then forgotten. It must be renewed constantly, in every interaction, every decision, every moment when convenience tempts you toward violation. The categorical imperative doesn't make moral life easy. It makes it clear. You now know what you're called to do. Whether you'll do it is up to you, but understand what's at stake. Not just your personal virtue, though that matters. Not just your relationships, though they'll be affected, but your very nature as a rational being. To consistently violate the categorical imperative is to live in contradiction with your own rational nature, to claim dignity while denying it to others, to demand respect while refusing to give it, to assert autonomy while undermining the autonomy that makes your own meaningful. This contradiction corrupts from within, not through external punishment, but through internal incoherence, through the slow erosion of moral clarity, through gradual acceptance of rationalization as reason. But to live by the categorical imperative is to achieve integrity in the deepest sense, to align your behavior with what rational consistency requires, to respect in practice what you affirm in principle, to be whole rather than divided. This wholeness is its own reward, not the only reason to be moral. Should be moral because dignity deserves respect, regardless of benefits to you, but a natural consequence of rational consistency. When you live by principles, you can universalize. When you treat all rational beings as ends, when you maintain the standards that rational agency requires, you become what you essentially are. A rational being fully realizing its nature through autonomous moral action. This is what Kant offers. Not an impossible ideal, but a clear standard, not a burden to bear, but a nature to realize, not a constraint on freedom, but freedom's fullest. Expression, the question remains. The tool is in your hands. The violations are visible. The principles are clear. The choice is yours. What will you do with what you now understand? This is where philosophy meets life, where understanding demands decision, where knowledge calls for action. The categorical imperative has exposed every justification for evil. It has revealed what rational beings owe each other and themselves. It has shown you what dignity means and why it matters. Absolutely now, you must decide. Will you honor what you've discovered? Will you live by what you know? The question remains, and only you can answer it.
Greetings, friends. Please unwind, feel comfortable, and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions while exploring unraveling philosophy and psychology. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? This is the question that begins our journey. A question that has echoed for centuries. A question that seems simple at first, but grows heavier the longer we sit with it. Pause for a moment and reflect. If you were in a position of power, which would you choose? Love with all its warmth and loyalty, or fear with all its force and reliability? Niccolo Machiavelli forces us to face this dilemma without comfort. He does not allow us to hide behind ideals. He does not let us escape into fantasy. He pushes us to stare directly at the mechanics of power in all their beauty, in all their brutality. Who was Machiavelli? To many, he is a sinister name, a whisper in political history. To others, he is a genius, a man who saw the truth of politics more clearly than anyone before him. He was born in Florence in 1469, a city of art, ambition, and endless intrigue. He lived through wars, shifting alliances, and the fall of powerful families. For a time, he served as a diplomat, moving between the courts of kings and popes. He saw power up close. He studied how men rose and how they fell. But Machiavelli's life was not one of endless triumph. When the Medici family returned to power in Florence, he was cast out. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, even tortured. When he was finally released, he was forced into exile. His career seemed broken, his influence gone. Yet it was in that exile, stripped of privilege and honor, that he wrote his most famous work, The Prince. Many read The Prince as a manual for tyranny, a book that teaches rulers how to deceive, manipulate, and control. Others see it as satire, perhaps a veiled attack on the very leaders it appears to praise. Some read it as a desperate plea from a man trying to win back his position. Whatever the case, it remains one of the most controversial books ever written. It is both admired and despised. It is quoted and condemned. And it is still alive in political thought today. But tonight, we are not here to simply read The Prince as a historical artifact. We are here to open Machiavelli's entire playbook, to move through his writings, his ideas, his warnings, to understand not only what he wrote, but why his words still matter. Machiavelli does not give us a clean theory of government. He does not build grand systems like Plato. He does not argue for natural law like Aristotle. Instead, he studies the battlefield of politics as it really is. He watches men seize power, and he asks why some succeed while others fail. He pulls apart the myths that rulers tell, and he exposes the machinery beneath. This is why he unsettles us. He reminds us that behind every ideal of justice, there is calculation. Behind every display of mercy, there is strategy. Behind every speech about unity or faith, there is ambition. Machiavelli is not interested in how things should be. He is interested in how they actually are. And so this lecture is not simply a reading of old texts. It is an exploration of strategies that remain alive in politics, in business, in leadership, and in human behavior. Each section we will examine reveals another tool in Machiavelli's power playbook. Some tools are violent. Some are subtle. Some seem obvious, while others shock us with their coldness. Together, they form a portrait of power that is as fascinating as it is unsettling. We begin with questions, and we will not always end with answers. Because Machiavelli does not comfort us with certainty. He offers instead a mirror that reflects the ambition, the fear, the cunning, and the cruelty that drive human affairs. Over the course of this exploration, we will see how Machiavelli redefined ideas like virtue, fortune, loyalty, and cruelty. We will examine his metaphors of the lion and the fox, his warnings about mercenaries and corruption, his reflections on republics and monarchies, and his relentless insistence that power must be maintained through action, not through hope. Be prepared for ideas that may disturb you. Be prepared for truths that may feel uncomfortably close to the world you see today. And be prepared to find yourself returning again and again to that first question. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Because by the time we have moved through Machiavelli's playbook, that question will not feel simple anymore. It will feel like the key that unlocks every struggle for power, from the courts of Renaissance Italy to the halls of modern governments, corporations, and even our own relationships. Let us begin. When we think of politics, we often imagine it wrapped in ideals. We picture justice, fairness, or virtue as the guiding lights of rulers. From Plato to Augustine, philosophers before Machiavelli told us that politics should aim at the highest good. They taught that leaders must embody wisdom, courage, and morality. They drew images of republics ruled by reason, kingdoms guided by divine law, and communities built upon virtue. Machiavelli cuts through these illusions with a single stroke. He says, in effect, that politics is not about what should be. It is about what is. The ideals may look beautiful, but they are fragile masks. Behind them lies the raw struggle for survival, dominance, and control. In The Prince, Machiavelli writes that a ruler who tries to live up to ideals will be ruined among men who are not ideal. He insists that leaders must be prepared to act against faith, against charity, against humanity, even against religion, if that is what their survival requires. This is not because he rejects morality outright. It is because he believes that morality alone cannot withstand the forces of fortune, ambition, and conflict. This view shocked his contemporaries. They had been taught that rulers must serve God and justice first. Yet Machiavelli observed rulers who acted in pious ways often lost their states. Meanwhile, those who betrayed promises deceived rivals, and used cruelty, effectively survived and thrived. He concluded that power abates its own laws. To ignore those laws is to invite collapse. We must understand the context of his time to appreciate the force of his argument. Florence and the Italian peninsula were not peaceful lands. They were fractured into city-states, each with its own ambitions. The French invaded, the Spanish interfered, and the papacy itself played politics like a prince. Alliances shifted weekly, armies burned towns, families rose and fell in sudden turns of fortune. In this setting, a ruler who clung to ideals without flexibility was not admired. He was destroyed. Machiavelli observed that men judge more by appearances than by reality. People will believe a ruler is good if he appears to act morally, even if he is ruthless behind the scenes. This creates a tension. The illusion of morality can be useful, even necessary. But the pursuit of morality itself, without calculation, can be fatal. Here we see the first layer of Machiavelli's power playbook. Do not confuse appearance with reality. Appearances must be carefully managed, but the reality of decision-making must remain grounded in necessity. If mercy preserves stability, then mercy is chosen. If cruelty is required, then cruelty must be applied. What matters is not whether an act is good or evil in the abstract, but whether it secures the state and preserves authority. This raises uncomfortable questions. Are moral systems then only tools of control if rulers pretend to be just, kind, or faithful while acting with cunning? Is morality anything more than theater? Machiavelli does not answer directly. Instead, he turns the question back to us. Do we prefer a ruler who clings to ideals and loses the kingdom, or a ruler who bends morality and keeps the kingdom alive? He points to history for answers. Consider the Roman Republic, which he admired in his discourses on Livy. Rome expanded, not by living as a model of peace and charity, but through discipline, cunning, and often harsh measures. Its leaders pretended to honor traditions and gods, but behind that veil they made ruthless decisions for survival. Machiavelli's lesson is clear. Stability requires more than ideals. It requires cold, practical calculation. Let us pause and reflect. Imagine two leaders facing the same crisis. One refuses to break his promises because he believes in absolute honesty. The other breaks his word when it serves his interest. Who survives? Machiavelli would say the second. Why? Because men are fickle, promises are fragile, and power rests on force and cunning more than on trust. This does not mean Machiavelli denies all value in morality. He sees its utility. He urges rulers to appear merciful, faithful, and upright. He insists that people must see their leader as virtuous. Yet he separates this appearance from reality. A wise ruler is skilled in performance. He puts on the mask of virtue while keeping the hands of strategy free. This duality between appearance and reality is one of Machiavelli's most unsettling contributions to philosophy. It strips away comforting illusions. It tells us that rulers succeed not because they are moral, but because they understand when to use morality and when to discard it. Think again of Plato. In the Republic, Plato describes the philosopher king As one who rules with wisdom and justice, guided by eternal truth, Machiavelli turns this image upside down. For him, the successful ruler is not the philosopher who contemplates ideals. It is the strategist who adapts, deceives, and seizes opportunity. Where Plato sought harmony between justice and power, Machiavelli separates them. The contrast extends further. Christian thinkers taught that rulers must be shepherds of their people, accountable to divine law. Machiavelli does not dismiss religion entirely, but he treats it as another instrument. A ruler may use religion to inspire loyalty or to justify decisions, but he must never allow religious ideals to dictate choices that threaten survival. Here again, the reality of power trumps the illusion of morality. What does this mean for us? It means that when we look at history, we should ask whether the actions of rulers were driven by ideals, or whether ideals were used as masks for pragmatic calculation. It also means that when we look at our own time, we must ask whether the values leaders display are genuine, or whether they are carefully chosen illusions. Machiavelli offers no comfort in these questions. He offers only clarity. He tells us that power, stripped of illusions, is not gentle. It is harsh, competitive, and endlessly unstable. If rulers refuse to face this reality, their states collapse. If rulers embrace it too openly, they risk hatred and rebellion. The art lies in walking the fine line between appearance and necessity. As we move deeper into Machiavelli's playbook, we must hold on to this tension. The illusions of morality are powerful, but the reality of power cannot be ignored. In his writings, Machiavelli shows us again and again how rulers who fail to balance these forces are destroyed. Some cling too tightly to virtue and fall to cunning enemies. Others display cruelty without restraint and provoke hatred. The survivors are those who master the balance, who act without hesitation, yet who know how to clothe their actions in the garments of morality. This is why Machiavelli's work endures. It is not a celebration of evil, but a study of necessity. He strips away the comforting myths of political philosophy and forces us to confront the engine that drives human affairs. And once we see it, the illusions of morality can never fully shield us again. In Machiavelli's writings, two concepts dominate the landscape of power. These are fortuna and virtue. To understand his playbook, we must first understand them. Fortuna is often translated as fortune or luck. It represents the unpredictable elements of life. It is the flood that can sweep away kingdoms. It is the sudden death of a prince. It is the betrayal of allies, the revolt of citizens, the invasion of foreign armies. Fortuna is chaos made tangible virtue. On the other hand, is not morality. It is not virtue in the sense of goodness or justice. It is a kind of strength, skill, and decisiveness. It is the ability to shape circumstances. It is a capacity to act boldly, to plan wisely, and to respond quickly. Virtue allows a ruler to confront fortune and, when possible, to bend it to his will. Machiavelli presents these two forces as intertwined. Fortune is like a river that rises and falls without warning. Virtue is the dam, the levee, or the engineer who redirects the waters. Without virtue, fortuna will destroy even the strongest ruler. Without fortuna, Virtue has no challenges to overcome, but its presence is constant. It tests leaders, punishes hesitation, and rewards audacity. Consider his famous river metaphor. Machiavelli describes fortune as a river that floods suddenly. The flood destroys villages, drowns cattle, and scatters crops. Those who prepare levees, who build channels, who anticipate the rising waters, survive. Those who do not are swept away. In human affairs, fortune functions in the same way. Wars, betrayals, deaths, and revolutions can overwhelm a state in an instant. Virtue is the preparation, the adaptability, and the courage to confront these forces. This does not mean that fortune can be fully controlled. Machiavelli is clear. Fortune is unpredictable and often cruel, but it can be mitigated. A prince who acts boldly, decisively, and with cunning can reduce the power of fortune. He can turn its unpredictability into opportunity. History is full of examples. Leaders who hesitated in crises perished. Leaders who seized the moment thrived. Machiavelli observes that fortune favors the bold vertic also requires knowledge and action. It is not enough to be courageous. A ruler must understand the world in which he lives. He must study the patterns of human behavior, the weaknesses of rivals, and the strengths of allies. Virtue is intelligence applied to power. It is flexibility combined with decisiveness. It is the ability to act swiftly when opportunity appears and to recover quickly when disaster strikes. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that virtue must be practicable. A prince cannot rely on ideals alone. He must take risks, sometimes calculated, sometimes bold, to secure his position. He must not wait for luck or hope for fortune to protect him. Fortune may knock on the door, but only Vert can open it. The interplay of fortune and virtue appears in Machiavelli's historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He inherited a position of power and expanded it through audacity and strategy. He knew when to use force, when to deceive, and when to negotiate. He acted decisively against enemies, and fortune, in some measure, favored him. Yet Borgia's success was not guaranteed. When his father, Pope Alexander VI, died, fortune turned. Borgia's enemies struck, and his state collapsed. This demonstrates the limits of virtue when fortune is overwhelming. Machiavelli also examines the role of timing in virtue. Acting too soon can provoke resistance before power is secure. Acting too late can allow enemies to consolidate their strength. A wise ruler observes carefully, prepares meticulously, and strikes with precision. Virtue is the skill of timing. It is the combination of preparation, courage, and intelligence. We must also consider the human dimension. Virtue is not only strategic, it is psychological. A ruler must inspire confidence, command respect, and manage fear. Virtue allows a leader to read the hearts of men, to discern who will betray, who will follow, and who will hesitate. It is the skill of understanding not just events, but people. Fortune tests the world. Virtue tests human nature. There is a deeper lesson here. Machiavelli does not glorify luck. He does not suggest that fortune alone creates great leaders. He insists that a ruler's success depends on his ability to seize opportunity adapt to changing circumstances, and act decisively. Virtue is the engine that drives mastery over fortune. Without it, chaos reigns. With it, a skilled prince can turn crises into triumphs. This interplay explains why Machiavelli values preparation. A ruler must study war, politics, and human behavior. He must anticipate rebellion, treachery, and misfortune. Virtue is cultivated through experience, observation, and learning. A leader cannot rely on theory alone. Action, informed by knowledge, is the only path to stability. Yet Machiavelli warns against arrogance. Virtue is not omnipotence. It does not make a ruler invincible. Fortune will always remain partially beyond control. A wise leader recognizes this, adapts, and uses every opportunity to shape events. The balance of virtue and fortuna is delicate. Too much reliance on one without respect for the other leads to disaster. Machiavelli's exploration of these concepts also has modern resonance. In politics, business, and personal ambition, we see fortune as chance and circumstance. Virtue is preparation, strategy, and decisiveness. Those who succeed are rarely the luckiest. They are the most capable of turning opportunity into advantage and disaster into survival. Finally, it is essential to understand the moral neutrality of Machiavelli's framework. Virtue is not about ethics. It is about effectiveness. Fortune is not about justice. It is about unpredictability. Together, they create a landscape where success is determined by skill, courage, and adaptability, not by adherence to moral ideals. This is the essence of Machiavelli's playbook. To master power, one must respect the force of fortune. One must cultivate virtue relentlessly. One must act decisively when opportunity arises. One must recognize the limits of human control and act within those boundaries. This is the anatomy of fortune and virtue. It is the foundation upon which all other strategies of Machiavelli will build. By understanding this, we begin to see how a ruler can survive in a world that is uncertain, dangerous, and ever-changing. Fortune will challenge him. Virtue will guide him. The wise prince knows when to bend, when to strike, and when to appear steady. This is the essence of the strategy that underlies every decision in Machiavelli's writings. Machiavelli confronts one of the most enduring questions of power. Is it better for a ruler to be loved or to be feared? This is not a question of morality. It is a question of survival. Leaders throughout history have struggled with it. The answer, according to Machiavelli, is complex, but it carries a clear warning. He begins by observing human nature. Men are generally self-interested. They will break promises, betray allies, and abandon leaders if it suits their advantage. They are fickle and changeable. Their loyalty is often dependent on circumstances rather than conviction. A ruler who relies solely on love risks being abandoned when it is inconvenient. Fear, in contrast, is more reliable. When men fear the consequences of disloyalty, they are less likely to act against a ruler. Fear can be controlled, punishments can be applied consistently. Laws and consequences create order. In Machiavelli's view, fear provides stability in a way that love cannot always guarantee. Yet Machiavelli does not advocate cruelty for its own sake. He warns against excessive cruelty that provokes hatred. Hatred is dangerous. It can unite enemies, inspire rebellion, and destroy a ruler. The wise leader uses fear strategically. He applies it decisively and at the right time. Fear must be measured and directed at threats, not at loyal subjects. Love, however, cannot be ignored entirely. People prefer to follow a leader who is respected and admired. Popular support reduces the need for harsh enforcement. A ruler who is loved can govern with less constant pressure. The ideal balance, according to Machiavelli, is to be feared without being hated. This requires skill, judgment, and careful management of perception. He illustrates this with historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He was feared by his enemies and respected by his allies. He applied cruelty swiftly and decisively, eliminating threats before they could grow. Yet he avoided widespread hatred among the populace by controlling his image and demonstrating fairness to those who served him faithfully. Borgia's ability to combine fear with calculated generosity allowed him to maintain power effectively. Machiavelli also emphasizes the role of appearance in managing loyalty. A ruler must cultivate the perception of virtue, kindness, and justice. People must believe in his good intentions even if they know he acts with calculation. This combination of fear and the appearance of love creates a form of control that is both effective and sustainable. He cautions against relying solely on love. History is full of rulers who were adored but who fell because their followers placed personal interest above loyalty. Affection alone cannot ensure obedience. Love is fragile, easily broken by greed, ambition, or external pressure. Fear, however, can endure because it is grounded in consequences. The management of fear and love also requires understanding of human psychology. Machiavelli notes that men forgive injury quickly if they benefit from the ruler. They remember cruelty longer if it threatens them personally. A wise leader uses this knowledge to act decisively against enemies while reassuring allies. This creates a hierarchy of loyalty based on both respect and self-interest. Timing is essential. Fear applied too early can provoke resistance. Fear applied too late may allow threats to grow unchecked. Love applied indiscriminately may encourage complacency. Machiavelli teaches that the ruler must act like a conductor, orchestrating both fear and affection to maintain harmony in the state. He also addresses the relationship between fear, love, and reputation. A ruler's name is powerful. If people believe he is just, merciful, and strong, his authority is reinforced. Reputation amplifies both fear and love. A clever ruler manages his image with care, demonstrating strength when necessary and benevolence when advantageous. Machiavelli warns that extremes are dangerous. Excessive cruelty provokes hatred. Excessive leniency invites disobedience. Excessive reliance on affection leaves the ruler vulnerable to betrayal. The key is moderation and calculation. The ruler must constantly assess the loyalty of subjects and the stability of his power. Another important point is the unpredictability of human nature. People's emotions cannot be controlled completely. Leaders must accept that loyalty will fluctuate. Virtue, the skill and decisiveness we explored earlier, allows a ruler to respond to these fluctuations. By applying fear strategically and cultivating respect, he can shape loyalty in his favor. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond rulers. The principles of fear, love, and loyalty apply to leaders in all forms of organization. In business, politics, and social structures, those who understand human nature can maintain influence and control. Those who rely on idealized notions of affection or loyalty risk failure. He also highlights the symbolic dimension of fear and love. Public punishments, ceremonies, and displays of power communicate strength. Generosity, rewards, and recognition communicate benevolence. The combination of these signals reinforces loyalty while minimizing resentment. The careful use of symbols is part of the art of leadership. Finally, Machiavelli presents a stark choice. Leaders must decide where to place their reliance. They can seek love, risk in vulnerability. They can seek fear, risk in hatred. The wise ruler achieves a balance that maximizes loyalty while minimizing threats. This balance is not fixed. It changes with circumstances, enemies, and the temperament of the populace. Constant attention and adaptation are required. Through these lessons, Machiavelli demonstrates that power is not granted. It is constructed. It is maintained through understanding, skill, and strategy. Fear and love are tools, not ends. They are instruments in the broader architecture of control. The ruler who masters them can survive where others fail. This exploration of fear, love, and loyalty illustrates the precision of Machiavelli's playbook. It shows his deep understanding of human behavior and the mechanics of authority. By studying these principles, we see why he remains one of the most influential thinkers in the history of political thought. The question we opened with returns now with greater weight. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He shows us that the wise ruler must navigate between these forces, mastering both when possible, balancing them against the unpredictable currents of fortune, and always remaining aware of the human tendencies that shape every political act. Machiavelli introduces one of his most memorable metaphors. He tells us that a successful ruler must be both a lion and a fox. This is not a simple comparison. It is a lesson in the duality required to maintain power. Strength alone is insufficient. Cunning alone is inadequate. Both must coexist within the leader. The lion represents strength and force. A lion attacks, overpowers, and defends territory with raw power. It inspires respect and fear. In human affairs, this symbolizes the use of direct action, military might, and authority to overcome obstacles. A ruler must know when to strike. Decisively, strength is necessary to confront enemies, suppress rebellion, and establish control. Without it, the state is vulnerable to internal and external threats. The fox, in contrast, represents cunning, intelligence, and deception. A fox senses traps and avoids danger. It uses strategy rather than brute force. In leadership, the fox symbolizes subtlety, manipulation, and foresight. A ruler must be able to recognize hidden threats, negotiate effectively, and manipulate appearances. Without cunning, even the strongest leader can be outmaneuvered. Machiavelli emphasizes that one quality without the other leads to failure. A ruler who relies only on strength may crush enemies, but he will be blind to subtler dangers. He may be betrayed by those he trusted or undermined by those he underestimated. A ruler who relies only on cunning may deceive allies and opponents. But he may lack the force to defend his power when open conflict arises. Survival requires a combination of both. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia once again. Borgia combined military skill with political cunning. He knew when to fight directly and when to manipulate alliances. His ability to assess both open threats and hidden dangers allowed him to expand his influence. Quickly, when one element failed, his dual approach often compensated, demonstrating the importance of flexibility. The metaphor also highlights the adaptability required of a leader. The world is unpredictable. Enemies change tactics. Allies shift loyalties. Fortune intervenes. A ruler who is rigid, relying solely on force or solely on deception, risks destruction. The lion and the fox symbolize the capacity to switch strategies depending on circumstances. This adaptability is a cornerstone of Machiavelli's philosophy. Machiavelli warns that deception is often necessary. The fox allows the ruler to recognize traps, to anticipate betrayal, and to use appearances to maintain stability. A ruler may need to present mercy while acting ruthlessly, or appear weak while preparing to strike. The cunning use of perception enables a leader to shape events before they become crises. Strength, however, cannot be neglected. The lion ensures that the ruler can enforce decisions, command armies, and eliminate threats decisively. Without strength, cunning alone cannot secure power. A deceptive strategy without the capacity to enforce it fails. The world tests the ruler physically, and he must respond with force when required. This duality is not only practical, it is psychological. Subjects respond differently to strength and cunning. Fear of force demands respect. Awareness of cunning generates uncertainty in opponents, preventing them from acting impulsively. Loyalty, obedience, and alliance are shaped by both elements. The ruler who embodies both is unpredictable and therefore secure. Machiavelli also considers timing. The lion and the fox must be deployed according to circumstances. A time of rebellion may demand the strength of the lion. A time of diplomacy may demand the subtlety of the fox. A ruler who cannot read the situation or who applies the wrong method invites disaster. Success is contingent upon judgment as much as skill. The duality extends to internal governance as well. Rulers must manage advisors, nobles, and citizens with both strength and cunning. They must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and manipulate perception. The lion ensures the power to act decisively. The fox ensures the capacity to navigate complex social and political networks. Together, they allow the ruler to maintain stability over time. Machiavelli also notes that appearances matter. The ruler should project the qualities of both animals. Even when they are not fully exercised, a leader who appears strong can deter enemies. A leader who appears cunning can prevent plots. Perception is an instrument of power, reinforcing both force and strategy. The lesson for leaders is clear. One cannot rely solely on morality, ideology, or a single skill. Survival demands versatility, perception, and intelligence applied to action. The lion and the fox are not symbols of good or evil. They are tools for navigating the realities of human behavior. Leaders who master both can withstand fortune, outmaneuver enemies, and maintain control. Machiavelli's metaphor also has a modern application. Leaders in business, politics, and society face challenges similar to those of Renaissance princes. Threats come from competitors, shifts in power, and unpredictable circumstances. The balance of force and strategy, boldness and cunning, remains essential. Those who rely exclusively on one approach fail to achieve lasting success. Finally, this duality emphasizes preparation and self-awareness. A ruler must cultivate both strength and intelligence continually. Complacency in one domain invites disaster. The combination of lion and fox requires constant vigilance, learning, and adjustment. Leadership is not a static condition. It is an ongoing process of adaptation and mastery. Machiavelli's insight is that the art of power is not a single skill. It is a composite of capabilities applied with judgment. The lion and the fox exemplify this. They teach that power is dynamic, conditional, and deeply intertwined with human nature. A leader who embodies this duality understands both the threats he faces and the opportunities he can seize. By studying this principle, we begin to see the depth of Machiavelli's strategy. Power is never absolute. It must be constantly managed. Force and cunning are complementary tools. They must be balanced, applied with foresight, and adapted to shifting circumstances. This understanding sets the foundation for every further strategy in Machiavelli's playbook. Machiavelli addresses one of the most controversial aspects of his philosophy. He argues that cruelty, when applied correctly, can be necessary for the stability of a state. This idea challenges conventional morality. It is not intended to shock. For its own sake, it is practical. It is rooted in the realities of human behavior and political survival. He begins by distinguishing between types of cruelty. There is cruelty that is well used. There is cruelty that is excessive or poorly timed. Well-used cruelty is decisive. It is applied quickly and with purpose. It eliminates threats, prevents rebellion, and secures authority. Poorly used cruelty is endless and arbitrary. It breeds hatred, fear without respect, and eventual collapse. Machiavelli explains that cruelty is most effective when it is limited and targeted. A ruler may need to eliminate rivals or punish conspirators. When this is done decisively, the message is clear. Potential enemies understand the consequences of opposition. This type of cruelty prevents disorder, it consolidates power, it does not invite continuous resistance because it is controlled. Historical examples illustrate his point. Consider Cesare Borgia. Borgia faced a fragmented state and rebellious subjects. He acted with ruthless efficiency against those who threatened his authority. Ramiro de Orco, one of his lieutenants, was sent to enforce discipline. The people initially resented the actions, but Borgia quickly executed de Orco, presenting himself as just. The cruelty served a purpose, and then it ended. This calculated approach stabilized the region. Machiavelli emphasizes that cruelty must be applied at the beginning of a ruler's tenure. Early decisive actions prevent prolonged unrest. Hesitation allows enemies to grow stronger and emboldens conspirators. Once a ruler establishes control through measured force, ongoing cruelty becomes less necessary. The goal is to secure loyalty, not to perpetuate fear indefinitely. He also warns against arbitrary cruelty. Violence without purpose undermines authority. It creates resentment. It destabilizes rather than strengthens. The wise leader uses cruelty as a tool, not as an expression of personal anger. Decisions must be calculated and disciplined. Emotion alone is insufficient and dangerous. Machiavelli extends his analysis to the broader principle of necessity. Rulers exist in a world of danger. Enemies plot, allies betray, and fortune is unpredictable. In this context, cruelty is often unavoidable. It is the means by which order is maintained and the state preserved. Without it, instability spreads. Without it, even the most virtuous ruler can be overthrown. The psychological dimension is important. People fear what is visible and immediate. When a ruler applies force decisively, the population learns the consequences of disobedience. This fear can be controlled and focused. In contrast, excessive leniency or delayed punishment allows resentment to fester. Threats multiply when cruelty is inconsistent or unclear. Machiavelli also highlights the perception of cruelty. A ruler should not appear cruel for its own sake. Actions should be framed as necessary for the common good or for the security of the state. Public perception shapes loyalty. People tolerate force if it is justified and purposeful. They rebel when cruelty seems arbitrary or self-serving. Timing, again, is essential. Initial acts of cruelty secure authority. After stability is established, further violence can be reduced. The ruler can shift focus to appearances of mercy, justice, and virtue. This balance between force and benevolence creates a stable environment where loyalty is earned and rebellion is minimized. He contrasts this approach with inaction. Leaders who hesitate to apply necessary force often face prolonged conflict. Revolts persist, enemies grow bolder, and alliances shift unpredictably. The failure to act decisively in critical moments leads to greater suffering and eventual downfall. Cruelty, when properly applied, prevents this escalation. Machiavelli also warns against cruelty motivated by personal desire. A ruler must never act purely out of vengeance. The goal is not to indulge anger or assert ego. The goal is the preservation of the state. This disciplined use of force distinguishes effective rulers from tyrants who provoke hatred and rebellion. He explores the relationship between cruelty and fear. Cruelty generates fear, but fear must be carefully controlled. The ruler who is feared but not hated maintains authority. Those who apply excessive, indiscriminate cruelty provoke hatred and ultimately destabilize their position. Fear must be directed strategically, not indiscriminately. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond the battlefield. Internal governance, management of nobles, and handling of conspiracies all require careful application of force. The principles of decisive action, targeted punishment, and public perception apply in political, social, and administrative contexts. Modern examples illustrate these principles. Leaders who act decisively to confront threats often maintain stability, while leaders who hesitate or act inconsistently invite chaos. Strategic force, applied with purpose, is not cruelty for cruelties. Sake, it is a calculated method of maintaining order. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the moral neutrality of these actions. Cruelty is neither inherently good nor evil. Its value is measured by results. The wise ruler considers the long-term stability of the state. He acts decisively when necessary, restrains force when possible, and manages perception carefully. Through this lens, cruelty becomes a tool, a necessary instrument for survival. It is not arbitrary, it is not personal, it is part of the disciplined exercise of power. To ignore this principle is to misunderstand the realities of governance. To apply it without judgment is to invite destruction. The balance, timing, and purpose of cruelty determine the ruler's success. By understanding the necessity of cruelty, we begin to see how Machiavelli redefines power. He strips away comforting illusions. He shows that stability requires action, decisiveness, and control. Leaders must confront danger, manage perception, and use force strategically. This principle underpins much of the remaining strategies in his playbook. Machiavelli understood that power is not only about force or cunning, it is also about perception. How a ruler is seen can determine whether he succeeds or falls. Reputation is a currency of authority. Image shapes loyalty. The theater of power is the stage on which a ruler performs to maintain control. He begins by emphasizing that appearances matter more than reality in the eyes of the public. People judge leaders based on what they see, not always on what they know. A ruler may act with calculation, manipulation, or even deception, but the perception of virtue, justice, and courage solidifies authority. Maintaining this perception is essential to survival. Machiavelli notes that a ruler must project qualities that inspire both respect and admiration. He should appear merciful, faithful, humane, and religious. Yet he should also demonstrate strength, decisiveness, and strategic intelligence. These qualities may not always exist fully in practice, but their display maintains confidence among subjects and allies. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider the Medici family in Florence. Their authority relied heavily on appearances. They cultivated images of piety, patronage, and civic responsibility, even while engaging in ruthless political maneuvers. The perception of virtue protected their power and allowed them to govern effectively. Public ceremonies and symbolic actions are central to the theater of power. Processions, proclamations, and displays of generosity communicate a ruler's qualities. These rituals reinforce authority and shape public opinion. A wise ruler uses symbolism strategically to complement practical governance. Actions and appearances together create stability and influence. Machiavelli warns against inconsistency between image and action. If a ruler is perceived as just but acts cruelly without explanation, trust erodes. If he appears merciful but fails to act decisively when necessary, fear and respect diminish. The alignment of perception and action is delicate. Leaders must cultivate both carefully. He also emphasizes that reputation affects both allies and enemies. Allies are more likely to support a ruler who is respected and admired. Enemies are more likely to hesitate if they believe a leader is capable, decisive, and shrewd. Reputation amplifies the impact of both fear and love. It extends influence beyond immediate actions and creates strategic leverage. Machiavelli explores the importance of consistency. While flexibility is essential in tactics, the public perception of a ruler must appear stable. Sudden changes in behavior or values can create uncertainty and doubt. A stable image fosters loyalty, trust, and deference. A reputation for strength, wisdom, or justice protects a ruler from instability. He examines how rulers can manipulate perception deliberately. Deception is not inherently evil in this context. It is a tool. A ruler may appear merciful while acting decisively or appear humble while exercising authority firmly. By managing appearances, the ruler controls not only immediate reactions, but also the long-term loyalty of subjects. Machiavelli also highlights the interplay of private action and public display. A ruler may act ruthlessly in private to secure control while presenting fairness publicly. The effectiveness of power often depends on this duality. The public cannot witness every act. What they perceive shapes their behavior. Clever leaders leverage this to maintain order. Historical examples extend to military leaders as well. A general who appears disciplined, courageous, and strategic inspires confidence among troops. Soldiers follow not only because of orders, but also because of belief in competence. Reputation reinforces obedience and enhances effectiveness in both governance and warfare. Machiavelli also considers the fragility of reputation. A single scandal or misstep can undermine decades of careful cultivation. Leaders must guard against false reports, betrayal, and rumor. Information management is essential. The theater of power includes not only actions, but the narrative that surrounds them. He emphasizes that reputation is cumulative. Small acts of courage, fairness, or generosity build perception over time. Strategic displays amplify influence. Similarly, repeated acts of cruelty or indecision erode credibility. The ruler must understand the long-term effects of each decision. On public perception, Machiavelli also examines the use of storytelling and legacy. Leaders often shape their image through narratives that highlight successes and obscure failures. Propaganda, public records, and controlled accounts of events all contribute to the theater of power. The ruler who controls the story controls the memory of his rule. He warns that relying solely on appearances without substance is dangerous. A ruler may deceive temporarily, but if underlying weaknesses exist, fortune will expose them. Strength, cunning, and decisiveness must underpin image. Reputation amplifies power, but cannot replace competence. Modern parallels are clear. In politics, business, and society, leaders manage public perception constantly. Media, communication, and symbolic actions influence loyalty, respect, and obedience. The principles Machiavelli outlined centuries ago remain relevant. Reputation shapes decisions, alliances, and opportunities. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the integration of all elements of power: reputation, force, cunning, cruelty, and appearance are not separate. They interact. A wise ruler balances them to maintain authority. Perception enhances action. Action reinforces perception. Together, they create a resilient, adaptive, and effective system of governance. Through understanding the theater of power, we see that leadership is both practical and performative. A ruler must master not only the mechanics of control, but also the art of influence. Every gesture, decision, and public appearance contributes to the stability of the state. Reputation is the stage upon which all other strategies unfold. By studying these lessons, we begin to see Machiavelli not as a promoter of immorality, but as an analyst of survival and influence. Leaders who understand perception and cultivate their image can navigate challenges, inspire loyalty, and maintain power in ways that are both strategic and enduring. Machiavelli understood that power does not exist in isolation. A ruler is surrounded by allies, adversaries, and opportunists. Success depends on the careful management of relationships. Friendships, loyalties, and enmities are tools to be understood and used wisely. He begins by emphasizing the impermanence of alliances. People are motivated by self-interest. Allies today may become enemies tomorrow. Shared goals are often temporary. The wise ruler anticipates these shifts. He maintains awareness of the intentions and ambitions of those around him. Trust, Machiavelli argues, must be strategic. Blind faith in allies is dangerous. A ruler cannot assume loyalty based solely on past favors or friendship. Those who seem most devoted may betray at the moment of greatest opportunity. Conversely, apparent rivals may be managed or even converted into useful allies if their ambitions align temporarily with the ruler's objectives. He provides historical examples to illustrate these points. Florence, Venice, and other Italian city-states were constantly shifting in alliances. Leaders who relied too heavily on external support often found themselves abandoned when foreign powers pursued their own interests. Survival required vigilance and flexibility. Alliances must be nurtured, tested, and sometimes replaced. Machiavelli emphasizes the importance of understanding human motivation. People act primarily out of self-interest, fear, or ambition. A ruler who misreads the desires and incentives of allies risks being manipulated. He must study the character and behavior of those around him carefully. Observing actions is often more revealing than listening to words. He also addresses betrayal. It is inevitable in human affairs. Rulers must plan for it. Defensive measures such as dividing potential adversaries, rewarding loyalty, and punishing treachery decisively reduce the likelihood of surprise attacks. Machiavelli stresses that swift and calculated responses to betrayal send clear signals, reinforcing both fear and respect. Another principle is the selective cultivation of friends and enemies. Not all alliances are equally valuable. The ruler must identify those who can contribute to stability, military strength, or economic advantage. Some rivals can be left unchecked if their ambitions are contained. Others must be neutralized through diplomacy, coercion, or strategic force. Proper management ensures that threats are minimized while benefits are maximized. Machiavelli also highlights the importance of adaptability. Relationships are not static. Circumstances change. A once trusted ally may become dangerous. A previously hostile neighbor may become an opportunity for alliance. The successful ruler continually reassesses the political landscape. Decisions must be based on the current balance of power, not past assumptions or sentiments. He examines the role of deception in managing allies and enemies. Transparency can be exploited. The ruler must sometimes conceal intentions, provide misleading signals, or present false security to maintain advantage. Deception is a tool, not a moral failing. When used to preserve the state and protect power, historical examples reinforce these lessons. The Papal States frequently negotiated alliances with city-states and foreign powers. Those who overestimated loyalty or underestimated ambition often lost territory or influence. Leaders who balanced diplomacy with readiness for conflict maintained authority more effectively. Machiavelli's observations emphasized pragmatism over idealism. He also considers the psychological impact of power. Allies observe how a ruler handles threats, betrayal, and opportunity. Swift action and decisive judgment inspire confidence. Hesitation and indecision undermine trust. Reputation, decisively linked to behavior, shapes future relationships. Allies and enemies alike adjust their strategies based on perceived strength and intelligence. Machiavelli warns against over-reliance on any single ally. Dependence creates vulnerability. The ruler must cultivate multiple connections, balancing relationships to prevent any one party from gaining excessive influence. This approach reduces the risk of betrayal and maintains freedom of action. Conversely, the management of enemies requires both caution and initiative. Enemies left unchecked grow stronger. They form alliances, exploit weaknesses, and may strike unexpectedly. A prudent ruler observes potential adversaries, predicts their moves, and acts preemptively when necessary. Timing and decisiveness are essential. He further distinguishes between permanent and temporary alliances. Temporary alliances serve immediate goals. Permanent alliances require trust, compatibility, and ongoing management. A ruler must recognize the difference and treat each relationship accordingly. Mismanaging this distinction can lead to catastrophic failures. Machiavelli also emphasizes the value of balance. The ruler must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and maintain the perception of fairness. Allies who feel secure are more likely to support the ruler. Enemies who see strength may hesitate or retreat. The art of maintaining equilibrium between friends and foes is central to stability. The chapter also explores contingency planning. The ruler must anticipate shifts in loyalty and the emergence of new threats. By preparing for multiple scenarios, he ensures that betrayal or unexpected opposition does not lead to collapse. Flexibility and foresight are the hallmarks of skillful Leadership. Machiavelli concludes that the management of relationships is an ongoing task. Power is dynamic, and human behavior is unpredictable. The ruler's survival depends on vigilance, judgment, and adaptability. Understanding human ambition, fear, and self-interest allows the ruler to navigate complex networks of friends and enemies. Finally, these lessons have modern relevance. Corporate leaders, politicians, and social strategists face analogous challenges. Alliances form and dissolve. Rivals emerge unpredictably. Understanding motivations, maintaining reputation, and managing perception remain critical. Machiavelli's analysis of friends and enemies provides insight into human behavior and the dynamics of influence. By mastering alliances, anticipating betrayal, and managing relationships with skill and judgment, the ruler secures stability and extends authority. This is the essence of Machiavelli's guidance. Power is relational, adaptive, and dependent on understanding the currents of human nature. Machiavelli presents a paradoxical view of religion. He does not dismiss faith entirely, yet he emphasizes its utility as a tool for rulers. Religion, in his eyes, is a mechanism for shaping human behavior. It unifies, motivates, and controls populations. He admires its practical effects rather than its spiritual truths. He begins by examining the role of religion in society. Religion establishes rules and moral codes. It encourages obedience to laws. It provides a shared framework of values. Citizens are guided by fear of divine punishment as well as social expectation. This shared belief system strengthens social cohesion. A ruler who harnesses this can govern more effectively. Machiavelli admires Roman religion for its practical virtues. The ancient Romans used rituals, festivals, and public devotion to unify the state. Religion reinforced loyalty to the republic. Citizens internalized the values necessary for civic duty. The gods themselves, in Roman practice, were instruments of order. This example demonstrates how faith can stabilize power. He emphasizes the distinction between personal belief and public utility. A ruler may or may not be devout. What matters is the appearance of piety. Public displays of religious devotion create trust and legitimacy. Citizens are reassured when their leader observes sacred customs. This perception reinforces authority. Faith becomes a political instrument, independent of private conviction. Machiavelli warns against neglecting religion entirely. A state that appears irreligious or dismissive of sacred traditions risks alienating its people. Citizens may interpret this as moral weakness or disrespect for communal norms. Revolts, disobedience, and factionalism become more likely. Leaders must manage perception as carefully as they manage armies. He explores the paradox of morality in leadership. Ethical behavior is valuable when it supports stability. Rulers should maintain the appearance of virtue, honesty, and justice. Yet personal morality is secondary to effectiveness. Actions are justified by results rather than abstract principles. Religion helps bridge the gap between moral expectation and practical governance. Machiavelli introduces a suspenseful question. Is religion, for him, less about God than about human obedience? He implies that the sacred functions primarily to regulate behavior. The threat of divine punishment or social censure encourages loyalty. Citizens are motivated to act in ways that sustain the state. Faith becomes an instrument of political control. He analyzes how rulers can utilize religious structures. Priests, temples, rituals, and laws reinforce obedience. Leaders who control religious messaging can direct attention, unify populations, and suppress dissent. Religion becomes a stabilizing force, reducing reliance on coercion and military enforcement alone. Historical examples illustrate this principle. The Roman Republic, as Machiavelli admired, integrated religion into public life. Festivals, sacrifices, and civic rituals reinforced collective identity. Leaders who neglected religious appearances often faced instability. The power of perception, supported by shared belief, reinforced authority more effectively than force. Alone, Machiavelli also highlights the psychological dimension. People are more likely to follow laws and respect authority when they believe the ruler shares their values. Ritual, symbolism, and demonstration of piety cultivate trust. Even if a ruler privately doubts or manipulates faith, the public perception is what matters. Religion becomes a form of social technology. He contrasts genuine devotion with performative faith. Personal belief is not required for effective governance. What matters is consistent display. Leaders who observe sacred customs, attend ceremonies, and speak in morally resonant terms project stability. Citizens respond to visible piety. The mask of religion is a tool to maintain social order. Machiavelli further explores the consequences of neglecting this tool. A ruler who appears impious risks alienating both the people and the elite. Disrespect for religious norms can be interpreted as moral corruption, inviting rebellion and resistance. Maintaining the appearance of faith is therefore both pragmatic and necessary. He examines the interplay between religion and law. Laws gain additional authority when reinforced by moral and sacred frameworks. Citizens perceive obedience as both a civic duty and a spiritual obligation. This dual motivation enhances compliance and reduces the need for constant enforcement. Religion becomes intertwined with governance. Machiavelli also considers the long-term effects of religious manipulation. Stability achieved through shared belief can endure beyond a ruler's lifetime. Citizens internalize norms and expectations. Institutions anchored in religious or moral frameworks continue to function. Religion, in this sense, is both a stabilizing force and a legacy of authority. He warns that superficiality alone is insufficient. Religious appearances must be credible and consistent. Contradictions between words and actions weaken influence. Rituals, observance, and public demonstration reinforce credibility. The ruler who carefully manages both perception and action maintains legitimacy. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes that religion is inseparable from the exercise of power. It is not simply a private matter. It functions as a tool, a mechanism for obedience, and a means of reinforcing social cohesion. The prudent ruler integrates faith into the architecture of authority, using it to stabilize the state while pursuing pragmatic objectives. By studying Machiavelli's approach, we see a ruler who understands human behavior deeply. Religion is valued not for spiritual enlightenment, but for its capacity to unify, motivate, and control. This principle demonstrates the sophisticated pragmatism at the core of Machiavelli's philosophy of power. Machiavelli places audacity at the center of political success. He asserts that fortune favors the bold. Leaders who act decisively seize opportunities, shape events, and maintain control. Hesitation, by contrast, invites misfortune and collapse. Boldness is not reckless. It is calculated, informed, and timely. He introduces the concept of fortune as a force that can be influenced. Fortune is unpredictable. It presents opportunities and challenges. Machiavelli famously writes that fortune must be beaten down like a woman. This brutal metaphor reflects his view that fortune yields to strength, courage, and action. It does not act on its own. Leaders must impose their will upon it. Bold action is closely linked to ambition. Leaders must pursue goals with energy and determination. Passive rulers wait for events to unfold. They react rather than shape outcome. Machiavelli argues that ambition combined with audacity allows a ruler to convert opportunity into lasting power. Hesitation, even in favorable circumstances, often leads to failure. He contrasts decisive leaders with hesitant ones. Hesitant rulers analyze endlessly, delay action, and overvalue caution. They often miss fleeting opportunities. Bold leaders, by contrast, take calculated risks. They act swiftly, exploit weaknesses in rivals, and adapt as circumstances change. History demonstrates that fortune rewards initiative. Cesare Borgia serves as a prime example. Borgia confronted a fractured Italy with energy, strategy, and decisiveness. He combined military skill with cunning diplomacy. He acted rapidly against rivals and exploited every opportunity. His boldness allowed him to consolidate power and extend influence where more cautious leaders might have failed. In contrast, Florentine republicans struggled to respond effectually to crises. Internal divisions, indecision, and excessive adherence to process prevented swift action. They failed to capitalize on opportunities and were often outmaneuvered by more audacious opponents. Machiavelli observes that hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Taking risks may fail, but inaction guarantees vulnerability. He emphasizes that boldness must be tempered with judgment. Reckless action without strategy is dangerous. Audacity is effective only when informed by knowledge, observation, and assessment of risks. Leaders must weigh consequences, anticipate responses, and act with precision. Boldness without direction can provoke disaster. Machiavelli also discusses the timing of action. Fortune rewards those who strike at the right moment. Hesitation allows rivals to strengthen, alliances to shift, and opportunities to vanish. Bold action involves both speed and discernment. The capacity to recognize the decisive moment separates effective leaders from indecisive ones. He explores the psychological dimension of audacity. Bold leaders inspire confidence and fear. Subjects respect decisiveness. Rivals hesitate in the face of initiative. Ambition, when demonstrated through action, conveys authority. In contrast, hesitation signals weakness and invites challenges. Boldness is both practical and symbolic. Historical examples reinforce these principles. Leaders who seize power during crises often achieve lasting authority. Those who delay, even with superior resources, risk being overtaken by rivals. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that fortune favors those willing to act decisively and courageously. He also examines the interplay of risk and reward. Bold decisions carry potential for failure, but the consequences of hesitation are often greater. Leaders who fail while acting decisively can recover. Leaders who hesitate frequently lose control entirely. Risk, when calculated and embraced, becomes a tool for power. Machiavelli stresses that audacity affects both internal and external politics. Domestically, decisive action quells dissent and inspires loyalty. Externally, it deters aggression and exploits weaknesses in rivals. Boldness establishes initiative. Hesitation surrenders it. Maintaining momentum is central to sustaining authority. The metaphor of fortune as a woman underscores the active role leaders must play. Fortune does not yield passively. It responds to courage, energy, and assertive effort. Leaders shape their destiny by imposing their will upon circumstances. This principle highlights the dynamic relationship between human action and unpredictable events. He further explores the cumulative effect of boldness. A leader who consistently acts decisively builds reputation and credibility. Subjects and allies observe audacity as competence. Rivals perceive a pattern of strength and initiative. Over time, bold action creates a self-reinforcing cycle of authority and influence. Machiavelli also examines failures of audacity. Leaders who act boldly without preparation, intelligence, or strategy invite disaster. Success requires both courage and competence. Boldness is a necessary condition for power, but it is not sufficient alone. Knowledge, skill, and foresight are equally essential. He concludes with the central lesson: hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Inaction allows rivals to advance, fortune to shift, and opportunities to disappear. Bold, calculated action may encounter setbacks, but it preserves initiative and maximizes the possibility of success. Hesitation guarantees loss. Through this analysis, Machiavelli emphasizes a core principle of his philosophy. Ambition, courage, and decisive action define effective leadership. Fortune favors those who confront uncertainty actively, shape events strategically, and refuse to be paralyzed by risk. Boldness is both a weapon and a shield in the machinery of power. Machiavelli admired the Roman Republic. He saw in it a model of political strength, resilience, and adaptability. Unlike principalities ruled by a single prince, republics distributed power. Authority was shared among institutions, citizens, and elites. This structure created stability, accountability, and long-term endurance. He begins by contrasting republics with monarchies. Principalities concentrate power in one individual. Decision-making is rapid but highly dependent on the ruler's abilities. The state is vulnerable if the prince is weak, indecisive, or corrupt. Republics by contrast, distribute authority across councils, assemblies, and magistrates. This diffusion limits the impact of individual failings and strengthens institutions. Machiavelli praises the capacity of republics to harness civic virtue. Citizens are motivated to participate in governance because they have a stake in the states. Survival engagement fosters loyalty, accountability, and shared responsibility. By contrast, subjects of principalities often lack initiative or investment in the welfare of the state. Civic participation strengthens resilience. He emphasizes that republics are not without challenges. Managing factions, competing interests, and popular ambitions requires skill. Balancing the influence of elites and the broader population is essential. The state must allow freedom while maintaining order. Too much liberty invites chaos. Too much control breeds resentment. The art of governance is in finding this balance. Machiavelli presents suspenseful insight. He is not simply a cynic focused on manipulation. He also values liberty when it is managed wisely. Freedom, in his philosophy, is not chaotic license. It is structured participation. Laws, institutions, and disciplined civic engagement enable citizens to exercise influence without undermining stability. Liberty, when harnessed, strengthens power. He analyzes Rome's example. The Roman Republic maintained equilibrium between the Senate, magistrates, and the people. Elites provided experience and strategic oversight. Citizens offered legitimacy, manpower, and engagement. This balance preserved stability, allowed flexibility, and mitigated risks posed by individual weaknesses. Machiavelli admires the synergy of collective governance. By contrast, principalities often rely on fear, coercion, or personal charisma to maintain authority. Stability is contingent on the ruler's competence and the loyalty of a few elites. This makes principalities more vulnerable to fortune, internal conspiracy, and rebellion. Republics, by dispersing power and fostering civic responsibility, are better equipped to endure crises. Machiavelli also examines the role of laws in republics. Legal frameworks create predictable rules, reducing the influence of arbitrary decisions. Institutions enforce laws consistently, maintaining fairness and legitimacy. In principalities, law often depends on the ruler's whims. In republics, law is institutionalized, creating stability and long-term resilience. He highlights the importance of civic virtue. Citizens must be invested in the common good. Participation is not merely symbolic, it is functional. Civic education, military service, and public engagement cultivate loyalty and responsibility. A republic thrives when citizens act both freely and prudently. Liberty must be disciplined to be effective. Machiavelli also explores the dangers of imbalance. If elites dominate excessively, the population may rebel. If the people wield unchecked influence, disorder can follow. Successful republics manage tensions through structured participation, checks and balances, and the cultivation of respect for institutions. The equilibrium between freedom and control is delicate but achievable. He emphasizes that republics are dynamic. They adapt to changing circumstances, harness collective strength, and endure when well governed. Principalities, in contrast, often falter under poor leadership. When the ruler is incapacitated, the state's survival is threatened. Machiavelli's analysis suggests that republics are more resilient by design. Historical examples reinforce these lessons. Florence, Venice, and Rome illustrate the strengths and weaknesses of republics. Rome's system, in particular, demonstrates the power of structured liberty, balanced authority, and active citizenship. Machiavelli draws enduring lessons from these examples for both rulers and citizens. Machiavelli also notes that principalities and republics share common vulnerabilities. Corruption, factionalism, and complacency can destabilize any government. The difference lies in the mechanisms for managing these risks. Republics possess institutions and participation that absorb shocks. Principalities rely largely on the ruler's ability to respond effectively. He examines the tension between freedom and security. Citizens must feel free enough to engage, innovate, and participate, but constrained enough to prevent chaos. Machiavelli stresses that liberty is valuable when it serves the state's stability and long-term strength. Unmanaged freedom threatens survival. Carefully balanced liberty sustains power. Finally, Machiavelli concludes that the choice between republic and principality depends on context, skill, and circumstance. Principalities offer speed and centralized decision-making, but are fragile. Republics require management of complex relationships and institutions, but endure when cultivated wisely. Leaders must understand the dynamics of power and human behavior. To maintain authority in either system, by studying Machiavelli's analysis, we see that he values liberty, not abstractly, but as a practical instrument. Freedom strengthens the state when structured, disciplined, and balanced against control. The study of republics reveals how power can be distributed without sacrificing stability, and how leadership can harness collective strength to withstand both internal and external threats. Machiavelli's life took a dramatic turn in 1512. The Medici returned to power in Florence. Machiavelli, once a diplomat and senior official, was suddenly cast out. His career ended abruptly. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, and subjected to torture. The physical pain was brief, but the humiliation and desperation lingered. Exile followed. He retreated to his family estate in the countryside. Isolated, stripped of office, and under constant scrutiny, Machiavelli faced the reality of personal and political ruin. This period of displacement, however, became fertile ground for his ideas. In solitude, he turned experience, observation, and reflection into a framework for understanding power. It is in this context that he began writing The Prince. The text is more than a treatise. It is a calculated communication. Machiavelli presents his most daring insights on leadership, manipulation, and survival. Yet there is an underlying tension. Is this guidance sincere, ironic, or a survival strategy? The uncertainty itself adds to the drama of the work. The Prince can also be seen as a job application to the Medici. Machiavelli presents himself as a thinker capable of advising rulers, particularly Lorenzo de' Medici. Every paragraph balances demonstration of knowledge with subtle flattery. It is strategic, persuasive, and highly personal. He seeks to regain influence and relevance through the written word. Suspense is central to understanding this moment. Imagine Machiavelli seated at his desk, quill in hand, contemplating the boldest ideas he has ever conceived. He writes of cruelty, deception, and manipulation, fully aware of the dangers these thoughts carry if misinterpreted. Every sentence is calculated, every example carefully chosen. He is both fearless and cunning. Machiavelli's writing reflects a mind sharpened by adversity. Exile forced him to analyze politics with clarity and detachment. Personal experience, observation of leaders, and historical case studies converge in his analyses. The Prince emerges as a concentrated playbook of power distilled from the turbulence of Italian politics. He also reflects on the morality of rulers. In exile, he confronts the paradox of ethics in governance. Leaders must act decisively and sometimes ruthlessly. Yet the survival of the state often demands choices that defy conventional morality. Machiavelli writes not as a moralist, but as a realist. The Prince is a mirror reflecting the world as it is, not as it should be. Historical examples animate the text. Cesare Borgia, notorious for cunning and decisiveness, embodies the lessons. Machiavelli admired the strategies he describes are drawn from observation, not imagination. Each case illustrates the consequences of action or inaction, courage or hesitation, loyalty or betrayal. The examples lend urgency and credibility to his argument. The writing process itself is dramatic. Exile breeds tension, reflection, and intensity. Machiavelli composes a work that is audacious in content and form. He imagines the Medici reading his words, evaluating his intellect, and judging his insight. The stakes are personal and political. The Prince is a performance as much as a treatise. Suspense continues in the interpretation of the Prince. Scholars debate its intent. Was it sincere advice intended to guide rulers toward effective governance? Was it satire exposing the brutality of politics through exaggeration? Or was it itself a mask, concealing Machiavelli's personal vulnerabilities and ambitions? The ambiguity enhances the text's power and intrigue. He also reflects on exile as a catalyst for intellectual creation. Removed from office, Machiavelli gains the freedom to think without constraint. Observations of power, human ambition, and political dynamics crystallize into concise, radical insights. Exile transforms adversity into opportunity, misfortune, into intellectual productivity. The text combines theory and practice. Machiavelli does not write abstractly. He examines practical methods to acquire, consolidate, and maintain power. Each chapter addresses real threats, human weaknesses, and strategic possibilities. The Prince is simultaneously a manual, a demonstration of expertise, and a calculated appeal to potential patrons. He illustrates the tension between fear and love, fortune and audacity, cruelty and mercy. Each paradox is heightened by his own precarious situation. Writing from exile, Machiavelli confronts the realities he himself has endured, the dangers of fortune, the fragility of position, and the necessity of decisive action. Finally, he confronts his own legacy within the Prince by distilling his observations into a coherent guide. Machiavelli ensures that his ideas endure beyond personal misfortune. Exile, pain, and political ruin become a backdrop for intellectual immortality. His analysis of power, paradoxical as it may be, survives as a testament to the synthesis of experience, reflection, and daring thought. Through this chapter, we understand The Prince not merely as a book, but as a dramatic act of survival, strategy, and insight. Machiavelli transforms personal catastrophe into a timeless exploration of power, human nature, and the enduring dynamics of politics. Machiavelli's influence extends far beyond his lifetime. His observations on power, human nature, and governance shaped political philosophy for centuries. From the Renaissance to the Enlightenment and into modern politics, his ideas continue to resonate. His work challenges leaders, theorists, and citizens to confront the realities of power without illusions. He begins by examining Machiavelli's immediate impact. During the Renaissance, rulers and thinkers studied his writings with keen interest. The Prince became a reference point for understanding strategy, diplomacy, and authority. Machiavelli's clarity in analyzing human behavior and political dynamics set him apart from moralistic or idealistic treatises of his time. Enlightenment thinkers engaged deeply with his ideas. Figures like Rousseau and Montesquieu read Machiavelli as both a caution and a guide. His emphasis on observation, pragmatism, and the mechanics of power influenced debates about liberty, the structure of government, and the role of laws. Machiavelli's work helped shift political philosophy from abstract ideals to practical analysis. He also examines the adoption of his concepts by modern leaders. Military commanders, diplomats, and statesmen study his principles to understand negotiation, strategy, and human behavior. The capacity to anticipate rivals, manipulate perception, and act decisively remains central to effective leadership. Machiavelli's insights are applied not as prescriptions of morality, but as tools for practical advantage. The term Machiavellian illustrates his enduring reputation. It evokes cunning, calculation, and sometimes ruthless manipulation. While often used pejoratively, the term also recognizes his penetrating understanding of political dynamics. Leaders and scholars alike associate his name with the ability to navigate complexity, manage ambition, and maintain authority. His ideas remain a benchmark for evaluating power. Machiavelli's writings challenge assumptions about morality in politics. He separates ethics from efficacy. Leaders cannot rely solely on virtue or sentiment. Success depends on understanding human nature, anticipating behavior, and taking decisive action. This stark realism transformed political thought and remains relevant in contemporary analyses. He traces the influence on Republican theory. Discourses on Livy inspired debates about civic virtue, balance of power, and the role of citizens. His analysis of Rome shaped modern conceptions of liberty, checks and balances, and institutional resilience. Machiavelli demonstrated how historical examples inform the design of governance. Machiavelli's influence extends to strategy and military theory. His insistence on preparedness, citizen militias, and decisive action informs modern military doctrine. The principle that fortune favors the bold continues to guide leaders in contexts ranging from warfare to diplomacy. action, timing, and audacity. Remain critical. He also explores the cultural and intellectual dimension. Machiavelli's work provoked controversy precisely because it forced readers to confront uncomfortable truths. He challenged idealistic notions of leadership, morality, and human nature by framing power as a dynamic, often ruthless interaction. He encouraged critical thinking and realistic assessment of political life. Suspense builds as he considers the duality of his legacy. Some interpret Machiavelli as a teacher of cynicism, revealing the darker side of politics. Others see him as a realist, exposing truths that leaders must understand to govern effectively. His writings provoke reflection on whether morality is subordinate to survival, strategy, and practical wisdom. He examines how his ideas endure in modern political analysis. Political scientists, historians, and strategists draw on Machiavelli to understand negotiation, influence, and institutional dynamics. Concepts such as manipulation of perception, the balance of fear and love, and the management of alliances remain central in the study of governance. Machiavelli also shaped debates about liberty and authority. His distinction between republics and principalities informs discussions about democracy, centralized power, and citizen participation. Leaders and theorists continue to grapple with questions of freedom, control, and institutional balance, echoing his analyses from centuries ago. He highlights that his enduring influence is not merely theoretical. The real-world application of his principles demonstrates their practical value. Leaders who understand human ambition, fortune, and the dynamics of power are better equipped to maintain authority, anticipate threats, and shape events. Machiavelli provides tools for navigating the complexities of political life. Finally, Machiavelli leaves us with a profound question. Did he reveal the truth of politics, stripped of illusion and idealism? Or did he invent a darker lens, teaching leaders to view human nature through suspicion, fear, and manipulation? The tension persists. His legacy forces reflection, debate, an examination of power in every age. Through this chapter, we see that Machiavelli's influence endures because he confronts the realities of human behavior and political life with unflinching clarity. His work continues to challenge, provoke, and inform leaders, scholars, and citizens alike. The playbook he left behind remains relevant, controversial, and profoundly instructive. We return to the opening question. Is it better to be loved or feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He suggests that leaders must navigate a complex interplay of both. Love can inspire loyalty, but it can also breed weakness. Fear can enforce obedience, but excessive cruelty can provoke rebellion. The tension between these forces defines the challenge of leadership. Machiavelli's playbook forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature. People are ambitious, self-interested, and unpredictable. Institutions and laws can guide behavior, but they cannot erase the realities of desire, fear, or ambition. Leaders must act with awareness of these truths if they hope to maintain power. Throughout his writings, we see that power is not abstract. It is practical, dynamic, and often unforgiving. Leadership requires courage, decisiveness, and sometimes ruthlessness. Machiavelli reminds us that morality, perception, and strategy are intertwined. Effective governance demands understanding, adaptation, and foresight. The reflection extends beyond rulers. Machiavelli challenges us to examine our own responses to authority, ambition, and ethical dilemmas. How do we balance ideals with practical needs? How do we respond to fortune, risk, and opportunity? His insights apply as much to personal decision-making as to statecraft. Finally, the lecture closes not with definitive answers, but with an invitation. Machiavelli leaves us questioning, observing, and analyzing. The study of power, human behavior, and political life is ongoing. His work endures because it challenges assumptions, provokes thought, and demands engagement. We are left with curiosity, reflection, and the awareness that leadership, morality, and human nature are complex and intertwined. The questions he raises are as relevant today as they were 5 centuries ago. The task is to keep questioning, keep observing, and keep learning from the playbook he left behind.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Tonight, we journey into the life and mind of perhaps the most dangerous philosopher who ever lived. Picture, if you will, a young man standing before the elders of his community. He is 23 years old. The year is 1656. In moments, words will be spoken against him that have never been spoken against anyone before, words so filled with fury and rejection that they will echo across centuries. He will be cursed by day and cursed by night, cursed when he lies down and cursed when he rises up. His name will be blotted out from under heaven. No one will be permitted to speak with him, to be under the same roof, to read anything he writes. And this curse, unlike all the others before it, will never be lifted, not even 350 years later, when scholars and rabbis gather to consider whether it is finally time to forgive. What could this young man have said? What ideas could be so threatening, so fundamentally dangerous, that they required not just exile but eternal damnation? The young man's name was Baruch Spinoza, and his crime was offering humanity a new way to see God, nature, and ourselves. A vision so radical, so breathtaking in its implications, that it would shake the foundations of religion and philosophy itself. A vision that would influence minds from Goethe to Einstein, that would secretly circulate through the Enlightenment like contraband, that would be declared as dangerous as any weapon ever forged. But here is what makes Spinoza's story so remarkable. He did not respond to his excommunication with bitterness or revenge. He did not recant or beg forgiveness. He simply walked away from everything he had known, picked up the tools of a lens grinder, and set about thinking his way to truths that would outlast empires. In the quiet of his workshop, between the careful grinding of glass that would help others see more clearly, he constructed a philosophy of such serene power that even those who condemned him could not ultimately ignore it. Tonight, as you settle into rest, we will follow Spinoza's extraordinary journey. We will stand in the Amsterdam synagogue as the curse is pronounced. We will follow him into exile and watch as he transforms rejection into revelation. We will explore his audacious claim that God and nature are one and the same. We will discover his revolutionary understanding of emotions, freedom, and what it means to be human. And perhaps, in the gentle unfolding of these ideas, you will find the same strange peace that Spinoza himself discovered in the face of absolute rejection, the peace that comes from seeing yourself not as separate from the universe, but as a wave in an infinite ocean, temporary in form but eternal in substance. So let your breathing slow. Allow the concerns of the day to settle like dust, and prepare to meet a mind that refused to accept easy answers, a heart that found divinity in everything, and a spirit that discovered freedom in the very necessity that seems to bind us all. The world Spinoza was born into was one of fear and precarious hope. To understand what would happen to him, we must first understand the community that both nurtured and ultimately rejected him. Amsterdam in the early 17th century was unlike any other place in Europe. While the Inquisition raged across Spain and Portugal, while Jews were expelled, forcibly converted, or worse, the Dutch Republic offered something precious and rare. Not full acceptance perhaps, but tolerance, room to breathe, permission to worship according to conscience, as long as one did not disturb the public peace. And so they came. The Portuguese Jews who had lived for generations as conversos, forced Christians who practiced their ancestral faith in secret cellars and locked rooms, always one whispered accusation away from the dungeons of the Inquisition. They came to Amsterdam, this city of canals and commerce, this haven at the edge of Europe, and they began to rebuild, not just their homes and businesses, but their very identities. They learned again how to be Jewish openly, to gather in synagogues instead of hiding in shadows, to speak Hebrew without fear of being overheard. But their freedom was conditional, and they knew it. The Dutch were tolerant, yes, but tolerance had its limits. Disturb the social order, cause scandal, give the Christian authorities reason to question whether Jews could truly be trusted as citizens, and that precious tolerance might evaporate like morning mist. The Portuguese Jewish community of Amsterdam lived with this knowledge every day. They policed themselves rigorously. They watched one another for signs of deviation, not out of cruelty, but out of survival. One person's heresy could endanger everyone. Into this world, on the 24th of November, 1632, a boy was born. His parents named him Baruch, which in Hebrew means blessed. The Portuguese form of the name was Bento. Later, he would adopt the Latin version, Benedict. 3 names, all meaning blessed, for a child who would grow up to challenge every traditional understanding of what blessing might mean. His father, Michael de Spinoza, was a merchant of moderate success, respected in the community, involved in the synagogue's affairs. His mother, Hannah Deborah, was a woman history has largely forgotten, leaving us only the bare facts of her existence. She died when Baruch was 5 years old, a loss that would haunt the boy in ways we can only imagine. To lose a mother at such an age is to lose the very ground beneath your feet. Perhaps it taught him early that nothing is permanent, that even the most fundamental relationships can dissolve without warning. Perhaps it planted the first seeds of the philosophy he would later develop, a philosophy that would insist we must find our peace not in the temporary, but in the eternal. The boy grew up in a household where books were valued, where Hebrew learning was taken seriously, where the great questions of theology and law were discussed around the table. He attended the Talmud Torah school, the community's center of learning, and from the beginning his brilliance was obvious. He absorbed Hebrew, he mastered the Torah and Talmud, he excelled at the intricate logical arguments that Talmudic study required. His teachers must have looked at him with pride, seeing perhaps a future rabbi, a scholar who would bring honor to the community that had suffered so much. But something was stirring in the boy's mind that his teachers did not see or chose not to see. Questions without easy answers, contradictions in the texts he was studying, claims about God that seemed to make God small, petty, almost human in weakness. If God was truly infinite, truly perfect, how could he be moved by prayers or sacrifices? How could he make mistakes, change his mind, feel jealousy or anger? These were the emotions of humans, not of anything that could be called divine. As he entered his late teens, Baruch began to seek learning beyond the synagogue. He found his way to Franciscus van den Enden, a former Jesuit who had become something quite different. An atheist, some whispered. A radical, certainly. A man who taught Latin and introduced his students to the new philosophy flowering across Europe. Descartes, who had dared to doubt everything until he found something certain. Hobbes, who had looked at human society with cold, clear eyes and seen not divine ordination, but natural force. These men were rebuilding philosophy from the ground up, sweeping away centuries of scholastic cobwebs, insisting that reason alone must be the guide. For Baruch, it must have felt like emerging from a dim room into sunlight. Here was a way of thinking that did not start with scripture and twist logic to fit predetermined conclusions. Here was a method that asked only, what is true? What can we know with certainty? What follows necessarily from clear principles? The young man who had memorized so much rabbinic commentary, who knew the Torah so thoroughly, began to see these texts differently, not as eternal revelation, but as human documents shaped by their times, full of contradictions because humans are contradictory. And once you see text that way, once you begin to question whether these words truly came from God, everything else begins to unravel. If the Torah is not literally divine, then the laws it contains are not binding. If Moses did not receive the commandments on Sinai, then why observe them? If the soul is not immortal, then why worry about divine reward and punishment? If God does not intervene in human affairs, then why pray? These thoughts were dangerous beyond measure. In a community still traumatized by persecution, still desperate to maintain its fragile security, such ideas were not just wrong, they were threatening. They threatened the very cohesion that kept the community safe. If young people started thinking this way, what would become of the religion their parents had risked everything to preserve? Baruch's father died in 1654 when the young man was 21. Michael de Spinoza left behind a failing business and substantial debts. Baruch and his brother Gabriel inherited not wealth, but obligations. The young philosopher, brilliant as he was, found himself responsible for an import business he had no interest in, dealing with merchants and contracts when his mind wanted to grapple with substance and infinity. The business struggled, creditors circled, and Baruch, in a move that would enrage the community's leaders, appealed to Dutch civil courts rather than the Jewish community's internal arbitration to resolve his father's debts. This was not just a practical matter, it was a statement. By going to Dutch authorities, Baruch was effectively saying that he did not consider himself bound by the community's jurisdiction. He was asserting his rights as a Dutch citizen over his obligations as a Jew. The community's leaders saw this clearly. Here was a young man who had already been heard expressing heretical views, who was now publicly defying community authority. They could not allow this to continue. They tried first to bring him back quietly. There were meetings, conversations, arguments. Some sources suggest they even offered him money, a stipend, to keep quiet about his views, to at least maintain the appearance of conformity. Imagine that scene. Baruch, perhaps in his early 20s, sitting across from the community elders, men he had known his whole life, men who had known his father. They are trying to help him in their way, trying to save him from himself. Can he not see the danger? Can he not understand that some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud? But Baruch could not, would not conform. The truth, as he had come to see it, was too important. More important than money, than community, than belonging. He had glimpsed something vast, something that made the small rituals and rules seem like children's games. How could he go back to pretending? And so they were left with no choice, or so they believed. In July of 1656, the community's leaders made a decision that would echo through centuries. They would issue a herem, a ban of excommunication. But not an ordinary herem. This would be the harshest punishment they had ever pronounced, a curse so comprehensive that it would leave no room for ambiguity, no possibility of reconciliation. Picture the scene. The 27th of July, 1656. The synagogue of Talmud Torah, the magnificent building that represented all the community had built in Amsterdam. The scrolls of Torah are brought out. The ark is open. The community has gathered, though whether Baruch himself was present, we do not know. Perhaps he stood in the back, watching calmly as his fate was sealed. Perhaps he stayed away, having already accepted what was coming. One of the elders begins to read. The document is in Portuguese, the language the community uses for official matters. The words roll out with terrible formality. By decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Espinosa. The voice continues, gathering force. With the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls, with the 613 precepts which are written therein. Then come the curses themselves, pulled from every corner of Jewish tradition, piled one upon another like stones, meant to crush utterly. Cursed be he with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law. The list goes on. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. No aspect of existence is left uncursed. The ban extends to everything. The Lord will not spare him, but the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him, and the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And finally, the practical implications. No one should communicate with him neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor come within 4 cubits in his vicinity, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. It was comprehensive, total, final. The community that had nurtured him, that held his family history, that connected him to generations of ancestors, was cutting him off completely. He was to become as one dead. His name, which meant blessed, was to be erased from the book of life. He was to wander the world alone, without community, without the support system that had defined Jewish survival for millennia. How did Baruch receive this? We have no record of his immediate reaction. He left no letter describing his feelings in that moment. But we know what he did next. He left Amsterdam's Jewish quarter. He moved first to the outskirts, then to other towns, Leiden, Rensburg, finally The Hague. He took up the trade of lens grinding, a skilled craft that required steady hands and precise measurements that would provide him enough income to live simply while giving him hours each day for the work he really cared about. The work of thinking. There is a story impossible to verify, but telling in what it reveals, that shortly after the excommunication, Baruch was leaving the synagogue when a young man approached him with a knife, perhaps a fanatic who thought he was defending God's honor, perhaps someone looking to prove his loyalty to the community. The attack failed. Baruch was not seriously injured, but he kept the cloak he had been wearing, slashed by the knife, and would later point to it as a reminder, not of bitterness, but of something else, perhaps of the cost of truth, perhaps of the violence that fear and dogma can inspire. And now, alone, rejected, cursed by day and by night, the young man who had been called blessed began the work that would make his name immortal. He began to write down the vision that had cost him everything, the vision of a universe so ordered, so necessary, so beautiful in its iron laws that it would transform how humans understood their place in existence. At the heart of Spinoza's philosophy lies an idea so simple in expression and so revolutionary in implication that it would shake Western thought to its foundations. 3 Latin words that would be whispered in philosophical circles like a secret too dangerous to speak aloud: Deus sive natura, God or nature. God or nature, as if they were interchangeable, as if there were no difference between the divine being who supposedly created the universe and the natural world itself. To understand how radical this was, you must understand what people believed about God in the 17th century. God was understood as a being separate from creation, existing before the universe began, choosing to create it through an act of will, then remaining apart from it, intervening occasionally through miracles, judging humans, rewarding the righteous, and punishing the wicked. God was like a king on a throne, infinitely powerful, but also separate, distant, other. You prayed to this God, you pleased or displeased him through your actions. You hoped for his mercy because his justice was terrifying. Spinoza looked at this picture of God and saw nothing but projection. Humans imagining the divine as a magnified version of themselves. A cosmic father figure, a supernatural emperor. And what Spinoza proposed instead was not quite atheism, though many called it that, but something stranger and in some ways more profound. He proposed that we drop the distinction entirely, that we stop imagining God as separate from the universe and recognize that God is the universe, that the universe is God, that there is nothing but this one infinite reality expressing itself in endless modes. In his magnum opus, The Ethics, which he spent years writing, and which would only be published after his death, Spinoza laid this out with geometric precision. He began with definitions, as Euclid had done with geometry. What do we mean by substance, by attribute, by mode? And then, step by step, proposition by proposition, he built his argument. There can be only one substance, infinite and eternal. This substance is what we call God. This substance is what we call nature. They are not two things, but one thing seen from different perspectives. Think of it this way. When you look at the ocean, you see waves. Each wave seems distinct, separate, with its own identity, its own moment of rising and falling, but no wave is truly separate from the ocean. Each is a temporary form that the ocean takes. The wave is not something other than the ocean. It is the ocean, expressing itself in that particular way at that particular moment. And so Spinoza would say, with all of existence, you are not separate from God. You are a mode of God, a temporary form that the infinite substance takes. Everything you see around you, every tree and stone, every person and animal, every thought and feeling, all of it is God expressing itself, nature in its infinite creativity. Now this might sound beautiful and perhaps mystical, and indeed many later thinkers, particularly the Romantics, would embrace Spinoza for this apparent unity with nature. But Spinoza meant something more rigorous and more challenging than mystical union. He meant that everything that happens follows from the nature of God with the same necessity that the properties of a triangle follow from its definition. There is no room for chance, no room for divine whim, no room for miracles that violate natural law, because natural law is divine law, is simply how God necessarily acts. This means that when terrible things happen, when children die and earthquakes destroy cities, these events are not punishments from an angry deity. They are not even mysterious workings of divine providence that we cannot understand. They are simply the necessary unfolding of natural causes and effects. God does not intervene because God is not separate enough from the universe to intervene. God is the system of natural law itself. You can perhaps see why this philosophy terrified religious authorities. If there are no miracles, then the foundation stories of every religion become suspect. If God does not judge and reward and punish, then what is the point of religious law? If everything happens by natural necessity, then what becomes of sin and salvation? Spinoza's philosophy seemed to drain away all the meaning that traditional religion provided, but Spinoza himself did not see it this way. He saw his philosophy as liberating us from fear of divine punishment, from the need to appease an angry God, from superstition and ritual that claimed to manipulate supernatural forces. Instead, we could study nature, understand its laws, work with them rather than against them. We could find our peace, not in begging favors from a cosmic tyrant, but in understanding our place in the eternal order of things. And yes, there was still room for something he called the intellectual love of God, but this was not the fearful love of a servant for a master. It was the joyful understanding of how we fit into the infinite whole. It was the pleasure of seeing clearly, of knowing things as they truly are. When you understand that you are not a lonely, isolated ego, but a wave in an infinite ocean, when you grasp that your existence is necessary and eternal in its essence, even if temporary in its current form, then you can rest in a peace that religious anxiety never provided. The great physicist Albert Einstein, centuries later, would declare that he believed in Spinoza's God. Einstein understood, as Spinoza had, that the natural laws themselves were so elegant, so beautiful in their mathematical precision, that they inspired something like religious awe. Not awe at a being separate from nature, but awe at the magnificent order that nature itself displays. The fact that we can understand these laws, that our minds can grasp the structure of reality, this itself is a kind of miracle, though not the kind that violates natural law. Spinoza's God does not love you back. This was one of his most shocking propositions. The God of tradition loves humans, cares about their suffering, responds to their prayers. Spinoza's God cannot do any of these things because God, being infinite and eternal, cannot be affected by anything finite and temporary. To expect God to care about your particular troubles would be like expecting the ocean to have feelings about one particular wave. The ocean does not hate the wave, but neither does it love it. It simply is, and the wave is a temporary expression of what it is. This might seem cold, even cruel, but Spinoza thought it was actually more comforting than the traditional view. Better to live in a universe that operates by consistent laws than to live at the mercy of a cosmic personality who might be pleased with you today and angry tomorrow. Better to seek understanding than to spend your life trying to please an unpleasable deity. And there was still room for joy, for love, for all the fullness of human experience. These things did not require supernatural sanction. They were natural expressions of what it means to be human, to be this particular mode of the infinite substance. As you lie here tonight, consider this vision. Not the God who watches and judges, but reality itself in all its lawful necessity. The same principles that move planets in their orbits also move thoughts through your mind. You are not separate from nature, but woven into it at every level. The boundary between you and the world is less solid than it seems. You are an eddy in the great flow, a note in an infinite symphony, a word in a book that has no beginning or end. And this, Spinoza would say, is not a diminishment but a strange enhancement. To know yourself as part of God is to know yourself as necessary, as eternal in your essence, as having always belonged to the infinite whole. But Spinoza was not content simply to describe the metaphysical structure of reality. He wanted to understand what it meant to be human within this structure. And central to his understanding of human existence was a concept drawn from medieval philosophy but transformed into something new, the concept of conatus. This Latin word means striving, endeavor, an innate drive to continue existing. Everything that exists, Spinoza argued, strives to persist in its own existence. The stone, if it could be imagined to have consciousness, would want to remain a stone. The tree strives upward towards sunlight, sends roots down seeking water, produces seeds to continue itself. The animal flees danger, seeks food, reproduces. And humans? We too, beneath all our complex thoughts and elaborate cultures, are fundamentally driven by this same principle. We strive to go on existing, we seek what enhances our power of existing and avoid what diminishes it. But Spinoza made an even stronger claim. He argued that this striving is not just something each thing does, it is what each thing is. The essence of any being is its conatus, its striving to persist and enhance itself. You are at your deepest level this drive to continue to flourish, to extend your being into the future. Everything you desire, every goal you pursue, every fear you flee, can be traced back to this fundamental striving. This might sound like a bleak reduction of human complexity to mere survival instinct, but Spinoza drew from this principle a rich psychology and ethics. Consider how he defined emotions. There are, he claimed, three primary affects from which all others derive. First is desire itself, the conatus made conscious. You want things because you are, in your essence, a striving being. Second is joy, which Spinoza defined as a passage to greater perfection, an increase in your power to act and think. When something aids your striving, when it enhances your capacity to exist and flourish, you experience joy. Third is sadness, the opposite, a passage to lesser perfection, a decrease in your power. When something hinders your striving, diminishes your capacity, you experience sadness. All other emotions are variations or combinations of these three. Love is joy accompanied by the idea of an external cause. You love what brings you joy. Hate is sadness accompanied by the idea of an external cause. You hate what brings you sadness. Hope is inconstant joy arising from the idea of a future thing whose outcome we doubt. Fear is inconstant sadness from the same source. Jealousy, pride, envy, compassion, Spinoza traced them all back to these fundamental patterns of striving, of passing to greater or lesser power. But here is what makes this analysis so profound. These emotions are not arbitrary. They are not mysterious forces that descend upon us from outside. They are natural expressions of our conatus encountering a world that sometimes aids and sometimes hinders our striving. To understand your emotions is to understand how your being is interacting with the world, where you are gaining power and where you are losing it. And this understanding, Spinoza argued, is the key to freedom. We feel most enslaved when we are tossed by emotions we do not understand, when anger seizes us or fear paralyzes us or desire drives us toward things that ultimately harm us. These states of being ruled by emotion, Spinoza called bondage. We are in bondage when external things determine our internal states, when we react rather than act, when we are passive rather than active. But we can move toward freedom by understanding our emotions. When you feel anger rising, you can ask why. What striving of yours has been blocked? What diminishment of power are you experiencing? And in asking these questions, in understanding the anger as a natural response to a natural situation, something shifts. The anger does not necessarily disappear, but it loses some of its compulsive power. You are no longer simply anger happening. You become someone who understands that anger is happening and why. Spinoza worked out this psychology in extraordinary detail in Part 3 of the Ethics, cataloguing dozens of emotions, showing how they relate to one another, tracing their origins back to the fundamental principles of striving and the passages to greater or lesser power. He approached emotions with the same geometric precision he brought to metaphysics. And his goal was not to make us emotionless, not to turn us into cold, rational calculators, but to help us move from passive to active, from being controlled by emotions to understanding and thereby gaining some measure of control over them. The free person, in Spinoza's vision, is not someone who never feels emotion. That would be to cease being human. The free person is someone who feels emotions clearly, understands their origins, and acts from adequate ideas rather than confused ones. Joy is still possible, indeed more purely possible, when you understand what truly brings you joy and what is merely a temporary pleasure that will ultimately decrease your power. Love is still possible, indeed more deeply possible, when you love from understanding rather than from need or fear. Here, as you settle deeper into rest, you might consider your own striving. What is it that your being most deeply seeks? Not the surface wants that change from day to day, but the fundamental orientation of your existence. To flourish, yes, but what does flourishing mean for you? To understand more, to create, to connect with others. And what emotions have you felt today that pointed toward either enhancement or diminishment of this fundamental striving? Can you see them clearly, without judgment, simply as information about how your being is navigating the world? Spinoza would say that the very act of asking these questions, of turning the light of understanding on your own internal states, is an act of freedom. Not freedom in the sense of being uncaused, for nothing is uncaused, but freedom in the sense of being self-caused, of acting from your own nature, rather than merely reacting to external pressures. This is the freedom available to finite beings in an infinite, deterministic universe. The freedom that comes from understanding necessity rather than fighting against it. And this brings us to one of Spinoza's most paradoxical and powerful insights. In a universe where everything is determined by prior causes, where nothing could be other than it is, where even our choices are the necessary result of our nature and circumstances, what room is there for ethics? If you could not have acted differently than you did, how can you be called good or evil? Spinoza's answer revolutionized ethics. He argued that good and evil are not absolute properties that things possess. They are not judgments handed down by a deity. They are simply shorthand for what aids or hinders our striving. Good is what increases our power to act and think. Evil is what decreases it. And since different things have different natures, what is good for one might be evil for another. What helps a plant flourish might kill an animal. What enhances one person's power might diminish another's. But for rational beings, for humans who can think clearly and understand their own nature, there is a convergence. Because we all share the same fundamental nature, because we are all instances of the same human essence, what is truly good for me is, in large measure, good for you as well. Spinoza was not advocating a crude selfishness. He was advocating rational self-interest, which turns out to require cooperation, community, mutual support. Why? Because humans are not self-sufficient. We need each other to flourish. A person alone, even a person of great talent, can accomplish far less than people working together. And more subtly, we are social creatures by nature. Our striving is not just for physical survival, but for understanding, for connection, for the joy that comes from shared existence. The person who harms others, who takes pleasure in cruelty, who sees other people as mere obstacles or tools, has not understood their own nature. They have not grasped that their deepest good requires the good of others. This led Spinoza to a remarkable conclusion about virtue. Virtue is not obedience to divine commands. It is not the suppression of natural desires. Virtue is power. To be virtuous is to be fully yourself, to act from adequate understanding of your own nature, to enhance rather than diminish your conatus. The virtuous person is not the one who grimly restrains themselves from pleasure, but the one who has learned to find joy in what truly enhances their being. And the highest virtue, the summit of human existence, is understanding. To know things as they truly are, to grasp the necessary connections between causes and effects, to see yourself and the world clearly. This is the greatest power a human can achieve. This is what Spinoza meant by the intellectual love of God. It is the joy that comes from understanding your place in the infinite whole, from seeing the world sub specie aeternitatis, from the perspective of eternity. This eternal perspective does not mean escaping time or denying the reality of change. It means seeing the necessary pattern within change, understanding how each moment follows from what came before according to eternal laws. It means recognizing that while your individual existence is temporary, what you are in your essence participates in the eternal. Your body will die, yes, but the principles that organize your being, the patterns of thinking and striving that make you who you are, these are eternal truths about the infinite substance expressing itself through you. Spinoza was clear about death. The individual perishes. There is no personal immortality in the sense of your ego continuing forever. But neither is death the absolute end some fear it to be. What you are most deeply, the essence of your being, the patterns of understanding you have achieved, these remain as eternal modifications of the infinite substance. You return to the ocean, but the wave you were has left its mark on the whole. This might seem like cold comfort if what you want is to continue as this specific person forever. But Spinoza thought it was the only honest comfort available, and there was something in it that could bring genuine peace. To know that you are not an accident, that your existence is necessary, that you are an eternal part of an eternal whole, even if your current form is temporary, this can ease the anxiety that comes from feeling isolated and contingent. As sleep approaches, bringing its own small rehearsal of death, you might find some rest in this perspective. Your conscious mind will fade, thoughts will become dreams, then nothing you can remember. But you will wake, and the you that wakes will be continuous with the you that sleeps. The pattern persists through the discontinuity, and so perhaps with the greater sleep. What you are most deeply persists in the infinite pattern, even as this particular configuration of matter and mind dissolves back into the elements. Spinoza was not building a philosophy in isolation from the world. He lived in turbulent political times, and his ideas had profound implications for how societies should be organized, how religious and civil authorities should relate, how freedom should be understood and protected, and these implications would nearly get his books banned and destroyed. In the Dutch Republic of the 17th century, there was more freedom than in most of Europe. But that freedom was under constant threat. The Republican government that had thrown off Spanish rule was engaged in an ongoing power struggle with the House of Orange and with the Dutch Reformed Church. Different factions wanted different things. The Republicans wanted more openness, more tolerance for different religions and philosophies. The Orthodox Calvinists wanted tighter control over what could be thought and said, and the House of Orange played both sides, seeking whatever path would enhance their own power. Spinoza had been writing the Ethics for years, carefully working out his metaphysical and psychological system. But when he saw religious authorities gaining power, threatening the tolerant atmosphere that made philosophical inquiry possible, he put the ethics aside and wrote something more immediately political. The Theologico-Political Treatise, published anonymously in 1670. This book was explosive. Spinoza applied his philosophical method to the Bible itself, reading it not as divine revelation, but as a historical document produced by humans for specific purposes in specific times. He showed contradictions, inconsistencies, places where the text had clearly been altered or added to by later hands. He argued that miracles, if they meant violations of natural law, were impossible. He suggested that Moses did not write the Pentateuch, that many books of the Bible were composed centuries after the events they described. That prophecy was not supernatural knowledge, but simply the vivid imagination of certain individuals. For a culture that took the Bible as literally true and divinely authored, this was dynamite. But Spinoza went further. He argued that religious authorities had no right to control philosophical inquiry, that church and state should be separate, that freedom of thought and speech were fundamental rights that governments should protect, not suppress. He made a case for democracy as the most natural form of government, one that best aligned with human nature and best served human flourishing. The reaction was swift and furious. The book was called Forged in Hell by the Devil himself. Even some of Spinoza's friends were disturbed by how far he had gone. The book was banned, but it was too late. Copies circulated, the ideas spread. Young intellectuals across Europe read it secretly and felt their minds opened to possibilities they had not imagined. Spinoza never published the Ethics during his lifetime. He knew it would bring even more condemnation than the Theologico-Political Treatise had. He continued working on it, refining arguments, adding propositions, but he kept it in manuscript. Only after his death would his friends dare to publish it, and even then, it caused scandal. For more than a century, to be called a Spinozist was to be called an atheist, a subversive, someone dangerous to social order. But Spinoza's political philosophy would ultimately triumph. His arguments for freedom of thought, for separation of church and state, for democratic government, would influence the Enlightenment and, through it, modern liberal democracy. When American founders spoke of self-evident truths and unalienable rights, they were drawing on a tradition that ran through Locke back to Spinoza. When European nations gradually separated religious and civil authority, they were following a path Spinoza had helped clear. He did not live to see any of this. He died in 1677, 44 years old, of consumption, probably made worse by the glass dust he had inhaled during years of grinding lenses. He died quietly in The Hague, working on his political treatise which remained unfinished. His landlord found him one morning, dead in his room, surrounded by his books and papers. His friends gathered what he had written and published it all: the ethics, the political treatise, letters, even a Hebrew grammar he had been working on. And slowly, gradually, the world began to recognize what had been lost when this quiet lens grinder died so young. Imagine the life Spinoza lived in those final years in The Hague. A simple room, a workshop where he ground lenses, a desk covered with papers where he wrestled with the hardest questions humans can ask. He received visitors, engaged in correspondence with thinkers across Europe,
was offered positions at universities that he politely declined. He preferred his
independence, his quiet. He needed nothing but time to think, paper to write on, glass to work with, enough food to keep body alive while mind soared through infinite spaces. There is something almost monastically pure about how he lived. No family, no wealth, no status, no security beyond what his skilled hands could earn. Just the life of the mind, pursued with total dedication. But this was not world denial or ascetic punishment. Spinoza enjoyed moderate pleasures. He would walk, smoke a pipe, engage in friendly conversation. He simply did not need the things most people chase. Fame meant nothing to him. Wealth would only have been a distraction. He had found what he wanted, which was to understand, and everything else was secondary. His friends remembered him as gentle, good-humoured, patient, not the grim determinist you might expect from someone who denied free will, not the cold rationalist who cared nothing for emotion. He felt things deeply but was not ruled by them. He had achieved something of the freedom he described in the ethics, the freedom that comes from adequate understanding. And he was not bitter about his excommunication, not still nursing wounds from his rejection by the community that had raised him. He had moved beyond that. He bore no grudge against the rabbis who had cursed him. They had acted from their nature and circumstances as all things do. To resent them would be like resenting a stone for falling. They could not have done otherwise, given what they were and what they believed. And in any case, their curse had freed him to become who he needed to become. There is a story about Spinoza and death. As his illness worsened, friends urged him to prepare himself, to think about his soul's salvation, to make his peace with God in whatever way he could. And Spinoza would smile and shake his head. He was already at peace. He understood that what he was would continue in the infinite substance, that his individual existence ending was no more tragic than a wave returning to the ocean. He had seen things from the perspective of eternity, and from that perspective there was nothing to fear. When he died, he left behind almost nothing. Some clothes, some books, a few guilders, his philosophical manuscripts. No children to carry on his name, no wealth to endow institutions. Just ideas. Ideas that had been too dangerous to publish during his life, that would remain dangerous for generations after his death, but that would ultimately change how humanity thinks about God, nature, freedom, and what it means to be human. The immediate aftermath of Spinoza's death was chaotic. His books were condemned, banned, burned. To own the ethics was dangerous. To be known as a Spinozist was social and professional suicide. The word itself became an accusation. Spinozist, atheist, subversive, materialist. All these terms were thrown around as epithets meant to mark someone as beyond the pale of acceptable thought. And yet, the ideas spread. They spread precisely because they had been banned, because they were forbidden. Young intellectuals across Europe read Spinoza in secret. met in private to discuss his propositions, felt the foundations of their inherited worldviews cracking open. Here was a way of thinking that made sense of so much that traditional philosophy left mysterious. Here was a rigor, a clarity, a willingness to follow arguments wherever they led, regardless of whether the conclusions were comforting. The Enlightenment, that great flowering of rational inquiry and political reform, owed more to Spinoza than many of its proponents wanted to admit. Voltaire read him. Diderot was influenced by him. The great encyclopedia of human knowledge that Enlightenment thinkers compiled drew on his principles even when it did not cite his name. His critique of biblical authority, his insistence on freedom of thought, his vision of a society based on reason rather than revelation, all of this became part of the intellectual atmosphere of the 18th century. But it was the Romantics who really embraced Spinoza, who rescued him from the charge of being cold and mechanistic. Goethe read him and felt he was looking at the universe with new eyes. Here was not a dead machine, but a living whole, God and nature one and the same, divinity flowing through everything. Wordsworth and Coleridge, though they never mentioned Spinoza by name, were breathing Spinozistic air when they celebrated nature as the dwelling place of the divine. And in Germany, the philosophers who rebuilt metaphysics in the wake of Kant's critical philosophy, thinkers like Hegel and Schelling, they saw in Spinoza a precursor, someone who had glimpsed the absolute, even if he had not quite grasped it correctly. They argued with him, revised him, claimed to move beyond him, but they could not ignore him. He had become part of the bedrock of European philosophy. In the 19th century, Spinoza's reputation began to shift from dangerous heretic to honored philosophical ancestor. Universities included him in their curricula. Scholars wrote learned commentaries on the ethics. His metaphysics might be rejected, yes, but he was respected for his rigor, for the purity of his commitment to reason, for his personal integrity in standing by his convictions at such cost. And then, in the 20th century, something remarkable happened. Scientists began to see that Spinoza had been, in some ways, ahead of his time. His determinism, which had seemed so bleak to earlier generations, started to look less like fatalism and more like a recognition of natural law. Einstein's universe, ordered by mathematical principles where everything followed necessarily from the laws of physics, this was Spinozistic. Einstein himself said he believed in Spinoza's God, the God that reveals itself in the orderly harmony of everything that exists. More recently, philosophers of mind and cognitive scientists have found in Spinoza's theory of emotions and his understanding of the mind-body relationship insights that anticipate modern thinking. His idea that mind and body are not two separate substances, but two aspects of one reality. This parallels what neuroscience tells us about the inseparability of mental and physical processes. His analysis of how emotions arise from our evaluation of whether things aid or hinder our striving, this has been revived in theories of affect and motivation. Even his ethical theory has found new defenders. In a world that has largely abandoned belief in divine commands or absolute moral laws, Spinoza's naturalistic ethics, grounded in what actually contributes to human flourishing, seems less radical and more sensible. If there is no God above to tell us what is good, then perhaps good is indeed what enhances our power to live well, and evil what diminishes it. And his excommunication? In 2015, more than 350 years after that terrible curse was pronounced, scholars and rabbis gathered in Amsterdam to debate whether it should finally be lifted. The Portuguese Jewish community, still existing in the same city though vastly changed, considered whether the time had come to acknowledge that they had been wrong, that Spinoza's ideas, however challenging, did not deserve eternal condemnation. The debate was passionate. Some argued that lifting the ban would remove a stain from Judaism's history, would show that the tradition could acknowledge error and embrace one of its most brilliant children, even posthumously. Others, including the chief rabbi, argued that Spinoza's ideas remained incompatible with basic Jewish principles, that to lift the ban would be to suggest the community accepted his pantheism, his rejection of traditional doctrine. In the end, the ban was not lifted. It remains in force, the only harem in the community's history that has never been rescinded. Perhaps that is fitting. Spinoza did not need their forgiveness. He had not asked for it in life, and his ideas do not require it in death. He stands as a figure who chose truth over belonging, understanding over comfort, the infinite perspective over the security of community. His excommunication, far from diminishing him, has become part of what makes his story powerful. Here is someone who paid the full price for his convictions and yet found peace, who was utterly alone and yet connected to everything, who was cursed and yet blessed with insight few humans have achieved. Tonight, as consciousness begins its nightly fading, as the thoughts that seemed so important scatter like dreams, you might hold lightly to something of Spinoza's vision. You are not separate from the universe, but woven into it at every level. Your striving is the universe striving through this particular form. Your consciousness is the infinite substance becoming aware of itself through you. When you disappear into sleep, you return momentarily to something like the ocean from which you arose, and in the morning, you will surge forth again as an individual wave, temporary but necessary, finite but participating in infinity. Spinoza offers no promise of personal immortality, no guarantee that suffering has meaning beyond itself, no assurance that someone is watching over you with love. What he offers instead is perhaps more valuable, the knowledge that you belong, that you are not an accident or an alien in the universe, but an essential expression of what is. That understanding itself is a kind of salvation, not from the world, but within it. That freedom is possible even in a determined universe, the freedom of acting from your own nature rather than being blown about by confused ideas and unexamined emotions. As your breathing slows and deepens, as the boundary between waking and sleeping grows permeable, you are enacting something Spinoza understood well. The self is not as solid as it seems. It is a pattern maintained by continual effort, the conatus asserting itself moment by moment. In sleep, that effort relaxes. The pattern loosens. And you do not cease to exist, but exist differently, in a mode less bounded, less defended, more fluid. And then, in the morning, the pattern reasserts itself. You wake as yourself, memories intact, identity resumed, ready to strive another day. This daily cycle of dissolution and reconstitution might be preparation for the greater dissolution that awaits us all. And if Spinoza is right, that dissolution is not annihilation but transformation, not ending but returning, the wave becoming ocean once more. The individual form releases, but nothing is lost from the total. You are eternal in your essence, even as you are temporary in your existence. You have always been part of the infinite whole and always will be, even when this particular configuration of matter and mind no longer maintains itself as a separate entity. There is peace in this, not the peace of being saved by an external power, but the peace of understanding where you actually are. You are already home. You have never left. The universe is not a place you inhabit, but what you are, a mode of, a temporary way that infinite being expresses itself. When you understand this fully, when you see from the perspective of eternity, fear dissolves. Not because nothing bad can happen to you, but because you recognize that what you are most deeply cannot be harmed, because it is not separate enough to be harmed, because it is the eternal substance itself looking out through these particular eyes for this particular span of time. This is what Spinoza called blessedness, and it is available in life, not just in death. Available to anyone willing to think clearly and honestly about what they are and what the universe is. Available through understanding, through the patient work of moving from confused to adequate ideas, from passive to active emotions, from being controlled by external things to acting from one's own nature. And now, dear friend, let these
Ideas settle into the background of awareness. You do not need to hold them tightly or figure them all out. They are seeds that can germinate in their own time. For now, simply rest in the knowledge that you are part of something vast and ordered and beautiful, that the same intelligence that moves the stars moves through you, that you are, in your own small way, the universe becoming conscious of itself, that your life, however brief, is necessary and eternal in its essence. Let your eyes close fully now. Let the day's striving subside. You have done what you could with the power available to you, and that is all any finite being can do. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities for joy, for understanding, for the enhancement of your conatus. But for now, rest. Return to the ocean for a few hours. Be wave becoming water, becoming wave again. Participate in the eternal rhythm of assertion and relaxation, form and formlessness, particular and universal. The curse pronounced against Spinoza has not been lifted, but curses are just words, and words cannot touch what is eternal. The young man who walked out of the synagogue into a life of isolation found more in his solitude than most people find in the embrace of community. He found the key to understanding suffering without being destroyed by it, to accepting necessity without becoming passive, to being fully human without needing the approval of any authority but truth itself. And his ideas, banned and burned and condemned for centuries, have outlasted all their opponents. They are part now of how thoughtful people think about the universe, about consciousness, about freedom and ethics. They have been absorbed into the intellectual bloodstream of humanity. The lens grinder's workshop in The Hague became a kind of monastery where a new vision of existence was carefully polished into clarity. And that vision still shines, still guides, still offers the possibility of the intellectual love of God to anyone willing to think deeply enough. Sleep now. Sleep with the blessing that Spinoza's name promised and that his philosophy delivered. The blessing of understanding, the blessing of seeing clearly, the blessing of knowing that you are an eternal mode of the infinite substance, temporarily individuated as this particular person, destined to return to the ocean but never truly separate from it. The blessing of being exactly what you are, where you are, part of the necessary unfolding of everything that is. And may you wake tomorrow with something of the freedom Spinoza described, the freedom that comes not from being uncaused, but from acting according to your own nature, from understanding rather than being confused, from striving according to adequate ideas rather than being blown about by every external wind. May you know the joy that comes from increased power, from growing in understanding, from becoming more fully who you are meant to be. The infinite substance expresses itself through countless modes, and you are one of them. Rest in that knowledge. Rest in the eternal pattern of which you are a temporary but necessary expression. Rest as Spinoza rested, understanding that God and nature are one, that you are never separate from the divine, that understanding itself is the highest form of love, and that even death cannot touch what you are in your essence. Good night, blessed seeker. May the intellectual love of God bring you peace. May adequate ideas replace confused ones. May you pass tonight to greater perfection and wake to a morning full of the power to strive, to understand, and to joy. The universe continues its necessary unfolding, and you are part of that great pattern. Rest now, knowing that all is as it must be, that nothing is separate, that everything is within God, and God is everything. Blessed be the lens grinder who saw so clearly. Blessed be the excommunicated heretic who found his home in infinity. Blessed be the philosophy that transforms curses into understanding and solitude into union with everything that is. Sleep deeply, dream well, and know that you are eternal.
Good evening and welcome back. Please unwind and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions as we delve into dark psychology that changed philosophy forever. December 22nd, 1849. The Siemianowski Parade Ground, St. Petersburg. The snow is falling so thick you can barely see 20 feet ahead. 8 men stand in white burial shrouds, their breath forming clouds in the frozen air. The temperature is 15 below zero, but Fyodor Dostoevsky isn't shivering from the cold. In exactly 60 seconds, he's going to be shot through the heart. The firing squad raises their rifles. That metallic click of hammers being pulled back echoes across the square. And here's the thing that nobody talks about when they tell this story. Dostoevsky isn't praying. He isn't crying. He isn't even thinking about God, or his mother, or the novel he'll never finish. He's staring at the man next to him, studying his face with the intensity of a scientist observing a specimen under a microscope. He's watching, really watching what happens when a human being dissolves, when everything that makes a person who they are just evaporates. The man's eyes are still open, but there's nothing behind them anymore. He's still breathing, still standing, but he's already gone. And in that moment, Dostoevsky sees something that will haunt him for the next 30 years. The drums suddenly thunder across the square, the rifles lower. It's a mock execution. The Tsar's idea of a psychological experiment, a lesson, a game. The other prisoners collapse. Some sob with relief, some laugh hysterically. But Dostoevsky just stands there, because he understands something now that he didn't understand 3 minutes ago. Something in him died on that platform, eyed as surely as if those bullets had torn through his chest. But something else was born. Something that could see what the rest of us spend our entire lives trying not to see. For the next 3 decades, he'll write novel after novel, each one an attempt to explain what he discovered in those 60 seconds. He'll create characters that are so psychologically real they feel more alive than the people sitting next to you right now. He'll predict the horrors of the 20th century with such accuracy that reading him today feels like he's writing about tomorrow. But here's what's really unsettling. He wasn't writing about the future. He was writing about right now, about the thing that's happening in your mind at this very moment. That voice you hear beneath all the other voices, the one asking the question you don't want to answer. This is where our story really begins. Not with a man who escaped death, but with a man who discovered something about being alive that was so disturbing, so fundamental, that we're still not ready to hear it. But tonight, we're going to hear it anyway. Let me take you back to that morning, but this time, we're going to live through it minute by minute, thought by thought. Because what happened in Dostoevsky's mind during those moments would become the foundation for everything he wrote afterward. The condemned men had been waiting in the Petropavelskaya fortress since April, 8 months in solitary confinement. And now, December 22nd, they're told nothing except to put on their white execution shrouds. These aren't clothes, they're theater costumes, designed to make the men look like ghosts before they become ghosts. The Tsar, you see, was an artist of punishment. He understood that death was simple, but the anticipation of death, that was complex. That was interesting. Dostoevsky is led out with the others into the square. The snow is falling, and here's a detail he would obsess over for years. The way the snowflakes landed on his eyelashes and melted, how that felt like the world crying for him, but also how absurd it was to notice something so small when you're about to stop existing. The human mind doesn't become profound in its final moments, becomes chaotic, noticing everything and nothing simultaneously. They're arranged in groups of 3. Dostoevsky is in the second group, which means he has approximately 4 minutes to live while watching the first group die. And this is where the real torture begins, not in watching death approach like a mathematical certainty. 3 men, then 3 more, then you. It's death as an equation, and Dostoevsky, who loved to gamble, who understood probability, suddenly realizes that for the first time in his life, there's a game with absolutely no variables, no chance, no hope, just arithmetic, the first 3. Men are tied to the posts, and now something happens that Dostoevsky will write about in 4 different novels, each time trying to capture it more precisely. He becomes hyperfocused on the church dome in the distance, the way the morning sun is hitting its gold surface. He can't stop staring at it. In his mind, this dome becomes everything. God, Russia, his mother's face, every book he's ever read, every woman he's ever loved, but also nothing, just metal and light, he thinks, and these are his exact words that he later wrote to his brother. In 5 minutes, I will either be that light, dissolved into the universe, or I will be nowhere at all. Think about that for a moment. Not I will be in heaven or I will be with God, but I will be that light or nothing. This is Dostoevsky's mind at the edge, not religious, not atheistic, but something more terrifying. Complete uncertainty at the exact moment when you most need certainty. The squad raises their rifles at the first group. Dostoevsky is studying. The man next to him, now Nikolai Grigoriev, a fellow member of the Patrashevsky circle. Grigoriev's face is doing something Dostoevsky has never seen before. It's not fear, exactly. It's like watching someone solve an impossible equation in their head. The features are rearranging themselves, becoming younger and older simultaneously. The eyes are seeing something beyond the square, beyond Petersburg, maybe beyond existence itself. And then Dostoevsky has the thought that will haunt every novel he ever writes. We are most alive in the moment before we die. Not during life, when we're distracted by trivial concerns. Not after death, when we're nothing, but in that razor-thin moment when we're saying goodbye to existence. Every character he creates, Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov, they're all trying to get back to this moment. To feel this alive, without having to die. The drums suddenly explode across the square. The rifles lower. A carriage races in with a messenger from the Tsar. It's a pardon. No, not a pardon. A commutation. Instead of death, Siberia. Instead of nothing for years of hard labor. The other prisoners react predictably. Nikolai Mombly goes insane on the spot. Litzli never recovers his sanity. Others sob, pray, collapse. But Dostoevsky does something strange. He starts laughing. Not from relief, but from a kind of cosmic horror. Because he realizes the joke. They were never going to be shot. This was always the plan. The Tsar didn't want to kill their bodies. Any fool with a gun can do that. He wanted to kill something. Else certainty about what reality is. And it worked. But not the way the Tsar intended. Because while this experience broke the others, in Dostoevsky it broke something open. A door in his mind that most of us keep locked. The door that separates our daily consciousness from the awareness of what we really are: biological machines pretending to have souls, or souls pretending to be biological machines, and no way to know which dot in the idiot. Prince Mishkin describes an execution he witnessed, but listen to the language carefully. He says the worst part isn't the pain or the fear, it's the certainty. In an hour, in 10 minutes, in half a minute, now, this very instant, your soul will leave your body, and you will be a human being no longer. That word certainty appears 17 times in that passage, because uncertainty, Dostoevsky realized, is what keeps us sane. The moment we become certain about death, we go mad. But the moment we become certain about life, we also go mad. This is why he would later write that consciousness is a disease, not metaphorically, literally a disease. A malfunction in the animal that makes it aware of its own existence and therefore its own known existence. Every animal dies, but only humans know they're going to die, and that knowledge poised everything. But here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's a feature. We need this disease. Without it, we're just clever apes. With it, we're something unprecedented in nature creatures who can imagine our own non-existence and keep living anyway. The guards unchained them and lead them back to the fortress. But Dostoevsky knows something now that he didn't know an hour ago. Everyone, the guards, the officials, the crowd that gathered to watch, they're all dead people who don't know they're dead. They're walking through life in a kind of sleep, thinking about dinner or money or sex, never realizing they're on the scaffold every moment. The only difference between him and them is that he can't forget anymore. He's been kicked out of the dream. Years later, when he's famous, people will ask him if he forgives the Tsar for this cruelty. And he'll say something that nobody understands. It wasn't cruel. It was a gift. He showed me what we really are. But what are we, exactly? That's what the next 30 years of novels would try to answer. And the answer, when it finally comes, is more disturbing than the question. Because we're not the condemned man on the scaffold. We're not even the guard with the rifle. We're the moment between the trigger being pulled and the bullet arriving. We exist entirely in that space, between the certainty of death and the illusion of life, between the animal and the angel, between the flesh and whatever we imagine is more than flesh. This is what Dostoevsky saw in those 60 seconds that would take him 30 years and thousands of pages to explain. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience, or spiritual beings having a human experience. We're the incompatibility between those two things. We're the error message that appears when matter becomes aware of itself. And once you see this, really see it, you can't unsee it. Every human face becomes a skull pretending not to be a skull. Every conversation becomes noise we make to avoid silence. Every love story becomes two people agreeing to forget. They're going to die. This is why Dostoevsky's books feel different from other books. He's not writing from life. He's writing from death, looking back at life and seeing it for the cosmic. Joke it really is. But also, and this is crucial, seeing that the joke is the only thing that makes us magnificent. Because we're the only creatures in the universe who get the joke and keep going anyway. The execution that never happened. It happens every morning when you wake up. You just don't notice the rifles. The journey from St. Petersburg to the Omsk prison fortress took 3 months. 3 months in chains, through the Russian winter, in a convoy of the condemned. But Dostoevsky isn't suffering. He's taking notes. Mental notes that would later become the most psychologically accurate portrait of criminal consciousness ever written. See, everyone else who wrote about crime did it from the outside looking in. They studied criminals like specimens. Dostoevsky would live as one, eat with them, sleep beside them, share their punishments, their fever dreams, their moments of unexpected grace. For 4 years, he would disappear into what he called the House of the Dead. But the dead, he discovered, were more alive than the living. The first thing that hits you about the Omsk fortress isn't the walls or the guards. It's the sound. 200 men in a space built for 50, and they're all talking at once, but not to each other. They're talking to themselves, to God, to people who aren't there. It's like being inside a brain having a nightmare. Dostoevsky describes it as a particular kind of noise that exists nowhere else on earth. Not exactly human, not exactly animal, but something in between. His fellow prisoners are a catalogue of human extremes. There's Aristeph, who sold other prisoners clothes while they slept. Sometimes while they were dying of fever, pulling the shirts off their backs as they shivered. There's Petrov, who killed 6 people with such technical precision that other murderers came to him for advice. There's Sirotkin, barely 18, who murdered his entire family and couldn't remember why. Just remembered that the blood looked beautiful in the lamplight. But here's what fascinated Dostoevsky. These men weren't monsters, or rather, they were. Monsters in the same way we're all monsters, they just didn't hide it anymore. When you strip away society, morality, hope for the future, what's left? Not barbarism, as everyone assumed. Something much more disturbing, pure logic. Take Orlov, a prisoner Dostoevsky becomes obsessed with studying. Orlov murdered an officer in cold blood. But when Dostoevsky asks him about guilt, Orlov looks at him like he's speaking a foreign language. Guilt, he says. For what? For being stronger. Does the wolf feel guilty for eating the sheep? And Dostoevsky realizes Orlov isn't insane. He's the sanest person in the prison. He simply accepted what the rest of us deny that morality is a collective fiction we agree to believe. This becomes the seed for Raskolnikov's theory in Crime and Punishment. The idea that there are two types of humans, the ordinary, who need moral law because they're weak, and the extraordinary, who create their own law because they're strong. Napoleon, Caesar, all the men we call great, they were all Orlovs who happened to win. History is written by successful murderers, but then something happens that shatters this neat philosophical framework. It's Easter, 1851. The prisoners are allowed to attend church. And Dostoevsky watches these same men, these killers, thieves, rapists suddenly weeping at the story of Christ's resurrection. Not some of them, all of them. Even Orlov has tears running down his face. At first, Dostoevsky thinks it's performance, but it's too genuine, too spontaneous. These men who 5 minutes ago were describing their murders with technical pride are now sobbing like children at a 2,000-year-old story about divine forgiveness. How is this possible? How can the same mind hold such complete evil and such desperate hunger for good? This is where Dostoevsky discovers what he calls the law of personality oscillation. Humans don't exist at a fixed moral point. We oscillate moment to moment, thought to thought, between saint and demon. The same person who commits murder can genuinely repent, then murder again, then repent again, and both the murder and the repentance are absolutely real. We're not hypocrites. We're something much stranger. We're multiple people inhabiting the same body. The prison has a hospital, and Dostoevsky spends months there with various illnesses. The hospital is where the dying criminals make their confessions, and what he hears there changes his understanding of human psychology forever. They don't confess because they feel guilty. They confess because they need someone to know how completely they've violated everything sacred, and how that violation felt like freedom. One dying thief tells him, "You know the moment when you're committing the crime, and you know it's wrong, and you know you'll be punished, but you do it anyway. That moment is the only time I've ever felt like I really existed. The rest of my life was just waiting." This becomes the foundation for Dostoevsky's most disturbing insight. We don't commit crimes despite knowing they're wrong. We commit them because they're wrong. The wrongness is the point. It's how we prove to ourselves that we're not automatons, not slaves to programming, not just biological machines following chemical imperatives. Sin is our declaration of independence from nature and God simultaneously. But the prison taught him something else, something that would become central to the brothers Karamazov. Among these criminals were moments of inexplicable beauty. A prisoner named Ilya Zhestany, Muslim who'd killed a Russian officer, spends his free time teaching other prisoners to read. Why? Because, he tells Dostoevsky, suffering without understanding is just pain. Suffering with understanding is something else. What is that something else? Dostoevsky watches a group of prisoners risk brutal punishment to share their bread rations with a sick inmate. He sees a hardened killer spend 3 days nursing a dying bird back to health. He witnesses men who've abandoned all hope still creating art on the walls with charcoal, still composing songs, still telling stories. This is where the idea of voluntary suffering crystallizes. These men didn't just endure suffering, they sorted out. Some committed crimes specifically to be sent to prison, not because they were insane, but because extreme suffering was the only thing that made them feel real in a world that increasingly felt like an illusion. Dostoevsky starts to understand modern life, with its comfort and predictability, is actually a kind of prison. We're all inmates, but our walls are invisible social conventions, moral rules, the tyranny of other people's opinions. The criminals in Omsk at least know they're in prison. We're in denial about our own imprisonment. There's a scene he witnesses that haunts him forever. A young prisoner, maybe 20, is about to receive a brutal flogging. The night before, he's completely calm. Dostoevsky asks him how he can be so peaceful. The young man says, "Tomorrow, for 10 minutes, I'll be completely honest. No pretending. No lies, no performance, just pure pain." Do you know how rare that is? To be completely honest for even 10 minutes. This becomes the underground man's philosophy. I am a sick man. I am a wicked man. But the sickness isn't what we think. It's the disease of consciousness itself, the curse of being aware that we're aware. The prisoners in Omsk have found a cure for this disease crime punishment, suffering anything that breaks through the numbness of normal existence. As his sentence ends, Dostoevsky realizes he's learned something in prison that no university could teach. He's seen the basement of human consciousness, the foundation everything else is built on. And that foundation isn't reason or morality or love. It's something much more primitive and much more sophisticated. The need to feel that we exist, even if that feeling comes through pain. The other prisoners are released and disappear back into their lives. But Dostoevsky can't leave, not really. He carries the prison with him. Every character he creates will be, in some sense, a prisoner. Every novel will be an escape attempt, and every reader will become, without realizing it, an inmate in Dostoevsky's psychological laboratory, because here's what those 4 years taught him. We're all in prison. The only difference is that some of us know it and some don't. And the ones who know it, the criminals, the underground men, the addicts, the madmen, they're not the sick ones. They're the diagnoses, the house of the dead. It's not a prison. In Siberia, it's the world we wake up to every morning, pretending we're alive while secretly knowing we're just rehearsing for our own funerals. The criminals Dostoevsky lived with for 4 years weren't different from us. They were us with the mask off. Picture this scene. It's 1867 in the German spa town of Wiesbaden. A man sits at a roulette table at 4 in the morning, his hands shaking not from fear, but from something closer to religious ecstasy. He's just lost everything again. His wife's wedding ring is in the pawn shop. The advance from his publisher, meant to last 3 months, survived exactly 3 days. This man wrote Crime and Punishment, one of the most psychologically complex novels ever created. He understands human nature better than almost anyone alive. And yet here he is, destroyed by a spinning wheel and a rolling ball. But wait before you judge him. Before you dismiss this as simple addiction, let me tell you what Dostoevsky discovered at that roulette table. He wasn't losing his money. He was conducting an experiment, the same experiment we all conduct every day, just without the honesty to admit it. See? Everyone who knew Dostoevsky tried to cure him of his gambling. His wife Anna, God bless her, she tried everything. She controlled his money, she reasoned with him, she cried, She threatened to leave. His friends staged interventions. His publishers refused to give him advances, but they all misunderstood what was happening. They thought he was trying to win money. He wasn't. He was trying to prove something much more important, that he existed. Let me explain through his own words. In a letter to Anna from Baden, after losing literally everything, including the money for his hotel room, he writes something extraordinary. You might think I'm in despair. I'm not. I'm more alive right now than I've been in months. Every nerve is firing. Every thought is crystal clear. I can feel my blood moving through my veins. This is what resurrection feels like. Now, any addiction counselor reading that would say it's the dopamine talking, the gambler's high. But Dostoevsky is describing something deeper. At the roulette table, all the comfortable lies we tell ourselves evaporate. You can't pretend you're a good person when you're gambling your families. Food, money. You can't maintain the fiction that you're rational when you're betting on red after it's come up. Black 17 times in a row. You're stripped down to what you really are. A collection of impulses and desires with no coherent center. And here's the terrifying part: Dostoevsky found this state liberating. Finally, for once, he didn't have to pretend to be Fyodor Dostoevsky, the great writer, the Orthodox Christian, the husband, the father. He could just be a body in space, making insane decisions for no reason. You know that voice in your head that constantly judges everything you do. At the roulette table, it finally shuts up. This becomes the core of his novel, The Gambler. But the character Alexei isn't really addicted to gambling. He's addicted to the moment right before the ball drops into a slot. That suspended second, where anything is possible, where he might win everything or lose everything, where he exists in pure potential. The actual result, win or lose, is always disappointing because it collapses possibility into actuality. Think about your own life for a moment. When do you feel most alive? It's not during the comfortable, predictable moments. It's during the risks, the uncertainties, the moments when everything could go wrong. That first kiss, that job interview, that moment when you say what you really think despite the consequences. We're all gambling all the time, we just use different tables. But Dostoevsky discovered something even more disturbing at the casino. He watched other gamblers, studied them with the same intensity he'd studied criminals in prison, and he noticed a pattern that nobody else had identified. The winners were miserable. Not just unhappy, existentially disturbed. Because winning meant the game was over. It meant returning to regular life. It meant becoming themselves again. There was one woman he observed for weeks, a Russian countess who'd won a fortune. She kept playing, but joylessly, mechanically. She told him, "I'm trying to lose it all so I can feel something again." This becomes Granny in The Gambler, who destroys her entire fortune, not from stupidity, but from a kind of wisdom. She understands that having money is a prison, but losing money is freedom. Now here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. He realizes that his gambling addiction is the same impulse that makes him write. Both are attempts to escape the prison of the self. When he's writing, he becomes Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov. When he's gambling, he becomes nobody pure. Consciousness without identity. Both states are ecstatic. Both are unsustainable. Both are more real than normal life. Consider this letter to his friend Strakov. They say, I'm destroying myself at the tables. But where is this self they speak of? Show it to me. Is it my body that changes every 7 years? Is it my thoughts? They contradict each other hourly. Is it my soul? I don't even know if I have one. At the roulette table, at least, I know exactly what I am. A fool making foolish choices. There's something honest in that. This is the gambler's paradox. We destroy ourselves to prove we exist. It's not masochistic. It's the opposite. It's the most life-affirming thing possible. Every loss is proof that we're free. Every stupid bet is a declaration of independence. From cause and effect, from logic, from the tyranny of consequences. But here's what makes Dostoevsky different from other gambling addicts. He's conscious of what he's doing while he's doing it. He watches himself lose everything and takes notes. He's simultaneously the experimenter and the experiment. This is why his description of gambling psychology remains unmatched. He's not remembering it afterward. He's documenting it in real time. One night in Wiesbaden, he wins 10,000 francs enough to pay all debts, secure his family's future for years. He knows, absolutely knows, that he should leave. He writes in his notebook, the rational thing is to cash out now. Then he writes, but the rational thing is death. He loses everything in 3 hours. But here's what's remarkable. He's elated. He writes to Anna, I have proved once again that I am not a machine. A machine would have kept the money. This connects to something deeper in all his work. Remember the underground man's formula. 2 + 2 = 4 is the beginning of death. If everything is predictable, if we always do what's rational, if we always act in our best interest, then we're not human, we're algorithms. The ability to consciously destroy ourselves is proof of free will. It's horrible, it's stupid, it's tragic, and it's the only thing that separates us from computers. Modern neuroscience has actually confirmed something Dostoevsky intuited. The brain's reward system responds more strongly to uncertain rewards than certain ones. A guaranteed win releases less dopamine than a possible win. We're literally wired to prefer gambling to guarantee. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's the feature that drove us to explore, to innovate, to evolve. The same instinct that puts us at the roulette table put us on the moon. But Dostoevsky saw the dark side of this wiring. In modern, comfortable society, where real risks are minimized, where everything is insured and predicted and controlled, the gambling instinct doesn't disappear. It finds new outlets. We gamble with relationships, with our health, with our sanity. We create drama because peace is unbearable. We sabotage success because success is a kind of death. It means the game is over. Listen to how he describes the moment of placing a bet. Time stops. The past ceases to exist, all those mistakes, all that guilt, gone. The future hasn't arrived yet. All those consequences, all those responsibilities, suspended. There is only this moment, this choice, this spin of the wheel. It's the closest thing to eternity we ever experience. This is why he couldn't stop, even when he wanted to. It wasn't weakness of will. It was strength of will directed towards something other than self-preservation. He was choosing transcendence over survival. He was choosing one moment of genuine existence over a lifetime of comfortable sleepwalking. The tragedy isn't that he gambled. The tragedy is that he needed to gamble to feel alive. But that's not his personal tragedy, it's the human tragedy. We all need our versions of the roulette table. Some people use extreme sports, some use love affairs, some use creative work, some use actual roulette tables. But we all need something that makes us forget we're going to die, while simultaneously reminding us we're going to die. When Dostoevsky finally stopped gambling, and he did stop, suddenly, completely, in 1871, it wasn't because he found willpower or God or therapy. It was because he found something else that gave him the same feeling. Writing the brothers Karamazov, a bigger gamble, a higher stakes table, betting not money but his soul on every page. The gambler's paradox isn't really a paradox at all. It's the human condition stripped of its disguises. We destroy what we love because destruction is the only creative act available to creatures who know they're temporary. Every loss is a little death, and every little death is practice for the big one. But also, and this is what Dostoevsky understood, every loss is a little birth. The person who walks away from the table with empty pockets is never the same. Person who sat down, that's why he thanked God for his gambling addiction the same way he thanked God for his mock execution. Both showed him what we really are, not rational animals or spiritual beings, but something